Discovery, go at throttle up. Well, hello. How's everybody doing today? Oh, I gotta get my coffee. I gotta get my coffee fee. We got the coffee. We're good. Ugh. How you guys doing? Oh yeah, maybe I should get this. There we go. Chris, how you doing? Ah, need a Tic Tac in case. Not sponsored. Oh, oh yeah. Channel points. Blue Flare Games redeemed Garage Stretch Break. I know the guy that wrote the program for it, Christopher. Yeah, good dude. Got a set too. All right. Okay. Have it your way. Like, is this what I'm supposed to do with channel points? I don't know. Brimo enabled them. Yep, Ordon. That's right. Happy Veterans Day. Uh, Thank everybody that served. I do appreciate it. The sacrifice is not unfounded. Right on. Do you like my emote? No. I just started. Hey, you redeemed the break. Yeah, I don't. Is this what I'm supposed to do? I don't know what the hell's going on. Hey, Theix, what's going on? Denny, how you doing? Excited to see new launch vehicle progress today. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna be good. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you want. What do you want? Oh, actually, I do have some truck news. This actually did reminded me. This did remind me. Definitely need channel points for an LS swap. Why would I want to put junk in this truck? Yeah, that's right. I said it. Not paying $1,000 for an LS motor. No, thank you. Yes, DLV is sweet. Oh, we're working on the upper stage today. That's what we're doing. It'll finally run correct. How can you say that when there's the motor in this literally made it across a whole continent with no problems and 170,000 miles on it? How can you say it? I'm starting to think, goalie, that you might be full of shit. Starting to think that you might be full of yourself. How did the meeting go? It went okay. It wasn't anything to do with the stream. Creeper, if you want to know, we were talking with the wedding venue. Yeah. They seem cool. But Remo and I were talking about the wedding venue. And I proposed to her with this truck, right? And dude, I swear, this is not me. This is not me. Remo wants to get married in that truck over there. So that's going to be the wedding vehicle that we pull away in from the church. So Brimo basically said, do what you got to do to get that thing 100% good to go. Sent off with the truck, Jim. You just want an open bar like your cousin. I don't know what. All right. Well, it's not a blank check, but the truck Fred doesn't need much. We got to go over a lot of the mechanical systems, gaskets, stuff like that. It's leaking. Transmission's leaking. It leaks oil. So we got to go through some of that stuff. But that'll be all right. How many months do you have to get it ready? Well, that thing has to be like 100% good to go, Jim. Remo and I figured out that it has to be 100% good to go by the end of January. Why? Because February is going to be the month of Kerbal. And then March is going to be the month of Kerbal too. So Bree's like, you got to get it done. You got to get that thing ready to go by January. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go my winter truck. That's right. Yeah, wait, that's right. Holiday truckathon, indeed. What still needs work? The damn fly in here again. Alright, my winter truck. Is that red the stock color? No. That is a Chevy color, believe it or not. It's autumn maple metallic. It was a Chevy color in the early 90s, which is when the truck was painted last. To be honest though, RJ, I painted that bed in my parents' driveway. I painted that outside with rattle cans. So, pretty good paint job. You can tell that the bed is a little bit darker than the cab. You can see it especially in the lighting, but... Is that a Hyundai? Wait, is this new? I don't recall your garage being this big. Reindeer, I moved. I moved in August. And the garage is a little bit bigger than last time. Little bigger. Little bigger in here. Yeah, I got my own house. I gotta get that fly. Gotta get that fly. Where are you, you son of a poop buck? It's a salt gun, okay? No, not an assault weapon. It shoots salt. Oh yeah, now you're just gone, huh? Typical. That's incredible. So many possibilities with this garage. Oh yeah. I've already started to get the camera up. And Reindeer, here's the cool thing. Okay. You know you want a foul. Yeah. Yes, please. I think you'd probably go back to the PC now. Well, that's what I was about to show. So, check this out, Reindeer. Ready? Watch this. So, it looks like, you know, oh, we got a garage stream going. Nope. Just Chuck Chesta. Old meme. Yeah, no, this is just, yeah, it's all encoding right to my encoding PC. Even the computer out there. Yeah. Yeah, I have the video on that computer out there, or OBS out there, being captured by the encoding rig, like a capture card. So, we can switch seamlessly. We can switch seamlessly between one set to the other. Pretty cool, huh? I think that's neat. Now you need a CNC mill. Yeah. Yeah, I need a lot of things. Alright. Turn the golden oldies back on. Alright, stretch break redeemed, Blue. Alright, I'm back. Sawyer, what's up? 60 months, baby. 9 months before. Nice. Victory with a 56 as well. Any plans with all that space? I always wanted to do woodworking if I had the space. If you look behind the dark red truck, what do you see? Up there. What do you see? here. I got lucky. Oh, what the hell? No, CKAN, why? Oh, dudes, we're never gonna get anything done. Yeah, I got a drill press over there. Drill press, nice vise. I got a grinding wheel, juice pot, nice spray on foam insulation water bottle. Yeah, no, it keeps it nice and sealed. Get out there, bro. Remo enabled channel points, and I'm gonna write a strongly worded letter. Damn it, man. I want to play Kerbal. What do you want from me? No. So there is 2 3D printers over there. But you see, there, I also have some wood out over there. That's plywood. And some 2x4s. And, I mean, dude, I have my circular saw over there, too, so. This needs to be like a 30-minute cooldown. 30-minute? Try 4 hours, dude. I won't grab a beer. It's too early in the day. But I will grab Schweppes. Schweppes. For my wedding, we drove away in your father-in-law's 59 Rambler. Yeah, we're going to drive away in the 59. Yep. Okay. We're going back over there. I am ignoring anyone that redeems that until at least 4 o'clock. At least. That's at the very least. Ah. That's a raid from Urban Venture. What's going on? So I'll have to stay until you guys can fix it. This is not my problem, Wheat. It's not my problem. Remo did this without consulting me.
Discovery.
And gifted 5 subs. There you go. Thanks, man. Yeah, Reindeer, that's the mic in here and the mic in there. Did you ever get the tax situation figured out? It's figured out, it's just not solved yet. I have the parts that I need to get it working coming. And that's the reason why the 97 is still in the garage, because the dashboard is in pieces. But you know what the cool thing is? I don't need to worry about anybody touching it. No one's going to touch it. That's one of the weirdest things. I've never owned my own garage before. Okay, this is going to sound really stupid. Like, really stupid, right? I've never owned my own garage. So, I got used to, in my mind, coming back to the last project that I was working on with everything moved around, right? But now that I have my own garage, very interesting thing. I come back into my garage and everything is just how I left it. Like, everything. It's great. Are you downloading the Flight Sim update? Nah. I need to get another hard drive for Flight Simulator, dude. Need some dumbbells in the garage and redeem for some curls. Oh, we got the sway bar. Garage stretch break. Oh. I think the tack was just dead. Nah, it's the PCB that's on the back, Hellfish. It's missing a diode and a resistor. That's what we narrowed it down to. It's missing 1 or 2 things. Because on 94 and 95s, the diode and the resistor in question for power to the tack and power for the ABS sensor, they are on the harness or in another module somewhere. 96 and 97, they, for whatever reason, they moved 2 components to the PCB. And that's why the dashes are incompatible. That took 8 hours to figure out, but we did figure it out. Play Kerbal in the F-250. See, you really like that truck, huh? Box Fords are really good trucks. They're really nice. Like, I'm not saying that Chevys from the time were good or bad. If you really want an old body style Chevy, you need a square body. They stopped making those in 87. They stopped making these in 97. So, very nice. Very nice. I have a big toolbox. It's right here. You see the wood? Gib truck. No, it's mine. You can't have it. Hey, hey, hey. You see that rim is gray for a reason, okay? Dude, I went through a lot of trouble to get this truck, okay? I went through a lot of trouble, okay? You can see spray paint on a cardboard box. Shh. Actually, that's carb cleaner. Hey, buddy, how far did you get with the shuttle stack last night? It's dialed, Urban. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. I really appreciate the consistent raids. That's makes me happy. Suggestion for tough enough upgrade.
They made all this.
What the hell?
And then,
What? Wait. I'm not doing that to the box. The box is clean.
you see where they cut my finger off the original bed.
Right. That's crazy.
See, this is my finger right here. Stick it on, then this is theirs on here.
That's crazy. Both sides do that? Oh. Let it back down.
And at the time, it cost me $50.
That's really cool. Yo!
So what it called now?
Dude, that's trick. I like that a lot. That is trick, dude.
I like that.
That's trick. I like that. I'm not doing it to my truck, but that actually is really cool. That's some real backyard stuff. I like that. That's cool. That's my favorite. Oh, keep all your tools safe from scumbags. Yeah, that's right. Wait, this place is locked and there's cameras everywhere. It's locked down. I lock it every night. I lock it when I'm not here. I lock it when I go out to take a piss, dude. I have too much stuff in here. You need a gun rack for the OBS? I don't think that'll fly too well up here, man. Anyway. Let's do. Urban, check this out. So, we got the shuttle stack dialed in. That's it. And if you want to see the separations, check this out. I have a clip from yesterday's stream. Watch this. So you're flying the Spruce Goose right now. Neat. Watch the shuttle, dude. The shuttle in the tank during separation. No fluctuation. Nothing. Just, it's straight as a die, dude. Look at that. You don't know how hard that was to do, man. You probably do. So, we got that figured out. It's solid for real. So we started messing with that, and then we got that dialed in. And then we got to this. Here, take a look. Tell chat what we learned about booster separation. It's asymmetric, and I hate it. So, some folks wanted me to do direct. Some people wanted Ares 5. Some people wanted Jupiter 3, which is kind of part of direct. I said, screw all that. I'll make my own. Why would they do that? It's so they don't run into each other, Shimoda. When they separate them, they don't. If you separate them in sync, right? Banned. They'll come back around and hit each other, which happened to me. Yeah. And we ended up making... No. This is a combination of Ares 5 and Direct. Okay? Because it's a combination of those two, you gotta combine the names. We combine the names to call it Erect. What? That's the name. Are you going to have like Ares 1-like vehicle, or does the shuttle kind of cover that niche? Huh, I thought you'd never ask, my friend. That does make a lot of sense, but yeah, aesthetically it hurts to know that this ep isn't perfect. I had a crisis over it, Urban. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, what? I actually laughed every time. I can admit it. Thank you, Ordon. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. So what I'm going to do, Rocket Man, is I'm going to take the programmed thrust controllers that we have for the shuttle, the SRB programming, and we're going to apply it to this vehicle. And then I might need to apply the 8-degree gimbal there, but we'll get to that. But see, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. My entire fleet, MLV, Jebstone, Erect, I can really, that name can't stick. It's important that name does not stick. And the shuttle use, let's see, 3 engines total. Shuttle engine, SRB, skipper. That's it. Do we even know if they packed that the same way for the thrust curve? It's probably similar, Ren, yeah. The 5 segment probably has a slightly different thrust curve because mass and thrust is different, right? No, Denny, it doesn't. If you combine if you combine it the other way, it becomes dairy. I gotta go eat, but looking forward to seeing where you're at when I swing back in. Right on. Rec can be anagram for react if you really must change it. So we gotta finish the shuttle-derived launch vehicle today, dudes. And then what we gotta do after that is, Alright.
Discovery, go at
And then
throttle.
what we got to do after that is I have to develop a capsule. That's the last bit. We need to develop a capsule for our for Jebstone. Hey, Rafa, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Direct Launch System, DLS. Correct. Wait, what? Yeah, Satisfactory, guys, has blueprints coming. They're pretty neat. How safe is it to put people on an SRB? Nate, considering we've been doing it for 30 years, I think it's pretty okay. It's fine. What's wrong with it? Works just fine. Big Gemini, please. No. The stick reminds me of the old school hand grenades. Oh, Stengrelhatten. Yeah. Steel hand grenade. Yeah, there you go. That's how it says. Yeah. Reichgeschlussverfahren. Yeah. Zipper merge. I find it very Kerbal. Nate, I noticed that in the spaceflight community, like the people that are fans of spaceflight, everybody has this weird stigma that solid rocket boosters aren't safe because you can't shut them off. But honestly, if you're taking into account for the fact that one of your engines might shut off unintended during a launch, you're probably not doing it right. Okay, bear with me here. Think about it. Think about it. Rocket science is all about what are you trying to do? You're certainly not intending for an engine to shut off, but engine out capability is generally, considered to be a little bit safer. But the flip side of that is that you're making something more complicated. You're making something more complicated. So if you're increasing complexity, safety is going to go down by definition because it's a more complicated system. Simpler system, easier to use, more safe, right? So it's a very interesting thing that I've noticed. People don't like solid rocket motors because they, there's no engine out capability. Well, okay, what about Atlas V? Atlas V is human rated. And now, yes, it does have a liquid fuel booster on it, right? The Atlas V center core. The RD-180 is a single engine. It has two nozzles, but it's a single engine. What's the difference? People look at that and they go, oh yeah, that's real safe. Right? Not with a solid though. Same idea. Think about it, dude. Think about it. Could a solid rocket booster engine fail? Yeah, they have in the past, you could say. But a liquid rocket engine can fail. Look at what happened to Antares in 2014. It's all about making sure whatever you implemented is right. And personally, I think it's easier to implement a system here that's way less complicated and be sure you get it right. Think about it. We've had an anomaly? Yeah, also, Ian, don't drop the damn thing. I personally think solids are a really, really, really good way to get into space pretty damn easily. They don't have a lot of moving parts. But that's just me. But that's none of my business. Alright. So. CKAN. So, on top of all that, I brought MLV along with us. Because, frick it. I worked too hard on it, and I'm taking it. In this new mission mode, I can do whatever the frick I want, and I want MLV. This is exactly what you think it is. That's right, Shimoda. Damn right, dude. What next? Chroma pizza? Maybe? Yeah. These are too nice to not use, Hip. I am 100% with you on that one. So MLV will be making an appearance. At some point. I worked way too hard on not getting this thing right. Looks like a cross between Falcon 9 and New Glenn. Roger, this is basically a rocket that's really optimized for KSP to move Falcon 9 style payloads. And it just kind of coincidentally ended up with a 7-engine cluster like New Glenn. Yeah, that's right, I don't know. I'm living up to the creed that I always tell people during space news and stuff. More rockets is better. It's green. It's very green. That's why ginger ale chromas out almost perfectly. Except for the yellow on the logo. What determines what should be launched by the shuttle, Gemstone, or MLV? They seem to have similar payload masses. Alright, anyway. So, it really depends where the mission is going. That's what my big thing is. Give me 1 second, dudes. So, I want Gemstone, the solid rocket motor first stage. I want that one to go along with missions that you need the SDLV for and you need the shuttle for. So the shuttle is good for building things in low Earth orbit, right? But eventually you're going to need to go past that, right? The shuttle is good for building... It's good for building stuff in low Earth orbit. It's really good at that. But even if the shuttle's building stuff in low Earth orbit, you're still eventually going to need to go past the moon. It's a great picture. You're still going to need to go out to the moon and stuff, so you're going to need a bigger rocket. Now, my bigger rocket, here's the thing. It's not crew rated. I'm not crew rating it, and that's the thing that I like from Ares. The Ares rocket, Ares 5 is not crew rated. It's just designed to move a lot of payload up into space. But you are going to eventually need a capsule. So I want to build a BLEO capsule to go with my shuttle, to act as a transfer vehicle that can also work. And then what I want to do is basically take the best parts of Constellation, Apollo, and the shuttle program and combine them into one contiguous program. Because I firmly believe that like doing something like Saturn V or something like Ares 5 is something that's an offering to the table. Now, with my big lifters, so this one, I'll tell you what that one's going to be used for in a second. Orion with a good service module. You're damn right with a good service module. So the shuttle is going to be used for low Earth orbit stuff. Any LEO stuff, you know, building space stations, stuff like that. That's really what that thing is going to be used for. It will probably fly more rather than less, right? This will go to space stations, service space stations. If we have some type of science mission for a constellation or something, we'll use this. JM, a good service module. A good service module does what you need it to do. That depends on stakeholder expectations. But in the context of what we're talking about, a good service module is something that something that can circularize in low lunar orbit. What about Shuttle C? No. So the shuttle will be used as my low Earth orbit access vehicle. Think about the shuttle being used kind of how Falcon 9 is used now. It's really good for low Earth orbit access, right? And then if we want to go further, right, we're going to need a vehicle to get a capsule up there, right? And that's where the HLV comes in, shuttle derived launch vehicle, that we're going to finish building today. That's where this thing comes in, right? And then the capsule and the service module might be too big for the shuttle, too big to fit in the shuttle, so it's going to need its own launch vehicle as well. And that's where Gemstone 4 comes in. See what I'm saying? No assembly for transfer vehicles with the shuttle. When did I say that? No. Not at all, Rocket Man. That's not exactly right. Are you going to edit the part of the file to give all the boosters more gimbal? I don't think this one needs more gimbal, Hayes, but yeah. The HLV has it has more kick to it. And then, so, okay, what does that leave? What is MLV supposed to do? Build satellite constellations. I mean, it's kind of redundant to the shuttle, but I want it. So I think between these 4 vehicles, we can build anything and go anywhere in the Kerbaler system. Hey, Wicked, what's going on? Yusuf, how you doing? Frank, S-Master. Doing fine. Excited about KSP. Can't sleep. Yeah, that makes 2 of us, man. Alright, so. Any of the non-shuttle parts reusable yet? I'm not sure what you mean. There you go, Wicked. I'm happy I can make your day better, dude. Are the boosters for this one recoverable? Raja, they are literally the same exact boosters from the shuttle. Same thing. This is pretty much the same thing, only I have 5 skippers down here instead. Any plans for smart reuse for this? Not in the baseline configuration. So, Rocket Man, when I said that, oh, the shuttle isn't going to build transfer vehicles, that's not what I meant. No. No. See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? Maybe we send the shuttle up, and then maybe we turn a shuttle's external tank into a wet workshop, and then maybe I send this thing up with a docking mechanism on the front, attach this to a docking ring on the back of an external tank, and make a gigantic transfer vehicle. And maybe I have the shuttle start attaching solar panel modules on the sides of it and docking apparatuses. Then when the vehicle's ready to go, I send up a crew on Jebstone 4 in the capsule that we haven't made yet, dock them to it. See what I'm talking about? This is maximum flexibility. I can do whatever. We can do whatever we want. Shuttle Skylab would have been amazing, by the way. Look, Skylab had a kitchen, man. It had a freaking kitchen. You tried maximum flexibility. No, it's a thing that I'm kind of... Okay, SpaceX is targeting Saturday, November 12th for a Falcon 9 launch of the Intelsat G31, G32 mission to orbit from SPAC Launch Complex 40. 120-minute window opens at 11. Oh, I'll be here. SpaceX just confirmed for tomorrow's launch. Oh, yeah? When did that happen? Is that Tim? Yeah. Nice. Dude, she's a beast. Look at how big that thing is, man. Yeah, Thomas. Yeah. Something along those lines. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Skylab is gigantic. About 20 feet wide on the inside diameter. It seems so wrong that NASA didn't continue the wet workshop concept. You could just amend that statement to, it seems so wrong that NASA didn't continue the blank, and a lot of things would apply there, man. But yes, I agree with you. So yeah, I got plans, dude. We got plans. We got plans. Didn't someone get stuck in the center of the thing? I'm not sure. Yeah, JF. Their canceled project list is longer than the operational projects list. I don't know how to feel about that. The question winds up being, why'd you build a whole launch system for a capsule when you could instead build a capsule to fit in the shuttle? What if I don't want my capsule to fit in the shuttle? I mean, I could make it work, but I think the Delta V requirements make it so it really wouldn't fit. Now, Aqualex, that's not to say... Now, here's the thing. That's not to say the capsule is for specific missions. Alright, so... Alright. I'll have to spoil some of it to answer this question. What we're going to do when we're going to the moon is transfer vehicles. And those will fit in the shuttle. The shuttle will retrieve those and bring them back down. That's what we're doing. Does that make sense? Once we go beyond... If we go past the moon, out to Minmus and stuff... Actually, Minmus is less Delta V to get out there. But once we get past Moon and Minmus, when we're doing Martian stuff, like we go to Mars, go to Eve, wherever, maybe do an Eve flyby. That's when we're going to need the capsule. That's when we're going to need the capsule. Yeah. The capsule is a BLEO capsule like Orion. It's designed to operate in deep space for long periods of time. But we don't necessarily need it for going to Minmus and stuff. Or the moon. So I've noticed you only use the small docking ports for stages. Is there any particular reasons for using just the little ones? Their behavior is well documented. Jared. Yep. I use the small docking ports the most because I know what they do. I literally did a trade study on how the docking ports attached once. I did it on a stream in like, I don't know, 2018 or 2019, figuring out every conceivable way that those docking ports dock, where the docking node is, where the absolute node is, where the actual docking node is outside of the SPH. I had a test stand that we made where the docking port literally just goes up, undocks, and then goes down and docks, and goes up and undocks, and goes down and undocks, just to see how the docking ports work. Turns out that where they dock, there is a slight overlap. So, I'll give you an example here. And once again, dude, that was like, chat was giving me so much crap that day. They're like, why are you doing this? Why would you do this? This is such a waste of time. I'm like, no, it is not. It is not. It is not. It is not the waste of time. It is not. So look. I put those struts in there because we were messing with this thing with kRPC. Check this out. So with the docking ports, right? With the docking ports, if I just detach this, you can clearly see that there's no struts that are holding the SRB to that upper stage, right? But look, the snap position... Well, those struts got all screwed up. Whatever. I just won't save it. The snap position for the docking ports when you node snap has a little bit of overlap. You can see there's some slight Z fighting going on right there. Check this out. When you absolute snap them, the absolute snapping point leaves a little bit of a seam. See? You can see the seam right there. When they're in the docked position, dude, there's a slight shaded part on each docking port. You see how the rim of the docking port, the flange, is shaded? Those shaded parts overlap when they're in the docked position, like that. You get about, I don't know. I don't know what that it would be in Kerbal scale. I'm going to guess that it's probably like 1 to 2 millimeter overlap. See that? That's how they dock outside when you're in game. Now, that's really important behavior to understand. The reason why that's important behavior to understand, so Jared, you tell me, what happens if I absolute snap that into position and then go to launch this vehicle? So, it's a weird question, and I'll explain why it's a weird question. I have a singular docking port. I have a singular docking port here, right? It's node snapped, but when this goes outside, into the game, right? It's going to register this as a dock condition. So it's going to do that. It'll compress it slightly. Now, check this out. I didn't mention this part, so the question actually doesn't make sense. I did this slightly out of order. Sorry, man. I was kind of shooting from the hip here. So the fairings have same vessel interaction on them, and I engineer it to spec. I engineer the fairings to butt up against each other. You can tell that they have a slight overlap. You can see it. I engineered them to butt up against each other when the docking port is compressed. Right? So I engineer the gap in there, and then I butt them up against each other. So when they go out into the environment, the docking port actually clamps and stretches the docking ports like you'd stretch a bolt. And then the flanges on the fairings are butted up against each other, so you get a nice solid connection, and it doesn't move. That docking port is the only thing that connects my first stage to my second stage in this design. It doesn't move around. Let me reload. So what I do is I basically preload. I do the equivalent of preloading my docking ports. They're preloaded, kind of like suspension. But at the end of the day, they do exactly what a bolt does. If you bolt two stages together, it'll stretch. You stretch the bolt. I stretch the docking ports because of that overlap. And that ends up butting the aft skirt of the second stage to the inner stage on the first. Load. Oh, nice, Hellfish. And check this out. That's the only thing that holds this thing together. That's it. Watch. Let's launch it. Now, don't get me wrong. It does move around a little bit, but it's not going to move around as much as you think it is. So the reason why I use the docking ports, long story short, is because I know the behavior. I know the behavior of them. I know how they work with the Kraken. You don't need a big docking port. If I'm using the fairings, right? If we're using the fairings to butt the vehicle up together, see? See it? See it? Did you see it compress? See it? I'll show you again. If you're using the fairings to butt it up against each other, it's way stronger anyway. Why would I use a 2.5 meter docking port to hold this in place when I have a 3.75 docking port basically holding this thing in place? See what I'm talking about? So on top of knowing the behavior, I don't need to use a bigger docking port. It's just going to take up space. It's just wasted mass. You see it spring into place? Cool, huh? I figured this out when I was doing integration. Dude, I don't need struts. I don't need big docking ports to hold this stuff together. The only reason why you saw struts holding this together is because the PID controllers on the autopilot that we were using with kRPC wasn't making this work right. But if I sit here and what do I have bound to start the cow controllers? Oh yeah, we don't. Okay, give me 1 second. Where's the cow? It's not there. Huh, whatever. I can just show you. Ready? Yeet! Look! Nice and strong. Look at that thing. I will say this once, I'll say it again. The only thing holding this thing together is a single docking port right there. Look, you can see it stretching. That's on purpose. That's what it's supposed to do. I know it looks weird, but that's what it's supposed to do. We don't have a programmed thrust curve, so my dynamic pressure is screwing this thing up. It's not designed for this type of structural load. Good evening from Malta. Just watched KSP2 episode 6 early access. Happy to see they will fix that with the tutorial. Yeah, Chip, that's what I was trying to tell you. Yeah, dude, I was trying to tell you that the other day. So the guy Nate, the dude Nate in that video, Nate Simpson, the guy that's like, oh, I've never met this guy before. That guy. I know him. He's a good buddy of mine. And dude, we talk. I talked to him about Kerbal too. The last time I did it was right before that video came out. This can roll? Yeah, of course, Nez. It's got vernier engines for roll control. Laters. This looks a lot like Gemstone 4, and it's, as it is. Bearing separation confirmed. See? And guess what, dude? Look at that. Now, see the struts? You just, doesn't make a difference. Those struts don't do anything. The only thing holding that together is the same vessel collision on that 1.8 meter fairing and the SVI on the fairing panel itself. That's the only thing that holds it there. It's being held, the docking port is the bolt. That's the flange. That's how real structure works on real rockets, right? Battleship, nice. I got it as a recommended video. I live in Malta. It's a small island below Italy. I know where Malta is, dude. At least I think I do. Give me a second. Battle, give me a moment. I'm good at geography. I'm pretty damn good at it. I know better. I'm better than most. Here, let me shut off borders and labels. That, right? And just so people don't people won't realize that I'm not just blowing smoke. That's Sicily right there. Sardinia, Corsica, it's Italy, Greece, Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine. Dude, I actually do. I'm not just screwing around. Because you said, it's an island below Italy. It's an island below Italy. No. Straits of Gibraltar right there. There's British territory right there. Spain, Morocco. Casablanca right there. Algiers, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt. I'm good at this. I know my geography. I like geography. It's cool. Impressive. Most impressive. Now sing the Animaniacs country song. No, I'm good. Portugal's over here, by the way. France. Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark. England, Wales, Scotland. Other Ireland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia. Belarus is right here. Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania. I'm good at this, dude. Iceland, Greenland. Can do this all day, man. Go Tifi P1. Where is Saxony? Like right here. You got the Baltics in the wrong order. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Transnistria. Right there. See the river? Don't mess with me, man. I'm good at this. Where's Wakanda? Don't know. That's cool, Chip. I don't think I've ever had anybody from Malta watch the stream before, dude. Really cool. Plesetsk. Oh, why did you say that? Plesetsk is up here somewhere. It's in the woods. Find me. Canada. Do you play GeoGuessr or something? No. I mean, I have played GeoGuessr in the past. I'm pretty good at it, but... Go find Vienna in the Danube. Austria? Okay, there's the Pyrenees, there's the Alps right there. Bavaria. So that means like right here. Here, let me turn on the borders. Ready? Boop. I'm good at this, man. This is my thing. Albon P1. I'm from Switzerland, literally in the middle of the EU. I know my stuff. But you're better. I hate you. I'm sorry, man. I like geography. I like knowing where people live. That's cool. That's cool to me. Like, it's always been something neat that I enjoy. I still don't got my Canadian provinces right, though, which is not good. Chris, I'm playing the most updated version of Kerbal, but I have some visual mods to just kind of bring it up to speed. The game is still completely stock. Like, the gameplay is stock. It just looks nice. Weird fact, there are two regions of Europe called Galicia, and they're not really related. Interesting. Alonso P1. Yeah, that's why I asked. Right on, dude. All good. You're the first American in history which is good at geography. Yeah? I like geography. Like, what? It's cartography and geography is like a hobby of mine. I don't know what to tell you, homies. What's my program's answer to Nova? Oh, that HLV that we're working on, Usyk, and that's thank you for giving me the out for the segue. This new one that we're working on is quite good. Yeah, I like mapping and like, that's cool to me. Land surveying, that's really, really neat stuff. I really appreciate it. You don't know how hard it is to map something. That's really difficult. Try doing it in Minecraft. Not just hitting the damn map and being like, boop, all right. Try to actually survey. It's hard, man. It's not easy. So is your How to Build a Shuttle series over? I think we're done with it as of yesterday. Bepis, yes. I really enjoy the border gore around Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. I love the HOI USA history streams. Oh, I'm glad you like that, dude. Thank you for telling me, Perkos. I didn't think anybody liked my HOI history streams, dude. The numbers didn't really show that people liked them, you know? That's pretty easy. We have GPS server. You're not a surveyor, S. Nice try. You just have to push a button at each point. Well, GPS. Now, S, I'm going to take the high road here, and we'll segue that right back into space. How did those global positioning satellites get up there? Please. Oh, they got up there on rockets! Ah, funny how that works. Alright, so... Charles P12 and Carlos P14 at the end of Q1. A man with a really strong arm. Pigs! Apples! Very small rockets! GPS surveying is actually very inaccurate. Nothing beats a freaking guy with a freaking ruler, dude. I love the HOI stream since I don't have the time to learn it with the extent that you do. And interminglings nicely with your retelling of historical events that do happen through your playthrough. Yeah, Storm, firm student of history here. You really, really need to know your stuff. It's really important. But it's like, that's super important. Like, I know a lot about, you know, engineering deviants. Because I know my history. That's very important to understand. Oh, you guys like the HOI streams, huh? Maybe we'll play more. Yeah, we never stop learning. But student of history, man. Gotta learn that stuff. That's very important. It really helps, like, learning that stuff really helps me kind of quantify why people are the way that they are. It's a really easy way to look. You can just look at history and figure out why people are angry about something or why people are sad about something. It's really, it's like a guidebook, man. It's really easy. Anyway, so Jared, did I answer your question about using small docking ports sufficiently? Was that right? I got through so much hassle just to ask you if you can name the countries of former Yugoslavia, EJ. Oh, Sebs, dude, the Balkans are my weak spot, man. I'm dead serious about it. Former Yugoslavia, okay. Give me a second. I'm trying to do it, like, I'm putting my hands up to show you that I'm not Googling it, okay? Can you explain why everybody hates the French? Because they think they are better than you, dead meat. That is why people do not like them. The French people hate us because they ain't us. They hate us because they ain't us. Alright. We just give it a second. We'll get through it. And then we'll get back to it. So, Yugoslavia. So that would be... Oh, man. I'm guessing. And I know I shouldn't guess, and that's messed up. But you put me on the spot, so I'll guess. I'm probably going to get it wrong. Bosnia, Herzegovina, Slovenia, I think. Montenegro, Serbia, Croatia. I think I got all of them. I think that's right. I could be wrong. That's a guess. Kosovo. Damn it! Oh! I was close, man. That wasn't bad for cold turkey. Like, just getting put on the spot. I was close, though, Seb, wasn't I? I was close. Not bad, right? Not bad. Vojvodina. I don't know where that is. I couldn't point that out on a map, dude, and now I feel bad. You didn't remember the 98-99 bombing campaign? I told you I did. I mean, yeah, of course I remember that. Of course I remember that. That's what we like doing. Upper Serbia, yeah. Shep, it's a shame. I will say this: it's a shame that the Balkans get crapped on so much, dude. That's a very culturally rich part of the world that people don't really. You wouldn't really realize it, but it is, and to be honest with you, beautiful. Like on the Adriatic Sea, it's very pretty. I love how his answer will piss someone. Yeah, there's a lot of border gore going on there, Admana, to put it the way Storm put it. There's a lot of border gore going on there. I'm sure you know. But I still can't figure out is how those sons of guns freaking shot down a stealth. It's pretty damn resourceful if you ask me. But let's talk about rockets, dude. Yeah, Seb, it's a very beautiful part of the world. Kind of ends up being the toilet, which really sucks. There's a lot of history there, dude. Especially if you go a little ways south. I mean, Greece. You don't need to say anything else there. Golden BB moment. No, seriously, it's a very beautiful part of the world. Guys, it's right next to Italy. A place that's known to be quite scenic. Anyway, let's get this second stage figured out. So, we need to do an inner stage here. You want an EUS spacephobic? Cradle civilization, man. Once again, know your history, Duffney. That's the root of democracy, man. They were the first ones to do it. Pretty important to understand that. Yeah. I mean, Duffney, it's not just Greece. It's not just Greece. That influence, the math and the science spread down through the Mediterranean into Egypt. Egypt at one point, Alexandria was the scientific capital of the world. There was a lot of science that got done down there. Mesopotamia was before Greece. Yeah, it was before Greece, but they got wiped out. I don't think they've figured out why yet. Go figure. Very, very true, Duffney. China invented rockets, man. Chinese were the ones that came up with taking a bunch of hot gas and putting it through a funnel. That was their idea. Anyway. All right, so let me take this probe core off, and now let's think about this. So, pretty much from here down, we tested it last night. I did see some weird oscillations coming from the right-hand booster, and I'm not 100% sure why we saw that. I think it might have to do with me not snapping this into position on either side. Or it has something to do with the load that's being carried from these SRBs. Let me just make sure that auto struts are working as intended. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go into the hierarchy visualizer here for a second, guys. I just want to look over this thing and make sure that it is what I think it is, if that makes any sense. Yep. Would it be worthwhile to take some load off the boosters? No. No. Gotta be reintegratable, man. Boosters are the primary load carrier. I'm trying to copy the dynamics of direct SLS Ares 5. And if you notice from the hierarchy visualizer, Take a look, Aqualux. Mine's carrying the load in the exact same way that they would carry the load on the actual vehicle. Forward attachment points for the SRB feed into that crossbar, and the crossbar is in the inner tank, right? It's exactly like how, this is exactly how SLS carries the load. It hangs the core stage from the SRBs. And in the case of actually flying, the SRBs are pushing up on the center of the core stage, believe it or not. That's how it carries load. I've said it once, I'll say it again. The real SLS and shuttle have a gigantic crossbar in the inner stage at the forward points. And now, Aqualux, I know you know this. I know you know this. You just need to use 4 SRBs to carry the load then. I should have a picture of it here. So with SLS, see? They stack the SRBs first, and then there's a pin. There it is. There's the pin right there. You can actually see it in this picture. See the pin? That's the pin in the slot that the core stage hangs on. The entire core stage hangs on that thing. That little pin right there. And now, I say that little pin. That little pin's probably about 10 centimeter thick. Or about 4 inches. It's pretty damn thick. But to think that the SRBs have 2.5 million pounds of thrust or 14,000 kilonewtons coming from each booster, that's not a lot of pin to carry the load. Right? That's like, wait, that whole thing is holding up the... Okay. It looks like a trailer hitch. Alpine found some real speed. Cool. Yeah. Cool. So look on the trailer. The transport trailers that SLS uses. Look where they're attaching to. They're attaching to the forward SRB attachment point. Because that's the strongest part. That's where you lift it up. And then the part to lift it up in the back is the engine section. I don't think I need to say why the engine section is structurally strong. It has these things that are down there. See those things? Those things make a lot of compression load on the vehicle. I don't know how that snuck in there, but I want it. Oh, yeah. Now you see it? Now you don't! Ha 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 ha. Yeah, see? There's those pins, and then there's the crossbar. That is the strongest part of the entire vehicle. And it's the same case with the space shuttle. The inner tank is the strongest part. That's why if you look at the inner tank, I gotta get a close-up picture of it. If you look, it has stringers on it. See the vertical lines there? They put the spray-on foam insulation over it, but there's stringers in there. It is absurdly strong. What are stringers? Hey. Yeah, just in case anybody knows. Oh, there's a shot of the holder for the pin right there. And then there's your separator motors. Each one of those separator motors produces 74,000 pounds of thrust. That's, I'm not sure what that is in kilonewtons, but it's stronger than you think. That's like, 74,000 pounds is like jet engine strong. Let me find it. I have some pictures of the prototype inner tank in here that I can show you guys for an example. There's the avionics package when they were testing it. There's the LVSA. Oh, mama. What a chonker of a freaking vehicle that thing is. There's your AP lines right there. There's your LOX downcomer. Works exactly like the shuttle. Same exact idea. Liquid oxygen goes around the hydrogen tank, and it goes into the inner tank and then up into the LOX tank. I haven't lost it. I'm looking for pictures of the freaking... Oh. Okay, maybe I lost it. Shut up. Shut up, man. Hey, that guy's pretty cool. Where's the inner tank picture? I need to find it because I need to stop looking at these. I gotta find that damn inner tank picture. Please. Please. Where is it? It's not here. It's not here. Ah, there we go. Thank you. Boop. Yes. Have you seen Theix's auto strut button viewer? Yes, I have. So, see it right there, how it's carrying the load? Thomas just beat you, Novus, huh? See that? See how this is all ridged? See all these little ridges right there? Those are structural. That's there to make sure that this thing doesn't twist and bend left to right. That is the strongest part of SLS. Well, maybe except for the engine section, but this technically is an engine section because it's connected to the SRBs, but nobody would call it that. If you call this an engine section, people are going to get confused. Ribbed, yes, for the rocket's pressure, max Q, and stuff. Oh, yes. Very. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're about to be popped on by a tropical wave. Sweet. I get the pickup truck outside, put the tarp in, and make a redneck swimming pool. Ordon, this is actually the SLS core stage before spray-on foam insulation, but this actually is a test article. That's not a. This is not flight hardware. It's the prototype. So, how they did this, guys? NASA and Boeing and all the contractors for SLS. And this is how kind of SLS was set up. They're on the hook for 3 core stages, and all the test articles associated with those 3 missions. It's basically just test flights. Artemis 1, 2, and 3 are just test flights. Artemis 4 is when we start getting into serial production, more or less. But, so Ordon, funny story. This thing right here is just a test article, right? And then back 2017, 2018, they started core stage 1 fabrication. And they concluded that their fabricating methods weren't good enough. So they started core stage 1 fabrication, and they made basically all the parts for a core stage, and they looked at them and said, these welds aren't good. They're no good. We need to find a better way to do it. So they kind of set, we'll call that core stage 0.5. They set that aside, right? And then they set the prototypes. These are test articles here. This green one is a test article. This is an STA. It's a structural test article. They set that like core stage 0.5 aside and then took core stage 2, right? And made that core stage 1 to core stage 3, made that core stage 2. And because they were on the hook for 3 core stages, Boeing actually made a 4th core stage by definition. They made a 4th one, right? Core stage 4, which became core stage 3. And then when Jim came in, right? He started moving things around with the program, like how they put the core stage together to try and optimize it, because they were trying to move from prototyping to getting core stage 1, 2, and 3 figured out. This happened in 2018, 2019, right? And what they ended up doing in shifting around that kind of manufacturing and trying to figure out ways to make SLS faster, the engineers at NASA figured out a way to fix core stage 0.5. So the core stage that you see on SLS right now is, by serial production, it's core stage 2. Because core stage 1, they were originally going to write it off, but then they found a way to fix it. They found a way to fix the welds, and then they fixed the welds. So we get 4 core stages for the price of 3, and all the prototypes. Just on a side note, I don't know if people know that. The SRB is a section of engine. Yeah, that's right. You can make a nice stream studio in that thing. Yeah, guys, look at the people. This thing is bigger than my garage. My garage is 30 by 40 by 20. So that's like 10 meters by 12 meters by like 4 meters. My garage could fit inside of this. Almost fit inside. That's actually about the same size. 8.4 meter diameter here. Why do we have so few test missions before landing with Artemis compared to Apollo? Genuine question. It's actually the same, Laserman. Think about it. No, seriously. Think about it. It's pretty much the same exact testing regime. minus the lander. But we flew, there were 3 Saturn V's that flew. False. 3 Saturn V's flew without the lander. One of them with people on it. Apollo 4, Apollo 6, and then Apollo 8. Apollo 8 flew with no lander. But the thing is that Artemis's schedule is stretched comparatively to Apollo. The deadlines are way further apart. You know why? That's why. Would you like to live inside an SLS core tank? It wouldn't be the worst house, Hellfish. It's aluminum. It wouldn't be the worst place to live. You wouldn't have to worry about it rusting, that's for sure. Corrosion, though. Can I put like a liner on it? Put vinyl siding on my core stage? This is the real deal. Oh, yeah, Thomas, there you go. So, yeah, this inner tank is designed to carry the structural load. But, yeah, I'm not sure if you guys knew about Core Stage 1 and the dud core stage and the fabrication and everything. That's something that's... I mean, you could go find this information on NASA if you really want to go look, but... Funny part is, given the opportunity, you definitely would. Actually, Hellfish, you know what I would probably do? I would probably take that aluminum, like the hydrogen tank, dig a gigantic hole, cast a bathtub concrete foundation, line it, put the tank in there, and then cover it with concrete, and then cover that with dirt, and then make a staircase going into it, Colin Furze style. Now, that would be a cool place to live. Seriously, it's a bunker that's big enough to have a house in and a garage. The hydrogen tank is freaking huge, man. Do you know what you can do with an aluminum tube? Aluminum. So, there's the core stage right there. That's the real one. That's the one that's on SLS right now. So this thing is the structural cross member. That is the strongest part. And if we go back and look at the KSP visualizer for this stack, look where everything connects into. Everything connects right into that truss. See the truss piece? That's entirely done on purpose. And if you, like I said, if you know what you're doing with the KSP visualizer, or the hierarchy visualizer, if you know what you're doing, you can get stuff to work exactly like it works in real life. I actually noticed that the boosters had some torsional load put on them, especially when we were moving a heavy payload. Novus, I don't know if you saw this yesterday. When I launched this, the boosters did go through some torsion. When they launched, the boosters did this, especially when we gimbaled. There was torsional load being introduced to the stack. How did they solve that one? There's actually a strut. Well, I actually talked about it yesterday, and I don't know, I gotta go find the PDF. I think it's this one. Nope, that one's for that one's for another day. I don't know how that got into the shuttle folder, but whatever. There's the NLS trade studies. All the PDFs that you guys link, I end up downloading. There's Space Station Freedom. Since you're Ares 1 and using Ares 1 and 5 are using 4 segments, why not make direct? Seems better. Well, Cody, I hate direct's engine section. I think it looks ridiculous. Yeah, I think it looks ridiculous. Yeah, not doing that. So what I did was I took direct's core and put Ares 5's. I put Ares 5's engine section onto a direct core because I don't like the inline core. I think it looks ridiculous. That is entirely aesthetic by me. Yep. I'm not hating on direct. I just think the engine section looks stupid. Yeah, Big Zig, that was stupid. So, I forget what I was looking up. Sorry. The shuttle PDF. That's Centaur G. Oh, talk about that for days. There's the shuttle booster profile. Back me up a little bit, dudes. What was the question? Before, Cody, before yours, what was the other question that I was answering? I lost my train of thought, dudes. Oh, yeah, torsional load of the SRB. How they handle torsion on the shuttle boosters. Thank you, gentlemen. Novus, it's in the PDF that you sent me. Nope. Nope. Where the heck is that SRB PDF? I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's this one? It might be this one. Let's go down to page 29. Actually, I think this is the right one. Yes. Okay, perfect. Here. This one actually helped me a lot. So the SRBs actually do encounter torsional load on the stack. Just like, that is absolutely a thing that happens. So their solution is right here, page 20. On the page 20 in the PDF page is 29 here. Look. To combat torsional load, there's a third strut right here. It's quite literally a panhard bar for the SRB. That does the exact same thing as a panhard bar. You know how I know it's a panhard bar? Because the whole stack actually contracts during fueling. The whole stack will contract during fueling. Anybody know why? The propellants are cold. They're cold. So see, these are on hinges. They're on hinges. One hinge is going this way, so the strut goes like this, and the other one goes like this. When they tank a shuttle external tank, it actually contracts, and all these struts kind of move into position. This panhard bar can move. It can pivot, and that's why I call it a panhard bar, because it's not just a strut that's designed to stay fixed. It has a hinge on it. You can clearly see it right there. I don't think so. Yeah, you saw it on SLS2, Creeper, and SLS has a very similar strut configuration. Yo, my dude, what's up? You still riding that hype train or what? We want Houston. You ain't gonna let that go till spring training, are you, man? You ain't gonna let that go till spring training. You want Houston? You got Houston. Okay. Here you go. Yes, have some. You want some Houston? Do I? Yes, have some. Yes, have some. Champs till the next World Series. Well, like I said, man, it's like I was telling you yesterday, you beat the Yankees. We're good. We're good. I'd say you represented the American League very well. Tip my cap. Frick you, but I tip my cap. And maybe again, you're going to go for the repeat. So, yeah, I don't have a strut that's there to combat that said torsional load here, fellas, because I'm not, like, entirely sure how this booster is rocking around. Love you, but we'll see y'all again. Hate you. All right, man. Sounds good. You know what, man? See the Yankees get humiliated like that really made me happy. I'm not gonna lie to you. It really made me happy. All that hype, all that listening to the New York fans, like, oh, we're going all the way. We're going all the way. We finished the season above 800. Oh, yeah? You got in the postseason, son. You got. And, you know, if people are going to be like, well, EJ, you're a Red Sox fan. They suck. Yes, you're absolutely right. Oh, yeah. No, you're not wrong. Yankees fans always talk smack. It's in their DNA. Red Sox fans do, too. Boston sports fans absolutely do. They talk a lot of crap. I try not to be like that. All right, so the only positive in the playoffs was that the Yankees got. I didn't hate it. Homie. There you go, Blood Fam, right on. Both of them suck. Go Jays. Ugh. Guys, no, I gotta hate you now. You're in my division. I have to. What are we supposed to do here, man? At least Blood Fam ain't in the same division as us. I mean, still, frick him, but... Ugh. Shimoda, your partner's a Bostonian, and I'm from Washington State. We live in Colorado, so sports arguments are hilarious. Oh, that's just a... Oh. Oh. Why a white core station, not orange? Well, Cody, in order to scale this correctly to the Mark III fuselage with the shuttle stack, in order to scale it right, it's not exactly 5 meters. Because the fun fact, and yes, I have measured this because I'm weird, and I also have this from the developers. This shuttle cockpit is not... It's 60% the size, 60% the scale of the actual shuttle cockpit. It's actually 60 to 61, right? So I built my stack around the Mark III, which is why I didn't use 5-meter tanks, because 5-meter tanks aren't the right size. It doesn't look right. It looks ridiculous. It looks like your external tank is, well, too small. So I used fairings to make a custom diameter here. The custom diameter is 5.4 meter. It's 5.4 meter, because the real tank is... Actually, I can get you the exact numbers. So the real tank is 8.4 meters, right? Take that, times it by 0.61. There it is. It's not 5.4, it's 5.1. And I rounded up. I think mine is 5.2, just to make sure it looks right. So I scaled the tank to the shuttle, and that's part of the reason why this stack looks really, really nice. Because I buried the tanks inside of fairings, and I made my fuel tanks out of fairings. K-Mag P1. Nice. So, because we don't really... There is an orange texture, or a semi-orange texture, but it's like gray and orange because it's supposed to be like Soyuz. It's supposed to look like a 21A Soyuz, or 21B Soyuz, like orange and red, orange and gray. I don't have like a orange fairing per se. So I ended up like, I mean, we could make it darker, but it still don't look right, to be honest with you. So that's why, you know, we ended up going with the classic SDS1, SDS2 white external tank, because I think it looks nice. And that's what we have. Now, if somebody wants to go and make like an external tank fairing texture with the spray-on foam insulation, I'm not going to say no. Nice, Hellfish. I mean, Law Dog, I really didn't have a choice, dude. Russell executing the Haster plan. That cheeky git owes freaking Mick for what happened in Singapore. Another textbook of, oh man, he ran into me. Yeah, because you're racing for position. Yeah, but he ran into me. Yeah, because you're That's awesome. Would look like freaking rock stars, man. Well, Mick is P20. Dude, that guy... Jack, I swear, man. George is a good driver. He just... They're not George. I hate that guy. I mean, George is a good driver, too, to be fair. Mick's a good driver. That kid just can't catch a break. I don't know what the hell that's about. He has literally the worst luck. Like, gonna finish in the points. Oh, somebody ran into you. Through literally no fault of your own. You were defending your position, the other guy runs into you, ruins your race. Like, I've noticed that. Mick has literally the worst luck of any driver, ever. Like, it's not Alonso bad luck, but it's close. Alonso literally can't catch a break. I don't know what's up with him, dude. Signed a deal with the devil or something. Like, that guy can't catch a break, man. I don't know what the heck that's about. Like, look at Coda. He was well into the points, challenging positions. Ocon runs into him. Or was it Ocon? I don't know. No, it wasn't Ocon. It was Stroll. He got strolled. Just out of the blue. On a straight. Like, guy is the worst luck. Briatore cursed him. Maybe so. Yeah, Mark Webber couldn't catch a break. Multi 21, man. Seb was just like, nah. He made it through the gravel and then spun back into the gravel. All right, dudes. Let's get back to this. So, I did notice some torsional loads here, but we're going to go ahead and build the upper stage for this thing. Now, I kind of dig the Ares look, if I have to say. If we just find a picture of Ares 5, I like the taper in. Ares 5 is 8.4, and the Earth departure stage was supposed to be about 8 meters. So Ares 5 was actually going to taper in slightly. I like this. I think this looks really nice. It looks better than just the entire stack kind of being the same diameter all the way up. But, I don't know. I guess I'm open to... I mean, that doesn't look bad either. A lot of people don't know Ares 5 was supposed to be a 10-meter core. 10-meter core. Saturn V big. It's a shame that that rocket didn't get made. Yeah, that's right, Pixie. Yeah, great minds. I think there's a mod for orange fairings. I don't know, man. I don't want to go too far away from the stock game. I still want it to look right. Wait, what the hell is this one? Excuse me. Excuse me. What is this? Are those Atlas V cores on the sides? That's not enough power. It's not even close. A modern version of the Saturn V that took astronauts to the moon 40 years ago, using kerosene as a first stage fuel, considered cheapest to operate. If we're using a Parallax first stage with Atlas boosters, and you know what the messed up part is? Atlas boosters were designed to do that. Atlas boosters, a lot of people don't know, they're a common core configuration, just like Delta. The reason why is that one of the variants of Atlas that ULA offered, not anymore, one of the variants of Atlas that ULA offered out of the box was HLV. Atlas V Heavy. Oh yeah. The RD-180 can throttle. You could do a Delta 4 with this thing, because remember, it was designed to compete with Delta 4 Heavy. That is a model that they operate, and they could still do it to this day. A lot of people don't know that. Atlas V could launch in a heavy configuration. It's there. It can do it. But it's not, there's no reason to. But it is designed to do that. If ULA got a contract for one, they could fabricate the parts. Well, probably not anymore, because they don't have any more RD-180s, but... So Atlas V boosters can actually be strapped to the side of a vehicle. They're designed to. It's a common core booster. They call it a CCB for a reason. And then for Delta, it's common booster core. It's CBC. And any Canadians just went, what? Wait, what's it called? CBC, I know. Yeah, so that actually, I looked at it for a second, and I thought it was a Hydrolox stage with Atlas boosters attached to it, but that's some kind of Parallax core. I'm not sure what you'd put down here. The Hastur plan is happening in real life. I wonder how much the torsional loads are causing binding on the top pins. We're using 2 instead of 1, so the real life one doesn't have to deal with that top attachment. Yeah. I wish we could have seen Atlas V Heavy. Yeah. Reworked F1? Yeah, those got to be F1Bs down there. Yeah. So, I mean, Aqualux it could, but I don't know how we would do a single pin design, dude. How would we do that? Retracted antenna instead of the RCS ball. The problem with the retracted antenna is, one, its collision impact tolerance is terrible. It's not good at carrying load. Kerbal doesn't crush things. There's no soft body physics. So if it registers an acceleration higher, or a hit higher than 7 meters a second impact, it'll explode. Second part of that is that I don't have a bearing that's designed for this thing that would work correctly. Not saying we can't make one, but I really like designing around the RCS ball because the RCS ball does not crush easily. 15 meters a second. It can handle the load a lot better. Double, basically. Bah! Wrecked. Wrecked, blood fam. Wrecked. Owned.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, trying to get... What's up, dude?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, okay, that won't work. See last. What's up, Creep? NASA media briefing is live. Okay.
Thank you. You may go ahead and begin.
All right, we'll listen.
Following Hurricane Nicole, which made landfall in Florida earlier this week, teams at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida have been working to complete inspections and assessments of the Space
This
Launch
is an
System
Artemis 1
rocket,
update.
Orion spacecraft, and associated ground systems ahead of the next launch attempt for the Artemis 1 mission. Jim Free, Associate Administrator for the Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate at
I want to
NASA
use
headquarters,
I-beams, dude.
is here to talk
Because
with
they're
us
not
about the
physics-less
status of
parts.
inspections and preparations ahead of
That's
our
what I
next
did use
launch
in the
attempt.
past, though.
Jim will share a few opening remarks, and then we will take your questions.
Let's build the upper
Reporters on the
stage
line
for
can
it, dude.
enter *1 on your phone to be entered into the question queue at any time.
I'm going to build the upper stage
Jim,
for
I'll
it,
turn it to you.
and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine, and
Let's see
good
what Jim
afternoon,
has to say, though. I'm
everybody.
gonna shut
Thanks
up for a
for
second.
taking the time to be here, and I'm sure have questions, but to hear where things are at. First, I'd like to acknowledge what today is. That's Veterans Day, and my thanks to all the veterans that have served us so well, and certainly those that are on our Artemis team. It's a great honor to work with them, and appreciative of their service. So let me start first right out of the gate saying right now there's nothing preventing us from getting to the 16th. We do have some work to do, and I'll highlight a little bit of that for you as I go through my opening remarks. I do want to thank our workforce down at Kennedy and really across the agency, but certainly the folks at Kennedy that, again, worked through a storm and got back on site, and thanks to Janet Petro down at Kennedy for the group that keeps everything going there, the ride-out team. We're thankful that they're okay through all this, and everybody got back on site starting to work yesterday. So, but let me back up from where we got to yesterday. I know there's questions about our decision to roll out, our decision to stay. We did have two very focused and deliberate meetings on both before we rolled out. We did take a look at what the predictions were for the storm at the time, of course, with our Space Force colleagues informed by the National Hurricane Center. And at the time, we did say, hey, this could be a risk, but what the forecast then that was going to be pretty loosely formed, and the wind speeds were going to be much lower. And we got out to the pad and started doing the hookups, and then it was, hey, this storm looks stronger, and here's the predictions. I think we had that meeting late Sunday evening.
Scary, yeah.
And
in chat.
Had the discussion about the risk of rolling back versus the risk of staying at the pad.
Discovery,
and when we
go
could
at throttle up.
disconnect and start to roll back. When that time frame looked like we'd be able to get there, the winds were really high, and the risk of rolling, that dynamic movement, which in general drives a lot of load into the vehicle, and the risk of moving with the high winds, we decided to stay at the pad. We had predictions then that the storm, the winds were going to be high, but still within our certification limits. So I can assure you that I think it was a 2.5 hour meeting, 2.5, 3 hour meeting where the experts from the Space Launch System team under John Honeycutt, John Blevins and his team talked a lot about the risk of both and the analysis that went into both, so we decided to stay. And I'm happy to answer more questions about that process. But we did have, of course, a team on the center above and beyond just the ride-out team that, you know, looks out for watching for power on the vehicle, keeps an eye on the vehicle. We did a visual survey of the vehicle before, high-resolution photography, so that we had a baseline. And actually, we had done several of those before, so we had a baseline before the storm. And then, obviously,
I'm going to build the upper stage, guys, while this is going on. I'm going to shut up for a second.
Looking at issues now on the backside, and I'll share a few of those things that we've been looking at. There's some loose RTV on the Orion that they're probably going to snip off. They can reach it to snip it off in the from the crew access arm, it looks like, and probably disposition to not replace it. Maybe too difficult from where we're at, and of course we'll look at the risk of not replacing it. There was a tear in one of the engine rain covers that we're going to be able to fix. Some water in the crew access arm that we're able to take care of. So those three things I think are behind us. We did have one of the umbilicals to Orion that came off its tray. They sit in a tray to stay aligned, and I'm hopeful that we can get the picture out there of the folks going out on the Orion umbilical arm to move that tray back. One of those folks we learned today and is a veteran, so even more special day for him. See these couple folks out on this arm, folks above on the crew access arm, helping guide them. So you figure the vehicle is 322 feet tall. They're basically at the base of the Orion capsule. You can imagine the height they're at, even just to the ground level, let alone below the pad surface. So that issue was straightened out, and the umbilical's back in the tray. We do have an issue on the ground side of one of the electrical umbilicals on the hydrogen tail service mast unit that was exhibiting some erratic signals. The team is out at the pad, taking that apart, doing some visual inspection, figuring out what the issue is there and what we might need to do in terms of replacing that harness. We do have a backup harness that looks like we'd be able to use if it needs to be replaced. And then the non-controversial wind discussion, which I know there's been a lot of thought about outside, and I can tell you that the thought inside the agency has been even greater. I'm going to figure out the best way to step through this. So we did put a portable anemometer on the at the 55-foot level on the mobile launch tower, and measured the winds at the 132-foot level as well. In addition, there were a number of streamers put out on the vehicle to look at wind direction during the storm, as monitored from the cameras. The 60-foot reference is where data has been taken over a number of years, going back to the shuttle program. So that's why it's you hear its reference to that. So basically, it's measured this one time at the 55-foot level, all the time at the 132-foot level, and then there's also measurements at the top of the lightning towers around there, which is at the 457-foot level. And then everything in between is extrapolated those different heights. And then the certification limits are determined for each of those heights. during the event, the hurricane, all the measurements taken showed no breaking of those limits. So the wind speed, so the load's going to vary at each of those heights, and the peak we can take at each of those heights. None of those were exceeded for our certification limits. In addition to that, we take what's called the flight readiness analysis cycle. We never saw anything above
Talk to who you have to
those
do.
limits.
I do it.
That's,
I'm not
and
even
that's
kidding.
75% of what we can take, which means we have another 25% of margin on top of that
Yeah, Alex, I
before we
yeah,
even get into our
right.
1.4 factor of safety. So that's the wind limits. We also measured the load at the vehicle support posts and at the vehicle stabilizer, so at the bottom of the vehicle, and then about 2/3 of the way up the vehicle as well. Those design limits are captured in our Space Launch System requirements documents. None of those were exceeded. So from our perspective, we stayed within our certification at the winds that we saw during the hurricane. I think it's safe to say for all of us, we obviously would not have wanted to stay out there. The best place for the vehicle and those kind of things is the VAB. We could not make it back to the VAB and be safe. So we stayed where we were, and our predictions and our certification limits protected us from the storm. So our you know, and that's a complex set of calculations that our team does. You know, using, I think the comment made was that, you know, that's the beauty of eigenvectors, which for an engineer to hear, that's a heartwarming thing. You know, they do a great job at giving us a hand in understanding how we transform through the structural matrices that go into these calculations. So, so our near-term plans, we're going to start to power up the vehicle today. Power up's not affected by that electrical connector that I mentioned earlier. Move into our program-specific engineering test, or PSETs, start on Sunday. We have our L-2 still on track for Sunday at 1600, and then from there we'll press to the launch count. So right now we're, as I said at the top, there's nothing preventing us from getting to the 16. With that, Catherine, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jim. We'll now take questions from reporters on the line.
Oh,
so those
boy.
on the phone, again, can press *1 to be entered into the queue at any time, and you can press *2 if you'd like to be removed from the queue. Your lines are all on mute now, and the operator will open and close your mic when we come to your question. And please do keep it to one question so we can get to as many of your fellow reporters on the line as possible.
One question.
So we'll start with Marcia Dunn of Associated Press.
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm just wondering what the chances, the risk of internal invisible damage might be to the rocket. And for all the plumbing with the hydrogen fuel lines, the seals, are you anticipating more potential leakage because of the shaking vibrations from the storm that the rocket had to withstand? Thanks.
Thanks, Marcia. I mean, the measurements that I talked about, those certification limits that we pick for the wind, and measuring at the vertical vehicle stabilizer, and then the VSP as well.
Discovery,
that's,
go and throttle up.
We kind of calculate and propagate those loads into the vehicle, so we get a way to look at how those loads propagate down to specific areas, and then factor those loads in when we design it. So those factors of safety, those design margins, give us confidence that we should be okay. As far as leakage, there's purge on the vehicle all the time, so we're purging to make sure that we keep any outside atmosphere or moisture out of the vehicle, and that's intended to protect those seals as well. So from our perspective, those purges stayed up, and we feel good about the interfaces and then the design of the vehicle based on the environments we saw.
Thank you. Our next question is from Lauren Gresh of Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm just wondering if you can clarify a bit, what are the biggest structural concerns associated with winds that exceed what the rocket is designed to handle? And also, I just want to talk about those numbers that we talked about before the hurricane hit, because we had discussed the SLS being able to handle wind gusts of up to 74 knots, but NASA did confirm wind gusts of up to 100 miles per hour. So are you saying that the rocket can officially handle wind gusts of up to 100 miles per hour?
I said 85 knots.
Yeah, so thanks, Lauren. So the 74 knots is at a height. The 74 knots is at 60 feet. We extrapolate up. You know, if you think about the wind speed, the wind when it's unimpeded gets faster as you go higher. So we extrapolate up in height, and that wind speed goes up. So when you get to higher values, we would expect to see higher wind speeds, and we design for that based on that extrapolation.
Yep.
So, you know, we agree that there were higher values seen, and those values are within our capabilities because we design for those as you change height. To your first question, you know, there's strength and fatigue that go into things, into our design. Both of the parameters for strength in terms of the wind gusts and the fatigue of what we saw at the vehicle support post and the stabilizer all tell us that we were within the limits in both strength and fatigue.
Thank you. Our next question is from Irene Kloss with Aviation Week.
Thanks, Catherine. Good afternoon, Jim. Hindsight being
run.
What it is,
They're extrapolating the differences between sensors up the tower, dude.
In that 40-knot wind prediction that you had before you did the initial rollout, and if this storm had been worse or closer, what would have been the risks to the rocket? Do you feel you got lucky?
Yeah, thanks, Irene. Thanks for your questions during the week, too. Yeah, I wouldn't say overconfidence. Yeah, I've tried to share before. Yeah, I think there's this impression that there's this nature of us taking for granted what some of these storms are, and that's certainly not the case. I mean, we had our partners in the Space Force, Melody and Mark, given us their predictions. I think the predictions we had at the time was, you know, it was going to be loosely formed. I mean, I think you all have seen the news reports this week about the rarity of a hurricane at this time. So I don't think it was overconfidence. We talked a lot about, I think even at the final decision poll, there was discussion about, hey, let's make sure we're understanding and talking through all the issues. I can tell you that the team absolutely did that. I never heard a bit of overconfidence. I think there were folks that challenged it in both directions. So I think the group that cares the most about this rocket is the group that's on those decision fora making those decisions. So I would never expect, or have I ever heard any overconfidence or cavalier nature.
Thanks. Our next question is from Chris Davenport of the Washington Post.
Hey, Jim. Thanks for doing this. Just want to check, it's fair to say that, you know, I guess it's one of these hindsight questions that if you had to do it all over again, you wouldn't have rolled it out to the pad knowing what you know now. And just want to confirm that the RTV, that's essentially that caulking that was sticking out. Thanks.
Yeah, that's correct, Chris. On the RTV, it's a sealant between some of the gaps on the last the launch abort system on Orion. And you know, on the hindsight thing, yeah, I think if we knew on the night before we were rolling out that it was going to be a hurricane, we probably would have stayed in the VAB. I think that's safe to say. I represent the team. I don't speak for them, but I think in that case I can probably speak for them.
So if you could predict the future.
Thanks. Our next question is from Gina Sunseri of ABC News.
Jim, do you think you learned anything surprising about the robustness of the system because of the hurricane?
You don't want to learn anything when you get this far into a launch campaign.
You know, yeah, that's a good question. I think what we learned was, I don't know if it's anything surprising because I kind of shared with you that, you know, it was within our design certification limits.
Thomas.
I think we learned that the measurements that we have at the pad are good to give us the data we need to evaluate the health of the vehicle after
SLS got hit by a hurricane,
environmental
Jeff.
exposure like that. I think it validates what our design requirements were. I think when you start design requirements, you know, 10 years before you get to some of the stuff sitting on the pad, you start to think, am I being too conservative? I can assure you that I've challenged myself and teams of, are we being too conservative? And in the end, in this case, you know, we proved to have the right amount of conservatism in it. And as I mentioned, we didn't even touch the 25% margin or the factor of safety. I'm sure there's things we're going to learn about this for future vehicles. Probably maybe look at roll decisions a little bit in the same way that we did, because I think we learned a lot about how we make decisions that far out. We certainly have learned a lot about processing at the pad. So the Sunday night call, we had Charlie Blackwell Thompson thinking of every option possible of staying connected as long as we could. What can we disconnect? We learned a little bit of that from Hurricane Ian too. So all of this is learning, I think, for future processing. But as far as the vehicle itself, I think we validated the requirements that were set a number of years ago.
I didn't do it, Sile. Brimo did.
Thank you. Our next question is from Eric Berger of Ars Technica.
Hey, good afternoon, Jim. Thanks very much for doing this. I wanted to follow up on Marcia's question about concerns on the structural integrity of the vehicle.
Cool, dudes.
And I'm just thinking about things like the strain on fasteners and other materials inside. You know, are you going to be able to do any kind of analysis? I know the shuttle had access points where they could sample the internal structure of the vehicle, and I'm just wondering, are there those kind of ports on the SLS, or are you just going to assume that since you didn't hit the wind limits that everything is probably good inside, since, as I say, it was designed to handle those kinds of loads? Thanks very much.
Thanks, Eric, and thanks for your continued interest as well. You know, let me ask Catherine to follow up with you on specific strain measurements or accelerometers that the team might have access to. I don't want to give you the answer that came to the top of my head, because you know, I want to make sure we get you the complete answer. As far as, you know, are we just going to rely on this? As I said in my opening, and I think to Marcia's question as well. You take your hold down points, in this case the support posts and the vehicle stabilizer, and you kind of propagate those loads into everything inside your system. So, you know, a set of fasteners buried deep in the vehicle, those loads are born out of where the loads are generated from. So they're generated where the stabilizer is and at the support posts, and propagated up to that small set of fasteners. So if we stay within the design limits at those local areas that I talked about, by the time they propagate up, and in the models that we use in the finite element models, we should be clear, because that's how the system works. And one thing I should have mentioned at the beginning too is the modal test that we did on this vehicle out at the pad also helped us validate the models that set these loads. So we would expect that propagation that we saw in the modal test that was established in the analysis that set the requirements for all the fasteners buried deep inside the vehicle to correlate. But let me follow up with the team and see if there's any, like I say, accelerometers or strain gauges that they might get a reading on that would give them further data.
Thank you. Our next question is from Bill Farwood of CBS News.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, hey, thanks. Jim, just following up that just a little bit, given the readings at the hold-down post and at the stabilizer, is there any sense of how much this rocket actually moved in the wind? I mean, everybody's remembers the shuttle and the twang, when the engines would start and the nose would, lean way off vertical and come back. Obviously, nothing like that's going on in a storm like this, but did it move at all? And final question is, did you get nervous during all this personally, watching that storm roll through? I'm just wondering how you reacted to it as it actually played out.
Kidman,
Thanks.
Yeah. On your first question, Bill, on the movement, again, let me follow up. This is the danger when you let a propulsion guy talk about structural issues. I know enough to cause to give you the story, and but I don't know on movement. I will find that out, and we'll follow up through Catherine. Did I get nervous? I don't know if nervous is the right word. I mean, we have our rocket out at the launch pad and in bad weather, and honestly, I've been down at KSC and watched a crazy thunderstorm go right over the pad and think, man, that's tough to watch. But we also design it to be out there. If we didn't design it to be out there in harsh weather, we picked the wrong launch spot, and we should have designed the vehicle better. So we do design it to be there. That's why we have the Design for Natural Environments document. I mentioned that on a previous call to Disney, and design it to sit out there, to tolerate rain, to be protected from lightning as much as we can. Thank goodness, as we've seen in some of those other launch attempts. I worry about this rocket if it were bright and sunny all the time, because this is our first one and our flight test that has absolutely critical objectives that are going to be difficult to achieve. And so I'm going to worry about this rocket until we see that capsule safely back in the well deck of the Navy ship.
Good man.
Thanks. Our next question is from Jeff Faust of Space News.
My name's Jeff.
Good afternoon. Jim, you mentioned the wind limits. You had the 74 knots at the 60-foot level. What were the wind limits at the other levels you were taking measurements at, and how did that compare to the peak gusts you recorded? Thanks.
Yeah, Jeff, so there's some sensitivity to some of the other ones that were related to some ITAR restrictions, but we measure all the way up to the 457-foot level, and that's where you get speeds up over over 90 knots, over 100 miles an hour. So that's I'll bracket it that way at the 60 and at the 457.
Thank you. Our next question is from Kristen Fisher of CNN.
Thank you, Jim. I guess just following up on your answer to Jeff's question, how exactly how exactly would the wind speeds and the various wind limits at various heights on the rocket constitute a possible ITAR restriction?
Yeah, it's how we do the calculations and on the design of the vehicle, and you can kind of bring some of that together and draw some conclusions that would violate that. Much like ITAR and export control really get us. It's not necessarily the raw data. It's how you can put it together to infer different things.
Thanks. Our next question is from Kenneth Chang of New York Times.
Hi, thanks. I was wondering what sort of drives the certification limits for wind. Is it that the wind might blow off the insulation, that the debris can get blown into it, or is it torque on the underlying structure?
Yeah, it's really both. So it's strength and fatigue. So if you think of the wind gust and kind of pushing on
I don't understand that
pushing
question.
on the rocket and the strength to hold it there, and then there's the fatigue as the wind varies and you drive cycles into the rocket. Much like we talk about the fatigue that when you ride out to the pad, because you're cycling the rocket back and forth. So that's the two parameters that we really look at, and the wind gusts here are really driven by the strength side of things. And in this case, we saw absolutely no increase in the risk to the strength of the vehicle.
Thank you. Our next question is from Marcia Smith of spacepolicyonline.com.
Thanks so much. Jim, you talked about the 2.5 to 3 hour meeting that you had discussing whether or not you should stay at the pad or roll back. Could you talk a bit about whatever meeting you had to decide to go ahead with the 16th? And, were there any voices of dissent that really thought you should do some additional tests before you try the next launch? And if you did decide to wait, say, until the 19th, what additional tests would you like to see done?
Yeah, thanks, Marcia. I don't. So the previous meeting, and I'm getting my days mixed up because I was kind of transiting on some travel, but it was either the Thursday or Friday before, and we talked about whether to roll out or not. We spent a lot of, usually on the front end of those meetings, it's all about the weather. So that one was about the weather. And then we moved into the discussion about pros and cons about rolling out. And and I don't know that there were any dissenting. I think there were some folks that talked about, hey, the best place to be is the VAB, but I'm summarizing here. The storm looks like it's loosely formed, doesn't look like it's coming this way. We have time to get out to the pad, and we have the limits that for Hurricane Ian, that we did a lot of work in revisiting and thinking about wind speed and direction, and so I don't know that there was anyone that dissented, but there were folks really thinking it hard through whether we should roll out or not, and all agreed that in the end, everyone agreed that we should roll out. I think we always try and look for, and I'll start with myself as a leader, try and look for the dissenting opinions. That's what we learned on Challenger in Columbia. That's why we have the model that we have in the agency of technical authority today, and the path for dissenting opinions. There weren't any there. I felt like we had the discussion we needed to have on that Thursday or Friday. Again, I can't remember the dates right now. And then on Sunday, we did have the discussion, and folks had the chance to weigh in. We have a daily board that's chaired by Tom Whitmire, and Tom does a great job at soliciting the opinions and trying to make sure that everyone has the chance to be heard. And I think we lived by that on that Thursday or Friday. We lived by that on Sunday. We had a daily board today where a number of issues came forward, just like they do every day.
We're building shuttle-derived launch vehicles, and we're listening to a press conference about one in real life.
I think the right discussion was had.
Thank you. Our next question is from Emery Kelly of Florida Today.
Hey, folks. Thanks for doing this today. With hindsight in mind, and the fact that obviously our knowledge about hurricanes and hurricane season is kind of constantly evolving, and obviously now that everyone tends to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief when November comes around, but not always. Are you, and I know you mentioned this briefly, but are there any serious discussions about, especially with things like climate change in mind, possibly changing constraints, or in the future, if it's, October or November and you see a 10% chance of a storm developing and it's right before rollout, are there any considerations about maybe changing those rules in the future? Thanks.
Noted by the
I think there's we've been keeping a list of things that we want to look at as lessons learned for Artemis 2 that we're going to walk away from Artemis 1 with. And, there's a great list. We've talked about some of them on here, pad access as an example, or how we're processing the vehicle to do better. I think there's things we've already implemented. Charlie Blackwell-Thompson's work with the team at the pad in shortening our pad flow, or Cliff Lanham's work going back to the VAB and access to the vehicle, or how we involve the prime contractors and things to get stuff moving faster, or how we process paper, or process non-conformances. I think there's a whole list of things. I think we certainly learned about the vehicle at the pad and going through a major weather event. So I think I would add that to the list of how do we approach things if we see something developing a storm like this, knowing that it happened. I think we add it to the, hey, let's think about this the next time we process a vehicle, which will be Artemis 2.
Thank you. Our next question is from Ramin Skiba of Wired Magazine.
Hi, thank you. I was wondering, suppose this were, the rocket for the Artemis 2 mission, the crewed mission. Are there concerns that you would have if there were crew on this flight, like with the Orion capsule or with the integrity of the rocket? Are there certain things that you feel less concerned about the possible risks that you would otherwise if there were crew on board?
What I'd say is we're never going to get to Artemis 2 if Artemis 1 isn't successful.
Can't predict the future, man.
Obviously, we
really
care about any vehicle that has crew, but this vehicle is just as important because we need to fly it and achieve our 3 test objectives in order to get to Artemis 2. The vehicle requirements, the vehicle design limits that I talked about for wind and strength and fatigue, are going to be the same as they will be when we fly crew. So from a requirements perspective, from a vehicle importance perspective, I think we look at it the same way, and people care about the quality of their work regardless. We'll always look at things hard when we put humans on there, but from our perspective, from requirements, we were within the requirements limits, and the strength of this vehicle is strength of the design of this vehicle is the same as the strength of design of Artemis 2.
Thank you. Our next question is from Chris Gapart of NASA Spaceflight.
Chris, save us.
Hi, yes. I want to kind of focus a little bit on getting to the 16th now. So, Jim, I know you mentioned some items that are still open and that the teams are working here. Is there like a major path critical item that you all are tracking right now to the 16th? And then also I want to sort of go back to the hydrogen leaks of the past. Like Charlie had mentioned that there were some indications that rolling out might loosen the torque on the bolts, which led to some of these earlier leaks before the pressure event. And I'm wondering, with rolling out and now a hurricane buffeting those for a few hours, do you have any plans to retorque the bolts on the LH2 side of the tail service mast umbilicals just as a precaution at this point? Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, right now we don't have plans to retorque those. The engineering teams, of course, are looking stuff all the time, but that's not in the current timeline. To your first question, what's the major critical path? And we have to get through the vehicle power-ups today. We have to get through those program-specific engineering tests. We have to get that harness replaced, first the examination of the existing, and then if we have to replace it, we'll have to get that replaced. So I think it's kind of the standard set of cadence of things leading up to the countdown that we have to get to, that I would say is our critical path.
Thank you. Our next question is from Stephen Young of Spaceflight Now.
Thanks, Catherine. Jim, Could you, just to follow up on
Guys, I'll be
Chris's
right back,
question a
1
little
second.
bit, could you talk more about the contingency time you might have in the schedule to meet the launch date of the 16th? You obviously had some disruption because of the storm. What are the normal things that haven't got done at this point that you're trying to get done to start the countdown? And if the 16th isn't an option, how do things look for future options down the line? You had talked about having to perhaps talk to the FAA if you needed more launch attempts.
Yeah, so I'd say the things we have to get through are what I mentioned. So let me back up. So we made the decision to move off the 14th because it was going to be pretty clear that, you know, the storm started moving a little bit slower, so the arrival time, when we were still talking about the 14th, pushed out, which really compressed our work on the backside in our normal flow. Things like the vehicle power-ups that I mentioned and getting to a countdown start time. So that's why we moved off the 14th and moved to the 16th. The work that we have to do, the vehicle power-up and the program-specific engineering tests, are things we're going to do anyway. So I wouldn't say that there's a so I'd say that's the path. Contingency time, I don't want to take a guess at the time right now, what Charlie has in her flow, just because that's hers, and I don't feel right trying to guess at that. As far as future launch dates around the 19th and 25th, we do have both of those as backups right now. With the range, and the FAA gave us the date of the 25th, so we're already cleared with them. If we need to start to think about others, then we'll have to do that. But right now we're focused on the 16th, and if we get stuck on something here that we find during these power-ups or engineering tests, then we'll have to think about the 19th. Right now we have a path to all three of our current launch attempt dates.
Thanks. Our next question is from Mike Wall of Space.com.
Thank you for doing this. Just a quick question about the team. You know, they just made it through a hurricane, and I'm sure everybody's a little stressed out. And this has been a very long process. You know, trying to gear up for this launch. I mean, how are they doing? And like, is there a point like coming up where you might meet up against like a fatigue issue where you have to stand down for a day or two to give folks some time to rest or to recharge?
Yeah, Gold Falcon,
yeah,
I am.
I appreciate the question. We spend a lot of time talking about hardware and
cool.
Launch
These are
dates
physics-less parts too,
technical
so
issues, and
it's not going to affect
and
performance.
ultimately the most important thing that we have, the greatest asset that we have, are the folks that show up to work every day. And I will tell you, I really hope we can somehow find a way to
take a look,
to show you that picture of the high crew today doing that repair, because it reinforced for me the lengths to which people go to support this program. And it's people 300 feet off the ground trying to move an umbilical back, to trying to figure out a software problem in the control center, to keeping a portable purge unit running to keep a purge on Orion at all costs. And I know that Charlie keeps really good track of her team, how they're doing. Our mission management team, led by Mike Serafin, I know Mike gets sleep schedules to his folks to make sure they're ready to go, checks in with them. John Honeycutt on SLS, I know cares about his folks and checks in. Howard Hu on Orion does that, and as does Mike Bolger in Exploration Ground System. So I think people are a priority everywhere. So my assumption is, and the folks I talk to and check in with, certainly not to the same extent, but those individuals keep track of their folks, and I would expect if there's an issue, they would bring it forward I know they highlighted in their staff meeting. So right now, I think the team's ready to go and committed. It goes back to my earlier point of there's nobody cavalier about what we're trying to do, and I've tried to reinforce going back since not long after I started the agency, putting something out to the entire Artemis 1 team that said if you see something that isn't right, you should raise it, and I count on folks to do that.
Thank you. Our next question is from Doris Arisha from Inverse.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. My question is about the tail service mast umbilical. You mentioned it came off its tray. I'm hoping you can explain what happened a bit more and what's been done to fix that. Also, was this the same feature that received repairs following leaked propellant in the wet dress rehearsals? And if I remember correctly, also on at least one of the launch attempts? Thanks.
That's a good question.
Yeah, what came off the tray was actually at the Orion level.
Yeah.
So it was one of the Orion umbilicals. So it's not.
It's a little far away from where they had the leak, dudes.
Bottom of the vehicle. At the bottom of the vehicle is where we had the hydrogen issue. The connector, the electrical connector that we're having a problem with is at the tail service mast umbilical. And
down here,
what came off the tray was up at the Orion side. That's been fixed. And we're looking at the electrical
tail service mast
connector
umbilical
at the bottom of the vehicle.
Yeah, OSMU. Thank you, Rev. Yeah, that's all the way up here.
Thank you.
It's way up there by Orion.
Michael Greshko of National
They just had some wires
Geographic.
come off the tray, from what I can understand.
Hi, thanks for doing this.
You're welcome. Wait.
I just wanted to double back to the ITAR considerations for peak wind speeds above
one of those
heights
wires
of
just
60 feet.
Moved around a little bit.
Could you explain how the ITAR restrictions jibe with the fact that natural environments design spec document you mentioned is public and includes peak wind speeds up to,
you got a message,
I think 490 some odd feet, 492 feet.
457 is what he said. They're taking measurements off the lightning towers.
Like I said, it's when you put a bunch of information together that it becomes the restricted side of stuff. So I sense the interest there. So what I'd like to do is circle back with John Honeycutt and John Blevins and get you the detailed answer there. I don't want to put my conjecture out there any.
See that thing?
Anymore.
Windage.
I believe I have said what I can say, but let me back up and check with the experts again.
I'll explain why that's ITAR in a second, dudes.
Thanks. We've got time for a couple more. We'll go to Lisa Grossman of Science News next.
Hi, thanks for doing this. Thanks for taking my question. I was wondering how many rollbacks do you have left if you do ever, after inspecting it more, if it turns out you do want to roll the vehicle back into the VAB,
state of the vehicle.
How many more times can you go back in and out?
Yeah, the vehicle's designed, I'll say the current analysis supports 11, right? So we have, 6 left, 6 rolls left, and we'll not roll and there and back. One way is what is one time is 1 out of the 11.
It's on an on-need basis, Rev.
Thanks. We'll take a
they'll run
question
the
from
analysis if they
Christopher
have
Mick
to.
of
But
Hudson, the Hudson Star Observer next.
It's cool that their finite analysis has 6 more tries in it. I don't know how many times this vehicle is rolled now. 4, 5?
Christopher, your line is open.
Thank you for taking my question. I want to circle
Squall.
back on
Not even close. Nicole's a bunch of rain.
the timeline
Nothing.
between
Category
now and
1.
launch day, when the decisions would happen for, you mentioned that
Interesting, right?
kind of loose
Rev.
ATV material about snipping that off, when that would be made, when testing on the umbilical might make a decision for replacing that or if a repair will be enough, just what that timeline between now and launch day might be for those items.
Yeah, I think those decisions are probably quickly upon us here. I think the RTV one and
but it's based off of analysis, Aqualux, so it could go higher. It's like
I think the engineering teams were meeting about that as we were on our.
It's it's a similar type of thing as Falcon 9 stages being reused. SpaceX rated Falcon 9 stages being reused 10 times out of the gates, and then they got to 10 flights, and then they did some it's called finite analysis, right? More specifically, finite element analysis, and that has to do a lot with material science. Basically, is the thing broken? Is it still strong? Has the metal fatigued how we thought it was going to fatigue? And if it has, then that means our analysis is on the money, and then you can interpolate theoretically how much the booster could be used. You analyze it on an on-need basis. Falcon 9 was rated for 10 flights, and then they rated it for 15 out of the blue. When one of those gets to 15, they'll rate it for 20 if they think it can do it. SLS is the same way. It's done. It's based off of the numbers. That's an important thing, and I think a lot of people in the media think it's just like a poker game where you're just like, I'm gonna let it fly. And it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like that. You base it off the numbers. Jim made sure to mention Challenger in Columbia because that's what happened during Challenger in Columbia. That's very important to understand. That's why I always talk about those, because people were like, send it, whatever happens, happens. You don't do that with spaceflight. That cavalier attitude gets people killed. You don't want to do that. It's a bad idea. There's a time to be bold, but during test flights is not the time to be bold. You be bold when you have to, okay? At the end of the meeting?
The daytime launch gives us more imagery, but the imagery we have on a nighttime launch is sufficient for us to do the engineering assessments
I'm working
that
on
we'll
the forward
have to
adapters here, Zay.
for the vehicle for future missions. So, and as I mentioned on I think the last time I was on with you all, we did, I shouldn't say we, our leadership under Tom Whitmire reconvened the control board and made sure that everybody was comfortable with the daytime launch. That includes all of our technical authorities. So we did validate that again, and everybody's comfortable with a nighttime launch. So hopefully that distinction helps. We get more imagery with the daytime launch, but we have enough imagery to do our engineering assessments if we were to do a nighttime launch.
Thank you. Our next question is from Ken Kramer of Space Up Close.
Kenny.
Hi, Jim. Thank you for doing this. My question is, I want to go back to the storm and the rollback. So Sunday evening, you said you didn't have enough time to roll it back Sunday evening. I'm wondering how much time would you have needed from Sunday evening to do the work? When could you have rolled it back if the time had been available for the storm? Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I think I don't have those charts right in front of me, Ken, but you know, we had to do a number of disconnects and reconfigures to be ready to do that. And if I remember right, it was going to be like late Tuesday, Wednesday time frame, and maybe it was midday Tuesday. And then the wind speeds then were predicted to be like I think 35 knots sustained and gusting up to 40. And at that point, you know, it was gonna that's where that trade came in that I talked about staying or rolling. So it wasn't like we could just we had the opportunity to just you know, kind of go back right away. We may have taken it, but that's really what the trade came down to, was the winds. By the time we were going to be ready on Tuesday, we weren't going to have the favorable winds that we want when we roll.
Thank you. Our next question is from Manuel Manzanti of Debate.
Thank you, Jim. It's okay. You just answered my question a few minutes ago about the limit of rollouts and rollbacks, so I'm okay. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Our last question will be from Emmy Victor of AccuWeather Channel.
AccuWeather.
Jim, thank you so much for taking the time to answer all these questions. I guess just to kind of wrap up here, I was wondering what comment or analysis we could expect on this in the future. Is NASA in position to release a report showing all the wind sensors at Kennedy Space Center, the peak sustained winds, the peak wind gusts, the location of the wind sensors, the height of the sensor, all the things we discussed and more on the call. Is there going to be a public report indicating some of these as well?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, I don't know that we'd ever, just exhaustive like that. Maybe let me take the action to see if there's kind of a one-page summary we can put out of everything I said at the beginning, of everything that factored into this, at least just to be as transparent as possible of some of the data that we put together. I think that's a fair ask. Let me see what we can do, even if we put. I know Catherine. We've been trying to continue to do a blog, and Catherine and Rachel Kraft. I appreciate all of their work to stay on top of this for us and share as much information. Maybe we can at least put a little bit of the data in one of the blogs. So I'll work with Catherine to do that. And Catherine, I know you want to wrap it up. Let me just say one thing here at the end. But when we make these choices, the thought and analysis that goes behind it from our technical teams and talking about risk is exhaustive. And what we do we're always talking about the risk of flight. What we do in just processing this vehicle and trying to manage risk and accept risk is a structured process, and we do the absolute best that we can. And I don't want to say we, because it's the technical teams that work this and the management of those technical teams that work really hard to make that happen. So I want to thank them for all of their hard work and keeping us on track, taking care of the vehicle as best they can.
Jim's in his living room
in this storm. Designing it for this kind of environment is difficult and challenging, and in this case, the design I think stood up to the test of this storm. We'll look at every condition we put this vehicle through very carefully in processing it and in flight, and I'm looking forward to this mission and the objectives we're going to get through. There will be challenges along the way. We'll share those challenges with you. Many of you, when you start your questions, say, thanks for doing this. This is important for us to do. I know many of you would love, daily where are we at, but that's just not possible. But I will do everything I can to share the information with you as fast as I can and get the right amount of data to you that we can share. So thank you for your time and interest, and we'll keep talking about getting to the 16th.
Thank you, Jim, and thank all of you for joining us today, and thank you, Jim, for taking the time to talk to reporters this afternoon. You can listen to a replay of this teleconference online by visiting the Media Resources tab at nasa.gov/Artemis-1 later this afternoon, and follow along at our blog for updates about the mission at blogs.nasa.gov/Artemis. And with that, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. This concludes today's conference call. You may go ahead and disconnect at this time.
All right. So yeah, long story short, Hurricane didn't do much. It really didn't do much. They had some things that they need to fix, but yeah, pretty good. Yeah, definitely heard teams in there. All right. Give me 1 second, dudes. I will get the music back up and running. So that was basically a status update for what's going on with Artemis. The hurricane didn't seem to be a big deal. You guys got to remember that this rocket is overbuilt. That's an important thing to understand. It's overbuilt on purpose. Those are the sounds of my people die. Core Stage 1 is built really heavy on purpose. Well, I mean, one, it's not going to move. It's only going to move an ICPS up there, so they built it strong. And they're going to use that. They're going to use that analysis based off of the core stage, and they'll interpolate, you know, where they can make stages lighter in the future, etc., etc. So that's an important thing to understand. This thing's built like a tank. It's built like a tank on purpose. Yep. So what I'm working on here is the upper stage, inner stage part for my shuttle-derived launch vehicle. Oh yeah, there was the other thing about winds. They don't want to talk about wind constraints. It's ITAR. Why is that ITAR? They don't want to talk about wind constraints on the launch vehicle, and the reason why is because rockets are inherently unstable right when they leave the pad. Why is a rocket unstable when it leaves the pad? The only thing that's pushing up on it and stabilizing the rocket is thrust vectoring. Long story short, you're not going fast enough for the aerodynamics to help stabilize you. So windage at pad level, at different pad levels, are very important. They're very important to understand, because if the wind is blowing and your rocket takes off, because it's aerodynamically unstable, a wind gust can push it to the side. Right? It could push it into the tower if the wind's blowing in the right way. It could push it off the side. It could damage the launch pad. You could break things. And doing that is introducing engineering deviance into your vehicle. It's not designed to do that. It's not designed to launch in the wind, right? That's why they have wind constraints. So they don't want people figuring out what those constraints are for a vehicle like SLS. The reason why, if I had to guess why they would call that ITAR, is because they don't. We know how to launch super heavy launch vehicles. No one else has ever does it. No one else has ever done it. No one. No one's ever launched something else to the moon with people that could take people. Other countries have gotten close, Soviet Union, and my guess is that there are potentially other countries that could be close in the future, and they don't want them knowing that. Makes sense. So they don't want people knowing what the liftoff constraints for a vehicle of this magnitude is, because super heavy launching is something that's very, very, very difficult to do. It's really hard to build a rocket this big. Like, probably 3 or 4 magnitudes harder than it is to build something that's just a low Earth orbit access vehicle like Falcon. I mean, heck, you needn't look no further than SpaceX. Look at Starship, man. Starship seems to be a little bit bogged down, doesn't it? Because there's so many things that you have to do. There's so many things that have to get done right. And yeah, when they don't, you get an N1 scenario. But anyway, that was nice. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Now, what I'm doing in the meantime here is I've built the inner stage for this, for my shuttle-derived heavy launch vehicle. Yeah, you see how much work it took just to put 3 Falcon 9s together. Yep. It gets difficult. ARJ redeemed garage stretch break. Okay. You did it right at 4. You! Bob down in development or red tape? No, not red tape, Yama. This is development. It's hard to build a vehicle this big. Yeah, it's tough. There's a reason why, like here, I'll give you an example, okay? Legos. You ever step on a Lego? Strong, isn't it? It hurts. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Maybe my worst enemy, but you got yeah, we got channel points. Bremo enabled them yesterday, and now everybody just wants me to go into the garage for a stretch break. So, what were we talking about? Okay, you ever step on a Lego? It hurts, right? That Lego is really strong. You could throw something that's made out of Lego at the wall. It'll shatter into a billion pieces, but the Legos won't break. Legos are very strong. Do we build skyscrapers out of Legos? I'm not talking a miniature skyscraper. I'm talking a real one. Do we build skyscrapers out of Legos? Why not? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you do that? Legos are strong. Think about it. Why wouldn't you do that? I'm with you on that one, Rev. It would cost $1 trillion. Well, you're absolutely right. Like, Lego are expensive, but you get what you pay for. Say cost wasn't an issue. All right? Say, building it out of steel and concrete, which is what skyscrapers are made out of nowadays. Right? Say that wasn't an issue. Say it costs the same. Why don't you build it out of Lego? Because kids would take it apart. I mean, absolutely, Tom. Yeah, no doubt people would take it. Right? Because if you built a skyscraper out of Legos, despite Legos being extremely freaking strong, right? Despite them being extremely strong, those Legos down at the bottom would not be able to hold up 200 tons of Lego skyscraper. They would shatter. They would destroy themselves, right? Therein, right there, that analogy right there is why launching a rocket at a super heavy scale is a lot more difficult. Because, so swap out Legos for atoms. If you have aluminum, right? Think about it. You have aluminum, right? And you use it to make something like Falcon 9. Your molecules and your atoms are the same size. They're the same distance apart. Okay? When you go to build bigger rockets, that same sheet of aluminum, right, bears the load completely different. Because even though you're building a bigger rocket, your Lego size doesn't change. Think about it. That's why building super heavy rockets is difficult. And that's why rockets have trouble scaling. Because our molecular scale, if you will, say a molecule is equal to 1 Lego, that doesn't change. Right off the bat, you're running into a number of structural problems now. So you got to reinforce a super heavy rocket for structural load in ways that you can't do with smaller rockets. It doesn't work like that. See what I'm talking about? The atomic scale doesn't change just because you made a bigger rocket. And if you try to separate and try to stretch the bond between like 2 aluminum molecules or something, right? It's not aluminum anymore. This is why material science plays such a huge deal. And finite element analysis, type of stuff that Jim was talking about in that press conference, that's why that's so important. Because it's not just, just build a bigger rocket. You're trying to build a skyscraper out of Legos. That can get complicated very quickly. Same deal with rockets. And now I know what people are going to say. Well, why don't we just build rockets like we build skyscrapers? There are people that think that is a good idea. That idea, it wouldn't be the first time that's been proposed. Less exotic materials for your rocket. Use steel. Steel is stronger. Steel's better at carrying the load. Well, what are the shuttle SRBs made out of? They're made out of steel. That was how they got around it. That's how they're getting around it with SLS. The SRBs, they're made out of steel. They can carry a hell of a load. Think about it. Makes sense, right? There are other ways. There have been other proposals to try and get around this. An engineer by the name of Robert Truax in the 60s came up with the idea of building a ridiculously large rocket in a shipyard. And building a rocket, a pressure-fed Hydrolox rocket, in a shipyard and literally building it out of aircraft carrier hull parts. That rocket is called Sea Dragon. If you've seen For All Mankind, you know what I'm talking about. So, the question, why don't we just build a rocket out of materials that can carry the load better? Well, that's been proposed, but here's the thing. A lot of people say that if Earth's gravwell was just a little bit more than what it is, we would not be able to get off of this planet. So mass has a lot to do with it. The bond of steel between the two Legos, so to speak, is stronger than it is with aluminum. That's why we build skyscrapers out of steel and not aluminum, right? Airplanes, however, we build them out of aluminum. Why? Because the bond isn't as strong, right? It's not as strong, but it's really, really light, and it's strong enough for an airplane. There's a reason why bridges, buildings, they don't get made out of aluminum, but airplanes do. The steel is cheaper too, yeah, absolutely. I mean, once again, Tom, like I said at the beginning, pretend that cost isn't an issue here. You know, you have a blank check and you can use whatever you want. Why wouldn't you build a skyscraper out of Legos? Well, because it really has trouble carrying the load. Steel and concrete would do it a lot better, right? So when you go to build a bigger rocket, you're literally trying to build a skyscraper out of Legos. You're trying to keep the rocket light because the mass needs to be low because the rocket equation is a pain in the butt. So it's a balancing act. That's what makes it so difficult. You know, NASA is this is going to sound ridiculous. NASA basically, and it's not just NASA, SpaceX as well. SpaceX and NASA, when you're building these heavy launch vehicles, have to build their rocket out of Legos. They have to do it that way. There's no other way to do it. There's no other, well, we've talked about using less expensive materials and stronger materials to make vehicles. See what I mean? That's part of the reason why Elon chose to he made the decision to take Starship from carbon composite and make it out of stainless instead. For that exact reason. Yeah, the vehicle ends up being a little bit heavier because you're using steel instead of aluminum. But it makes it a little bit easier to employ it in mass, in scale, because you can make it fast. And yeah, a Starship made out of aluminum probably would be a little bit lighter. It would be a little bit less mass. But you'd need a much bigger thermal protection system for it. See, here's the trade-offs. It's always a trade-off, dudes. But think about it. The reason why this makes it so difficult is because you're trying to build skyscrapers out of Legos. It's true. It's just, but your Legos are molecules in this particular case. Like, atomic scale doesn't change just because you decided to make a bigger rocket. You know, there's no better way to do it. It's an important thing to understand. And then once you understand that, then a lot of these questions that people ask don't really make sense. You're just like, huh? Like, a lot of those questions were, oh, if you could predict the future, would you do something different? Yes. Yeah, Aqualex, well, it's a good question, isn't it? Lessons of today. Starship should be built out of Legos. Good man. The OG skyscraper rocket. Yep. Charles, would you do something different if you knew the future question? I'm pretty sure the answer to that, Frilled, would be yes. Make super heavy out of cardboard tubes. There's a reason why we don't do that. But yeah, it's important to understand that just because you're building a bigger rocket doesn't mean like a thicker tank wall of aluminum is going to solve all your problems. It's not. It won't do that. I mean, sure, you could brute force it, but then your rocket's too heavy and it doesn't make it into space. You don't have the right delta V for the mission. Hard thing to balance, especially when you're talking a rocket that's the scale of this one. And once again, SpaceX, despite even SpaceX using stainless and trying to make it easier, still's running into these problems. The problems that they're running into with Starship is that no one's ever done something like that before. NASA has the benefit of 30 years of shuttle missions and super heavy launches with aluminum rockets. Saturn V's made out of aluminum. Shuttle's made out of aluminum. The SRBs are made out of steel. That's why we keep wanting to do that's pretty much the reason why we want to keep using shuttle-derived parts. That's why, you know, even after all this time, people are like, oh, why don't you remake the Saturn V? This could theoretically go launch way more than a Saturn V, like Ares, for instance. It could theoretically go way harder than Saturn V ever could, because now you have steel in the equation with a solid rocket booster. Steel can hold up a lot more than aluminum can. Once again, there's a reason why this thing over here is made out of steel, and this thing, the orange parts, are made out of aluminum. Interesting thing to understand. Centaur is a prime example of why thick walls aren't the only solution. Yeah, there you go. Is there any new exotic materials in the pipeline? Well, frilled... Nice, Squall. By the way, I haven't seen this one in your folder yet. I haven't had a reason to grab that picture. I don't think I've even seen this picture before, dude. But you know what? Now it goes. And there it is. Now it's there. Yeah, Vulcan. I mean, carbon composite would probably be the new hotness to answer Frilled's question. But once again, it's based off of analysis, and that's what is the really important thing to understand. It's analysis based. You don't know if carbon fiber is going to be stronger than steel, or you don't know if it's going to scale the way they think it's going to scale. You won't know until you do it. That's what FEA is all about. It's really important. That's a really big deal when it comes to rocket science. Take your break. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, okay. You guys want a break. Alright, fine. Okay, stretch break time. I gotta turn the music down here. Okay, stretch break. Any car chases tonight? It's not up to me. Yeah, we have. Thanks, Tom. Yep. Stretch break. So Primo put channel points in. She put channel points on the channel, really without asking me. And one of the things you can redeem is a garage stretch break. There's a 4-hour cooldown on it. There's a 4-hour cooldown. I'll ignore any other garage stretch breaks before 8 o'clock. And you redeem them. So, yeah, garage stretch break. We'll take 5 minutes here. I made the interstage adapter, but I needed to figure out the right way to do it. Soccer. Hey, AJ, I'm lurking to say I saw the Antares rocket jellyfish forming Monday morning through a lucky break in the clouds. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Couldn't wait to tell you. Thanks for the stream. Hey, all right. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, the jellyfish is something to see, dude. Yeah, soccer up here, you know, like I know if you saw Antares, you're probably closer to it than me. But you get up to go mid-Atlantic into the Northeast where I'm from, right? I mean, they're launching Starlinks, they're launching stuff to the ISS. A lot of stuff does end up coming up this way, and on a clear night, you can see it. A Starlink launch flew up here like a month ago, and I saw it. I saw the second stage fly right by, and I'm like, huh, well, that's something you don't see every day. But the second stage, it's really difficult to see because they have second stage engine cutoff. They have SECO, so they circularize right when they get past Massachusetts. So I can see the second stage coming up over the horizon, and then it shuts off, and then it's really hard to see. I was reading a study about VAB safety for SLS, and I found this, the darkest timeline. Oh, that's terrible. You should definitely buy 10 by 50 binoculars. Views would be epic. You're not just recommending that because you just bought one, right? You redeemed 3 total. I guess I'm taking another break at 8 and then midnight after racing, I suppose. So, yeah. Touch your toes. Ah, okay. I can do it. I can do it. All right. I can do it. Not for long. That was bad. Well, don't just stand there. Do push-ups or something. It's supposed to be break time, dude. In listening to Space Age audiobook, you can't help but wonder where we would be if we listened to 1 round sooner. Yeah. It's a good question to ask, PR. If Apollo didn't get axed and they just kept kind of doing their thing, one, I firmly, and this is opinion, I guess, based off of some analysis, I firmly believe that it probably would have ended up being cheaper than the space shuttle, but that's another story. 2, if they had kept doing it, they just kept going at the pace that they were going at, so basically 4 BLEO missions a year, so 4 Saturn V launches a year. Oh yeah, we'd have a very operable base out at the moon. Yeah, very operable. We'd probably be getting people to Mars, or we probably would have gotten people to Mars sometime in the 90s, and I think we would be exploring Mars right now and getting ready to go to the outer planets, like Saturn flybys and stuff. That's just a guess, though. I mean, it's hard to extrapolate, but yeah. Can you touch your fingers behind your back? Of course. I've been slaving away on your boat for like 18 hours now, just engineering dynode and tuned the new supercharged V12 engine. Neat. Saturn V combined with Ares 1. Yeah, Saturn V doesn't need Ares 1. You have Saturn 1B. Saturn 1B can move just as much as Ares 1 can into space. It is a very good vehicle. Tom Pom, this truck here. So, if you're familiar with a YouTube channel called Hoonigan, I bought this from them. I bought this truck from Hoonigan, and it was, if you know Hoonigan, they're in Compton, California. So me and my girlfriend at the time flew out there, booked a hotel room, and then started buying parts to fix this thing. The back was pretty much disassembled. That's why it has a white bed. But the front was in pretty good condition. So I started going around California and raiding junkyards for good parts and auto parts stores. And I built this in a couple of days, like 3 to 4 days. I built it in Hoonigan's parking lot. This truck was on their YouTube channel multiple times in a show called Scumbag Labs. They built plywood wheels with it and did burnouts with plywood wheels. That was kind of cool. They dropped it from a forklift. They splattered the thing with ice cream. What else did they do with it? Yeah, they basically beat the trash out of this thing. But not, it's a heavy-duty truck. It's fine. It's okay. So, I built it, and me and my girlfriend started driving it back to Boston. And I say my girlfriend at the time because I proposed to her when I was at the Grand Canyon with this thing. So, that's kind of cool. She's now my fiance, which is pretty sweet. That's pretty cool. And then, dude, we drove it all the way home. I mean, we did have some trouble. Something went weird with that rim back there, and that's why that rim is gray and this one is black. Because that wheel, the lugs just decided to shear themselves off. I still don't know how that happened. The lugs were tight. I don't know what happened. Some kind of weird anomaly happened with that rim. You're struggling to hear me over the music. All right, give me 1 second. Yeah, the music is pretty loud. I'll just stop it for now. So, long story short, I drove this truck about 4,000 miles. 4,000 miles. Also, the mic out there barely picks you up. Nice. I could boost it a little bit. Yeah, the Snowball doesn't like it, but when we take garage breaks, yeah, gotta... So, long story short, what I was saying is the reason why the rim is gray is because that wheel fell off when I was driving down the highway. It sheared the lugs off, and I'm not sure why, but other than that, this truck made it 4,000 miles. We drove this truck from Compton up to Lompoc, California. This truck has been to Vandenberg Air Force Base. I drove it up PCH, drove it back, drove it to Vegas, drove it to the Grand Canyon, drove it to the Four Corners, drove it to Santa Fe, New Mexico from there, Amarillo, Texas, Veneta, Oklahoma, Joplin, Missouri, through St. Louis, to Indianapolis, to Detroit, because that's where Brimo, my fiance, that's where her parents are from. We fixed a lot of things in Detroit. I went scrounging for parts in Detroit because, I don't know, I had a feeling that there might be a lot of car parts there. So we upgraded it slowly over time through the trip by going to a bunch of different junkyards. And then by the time it was home, this is what you see. Made it all the way, never had a problem with the engine, transmission, just the wheel falling off. Other than that, I had some weird stuff with the fuel pump, but I think the fuel pump ingested water because it was old. I dropped the tank in a viewer's house in Inland Empire, California. That was fun. Yeah, Sean let me chill at his house, which was actually pretty cool. Did you struggle to get the lugs out with no heads? I had a shop fix it, dude, because I was really tired at that point. A shop pressed the lugs out and put new lugs in for me. And I drove the thing to Detroit with no rear brakes. We pinched off the drum brakes. I pinched them off with a vice grip. The shop thought I was nuts. They were like, yeah, you shouldn't do that. I'm like, my fiance only has a certain amount of time off from work before she has to get back. I gotta go. And they're like, we will donate vice grips to you. Have this. And, yeah. I didn't see that. I didn't see you doing this. And then, yeah, we made it. Check it out. Oh, very nice. Yeah, Thomas, those friggin' pictures. Yeah, I don't know, dude. That looks like loose... Thomas, it looks like loose lugs. That's what it looks like. But the lugs were tight. I tightened them. I know I tightened them. They wouldn't come out after driving a couple 100 miles. That doesn't make any sense. I like that picture, Aqualex. But yeah. I drove the wheels off of this thing, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, that's the story of this truck. Made it 4,000 miles, dude. This truck has been everywhere. Grand Canyon. It's been to the Four Corners. It's been up PCH. I drove it up PCH. It's been through the Midwest, middle of the country, farms for miles. It's been everywhere, man. What's next for this? You gotta sing Johnny Cash. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. I've been everywhere. You gonna paint it? Yeah. I want to paint it white again. That was the original color of the truck. It's fleet white. This is a work truck, man. Yeah, I want to get rid of the red. Even though the red is pretty cool, it's spray painted and it was done. Yeah, it was done quick. It's not really a good paint job. It doesn't look like it, but there's tons of runs in the paint. It doesn't really look good. All white with black rims would look great. Even the rims were painted matte. I would really like to get gloss black rims. Or just paint, well, I mean, just paint the Steelies. Painting the Steelies would be fine. I prefer red on that, to be honest. I already have a red truck. I don't need two. You like the paint as is? Yeah, a lot of people do. But the spray paint is starting to come off, and it's taking the factory paint with it. Like I don't know if you guys can see right here very much, but there's a nick in the paint, and it's down to bare metal. The spray paint is taking the factory paint with it when it ships, and yeah, no, it's got to be painted eventually. Yep. Compared to real life. Yeah, it is, Aqualex. It is because Kerbal's atmosphere is not Earth's atmosphere, so it's not exactly the same, but it's close. The blue stripe on the side. I actually would kind of want to do this. I would be open to doing this. Here, let me show you. Let me switch to the desk cam. I got a new LMC truck in today. The High Boy. Red and white. Some people want it, I want it white, some people want it red. Why not meet in the middle? These trucks look really nice when they're high boyed out. I wouldn't mind doing that. I think that looks cool. It's very old school. Yeah, that's very old school right there. The garage, the proper place for a Razer mouse. Yep. Man, I miss square bodies. Thailand, that's why I bought it. That's why I bought it. It's a good truck. Faithful as hell, man. It's real. I can't believe it. I can't believe we made that. This truck has 107. It had 170,000 miles on it. That is, I mean, that's well over 200,000 kilometers. Easily. And that was before I bought it. I can see it on the truck. It'd make it look great. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. It had 150,000 miles on it when I started. The motor never complained. Motor and the transmission never complained. Ever. Nothing. Not even a hiccup. Nothing. Like, I still can't believe it. I can't believe we didn't, like, blow a head gasket or something, or the transmission synchros went or something. I can't believe this thing. It has like 175,000 miles on it. The motor and transmission gave us no problems. Nothing. Not even a hiccup. No misfires, no detonation, no nothing. And the motor is 25 years old, and it's 170,000 miles. I don't get it. How does that even? How does that happen? Yeah, well, I'll get new badges for it, Kurl. These ones have been painted over. I might be able to fix these. I gotta take them off. But yeah, this has a very unique tag to it, dude. It's got a unique tag. Here, not that cam. Give me this one. So this is the only 96 and 97 were the only year you will ever see an HD tag on a Ford truck. You know why? HD or heavy duty is Chevy's logo. Look, these tags are actually pretty sought after because it's an HD. That's 96 and 97. Ford only put a heavy duty tag on their trucks these 2 years. That's it. No other year. Because Ford has super duty, not heavy duty, right? So it's actually a super, I'm not going to say it's super rare because they made a ton of these trucks, but you're less likely to see an HD badge on these trucks than you are with like an XL, XLT, something like that. Yep. Now that you said something, all that will happen soon. It already did, Aqualex. The clutch master cylinder went back. The clutch master cylinder went November of last year. So it already had its hiccups, man. But see, the thing is, I took the clutch master cylinder apart and I replaced it with another one, and the other one was junk. So I took apart the OE one, took it apart, put it back together. Not necessarily took it apart. I kind of cleaned it. Put it back in, bled the lines. It was. I honestly think it didn't go. I think it just ran out of fluid. Because the master cylinder's still good. It still drives. You can still put the clutch in just fine. Clutch master is working great, actually. Yeah, the thing's a tank, man. I can't believe how nice this is. I can't believe, I mean, it's a California truck, so it's not going to rust, but... I just, it's very strange that this truck is that much of a freaking tank. I mean, it deserves that coat of paint, dudes. It deserves that coat of paint. It's tough enough to drive across the entire continent. It deserves that coat of paint. Yeah, John, that's right. Dude, I can't believe how nice this motor runs. The Hoonigans can't believe how much you fixed it up. Yeah, Kuro, I tell them that I daily this thing, and I pretty much do. I dailied it. Dude, I use this to move. All the stuff in here, I use this to move it. It's got an 8-foot box, man. It's a work truck. So I moved it. Yeah, the GoPro mounts are still there. I left them there, Geeson, because I thought it'd be cool. When we paint it, though, I might have to pull them off. Yeah, dude, I use this truck to move. I use it to move car parts around. Like, it's a good truck. Faithful as hell. Dude, and when I was moving, this truck got 25 miles to the gallon. You know why? It got 25 miles to the gallon because if you guys haven't seen this truck before, manual, baby, 5-speed. Got a manual transmission in it, man. Really, really cool truck. Anyway, yeah, I love it, dude. I love these trucks. These trucks behind me really make me happy. They're good vehicles. They're good vehicles, they're simple, and they're built to last. Manuel! What's the difference between a 4-speed and a 5-speed? 1 speed. 1 more gear. Just needs more power and a normal intake throttle body setup. Yep. Miller, I'm moving into my new house tomorrow. How long was it before you felt settled in? Took like a month and a half, dude. Month and a half, I'd say. Okay. ARJ, is this a long enough stretch break? Is this a long enough stretch break? Are we good? Get an 11 speed. Oh, more things that can fail. Yeah, no, I'm good. Any luck finding the dash pieces? Yep, they're coming. I have them coming. Yep. I bought one from a seller on eBay. Chat tipped for it, so... The reason for the stretch bakes, fam, is that the option pops up when people get enough points. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, so I got a dash with the right PCB coming. With the right printed circuit on the back. No, but I'll release you. Oh. How much longer you want me to stay here, man? Damn. We got a vehicle to build. Remember, it's Friday Night Racing tonight, dude. I have a finite amount of time. I gotta finish this thing. You want me in here for 4 hours? What do you want me to do? This is now a stretching stream. What I would like to see is this truck with a multi-speed transfer case. Hellfish, yeah. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I think an unlimited scenario for this truck, dude, would be like unlimited money scenario. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm torn because the 351 in there is loyal. It's a great motor. But it would be cool to put a 6VT in this thing. And then put a solid axle in the front. Yeah, Hellfish, of course. Cut a hole in the hood and install a blower? No way, man. This hood's pristine as hell. And it's straight. I'm not touching. No. And even then, Hib, it's not like we don't have enough room under here. Look. Plenty of freaking space. There's plenty of space under there. Wheat. Dude, we got get rid of all this crap. All the emissions restrictions, garbage, get rid of the air pump. There's tons of room under there. The 351 is still better. With proper engineering, you could build one out of the best sleeper power plants. Hellfish, I've thought about this. If we were going to keep that 351, we'd stroke it. I'd turn the 351 into a 406. But it would have to be bored. I mean, well, stroke's good, but you need a bore because I wanted to make torque, man. You know, I want, this is a work truck. I don't want it to make a lot of power. I want it to make torque. You know, the go-to thing that people do with 351s is they put they make stroker cranks for it and turn it into a 406. Those are pretty strong little motors, you know. If we turned it into a 406 with a supercharger, that would make torque. But that's a lot of money to do that. But I mean, at that point, we'd be getting into fuel injection systems. We'd have to redo the fuel system. The motor would have to be out of the truck. 6BT, that's meta. Put one of those Ford Crate EV motors. I said, no, not enough torque. You can make 400 foot-pounds with a short block that's in it. Yeah. It's nice, dude. It's got a roller cam in it from the factory. They put roller cams in these things starting in 95. So it's a roller cam engine. I firmly believe, Hellfish, that's the reason why this motor is such a tank. Roller cam, dude. You don't have to worry about sticking a lifter or anything. Oh man, stout as hell. Really good. How old are the trucks? This is a 97, and that one over there is a 59. What changed in the front grille area? I put the chrome grille on it, and I put the chrome bumper on it. I put an XLT bumper, or that's an XL bumper, and then I put the XLT, the highest trim level grille, because I thought it looked cool. I like the big chrome bumper. I think that looks sweet. I'm not doing an EV swap, John. No, not on this truck. This truck deserves better than that. But yeah, I put all the XLT stuff on the front. But like I said, the bumper is not XLT. XLT is the highest trim that they had for trucks. Actually, Eddie Bauer is the highest one, but that was only on the Bronco. That's an XL bumper. I like the chrome. I think the chrome looks really, really nice. There are only certain cars and trucks that can pull off chrome. This is one of them. I think it looks freaking sweet. Yeah, Hellfish, yep. I think the chrome looks really good on this truck. I like it. You like the Vulcan t-shirt? Nice. No quiero comprar el binoculars ahora. Maybe later, dude. I need truck parts. Ford had some amazing engines in the 90s. Your 99 Ranger with a 3-liter V6 is bulletproof. Yeah, and then they switched to overhead cam motors, and those are nice, I guess. With no Ford like that, might as well make Bigfoot. Yeah. But yeah, man, these trucks make me happy. I bought that truck over there after college in probably like 2009. I bought it because I wanted one. I bought it from my uncle. He gave it to me for a more than fair price, I would say. What's the cherry red one? It's a 59 F100. Also Ford. I vote for cleaning it up, simplifying the engine, and removing the air pump and leaving it otherwise alone. Yeah, Kev, yeah, get rid of the air pump, get rid of all the emissions crap on this thing, and make it as simple as the truck was intended to be. Yeah, that's the move, dude. Does anyone sell a single bore throttle body for this engine? It's a Windsor motor, dude. Sure, there's parts. But yeah, I just really like... You know, we were talking about it on the stream yesterday. We were talking about cars that... Like, not everything needs to look like a damn Hot Wheels car. Like, I love how simple this truck looks. It is just literally a box. Because that's what you need with a truck. It doesn't need to be complicated. I like it. It's really a good feeling, you know? It's Cobra R intake and throttle body. Yeah, we could do it. People do that. Do a Tai Lopez here in my garage. I just bought this old Ford truck here. It's fun to drive across the entire country. But you know what I like more than this old truck? Is knowledge. My TED Talk, where I talk about fuel units. Ah, Dave, that's a good truck. If you want power, a head swap for higher compression to get rid of the smog heads and modern fuel injection. Yeah. Some pickup trucks do come with spoilers from the factory, Novaraptor. If it's a Dodge and it has a spoiler over the bed, then it was there from the factory. But that's the only time I can really think of that ever happening. But yeah, guys, I don't want this to be like muscle car. I want it to be drivable. I don't want it stray too far away from the work truck formula, you know what I mean? Because this thing is a tank. It's not an F-150, so it's not just about giving it a ton of power no. This is a work truck. I want it to be a work truck, you know? Like, I think that's cool. You know, we want to make power, we'll use that thing over there. We'll use the light duty truck. That's a half-ton. This is a 3/4 ton truck. This is a tank. Ricing right from the factory. Yeah, Dodge has to sell trucks some way, Wheat. So, like, what I want this truck to look like is... It shouldn't look like anything special. It should just look like any other truck. And then maybe make a little bit more power. And that's about it. I don't want to do anything else to it. I like it the way it is. I mean, I want to paint it. I think it's deserved its paint job. Exactly, Weed. Deleting emissions and modern fuel injection without any other mods will net you gains in fuel economy. Yep. I mean, Kev, the fuel injection system, the hardware is pretty good. This has got stainless in it. It's really nice fuel systems. You're talking about, like, engine management, right? Like an injector, changing the injectors and stuff? Dave, I like Fleet White. Fleet White is my favorite. It's simple. You can beat the crap out of the paint, and it's not really an issue. Do you know what the truck was originally used for before the Hoonigans used it? Yeah. This truck was an electrician, an IBEW electrician's truck. A tradesman electrician bought this truck, and it's one owner. It's a one-owner truck. Really, I have the title. I have the original title for this truck from '97. Yeah, Kev. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that down the road, dude. Yeah, modern engine management would be great. Yeah. Modern engine management, switch the injectors out. Yeah, be good stuff. Any plans for the Charger? I don't own a Charger. It looks clean. How's the chassis? J-Man, it's a California truck. That should tell you everything you need to know. I don't know if you guys can hear this. No rust. Nothing. Dude, it is straight. It is straight. No rust. Chassis fine. I'll tell you what. I went parts diving in Michigan at junkyards for this truck, and I saw, comparatively to this truck, dude, I saw some horror stories for those trucks that were in the junkyard. Dude, I've never seen a truck with a rotted out leaf spring perch. I've never seen that. There were trucks in Michigan that have corrosion in places I thought not possible. Orion, yes. Novaraptor, probably something like Altia, yeah. Okay. It's been a half hour. Let's get back into the office, okay? All right. Your dad used to drive an Isuzu diesel truck from the early 80s. I love that thing. That sounds like an International Harvester, secretly. Isuzu made a good diesel motor in the early 80s. It didn't have much power, but dude, they were good. They put them into Harvester trucks. Any recommendations for undercoating? Been debating between fluid film and surface shield. Living in the Midwest is terrible on the cars. Yeah, I know, Enigmatic, yeah. Hey, so it goes tier 1 3 months in advance. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. You know what I do? I take the vice grip route and I just VHT engine coating. Just make sure when you put that paint on there, just make sure that it's dry. You spray the paint on in a dry place with low humidity, because what happens, dude, it doesn't matter what coat you use. If it's humid and there's some water, like moisture in the air, and you spray it, you're going to spray it and it's going to spray the moisture onto the truck, and the paint will trap the moisture and it'll be next to the metal and it'll rot from the inside out. As someone who works in R&D in the vehicle tuning industry, I'm required to mention turbos. It would be cool to turbo that 351, Kev. I mean, the smog heads would do it, right? The smog heads would do it. They're low compression. It'd be really good for it. It's not a powerful engine, but it got the job done. They're good motor. They're good and reliable. You know, I like that. I like the reliability. It's very nice. All right. Okie dokie. Sync. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. What's more powerful, a turbocharger or a supercharger? It's not that one's more powerful than the other, Nova. When are you trying to make power? That's the more important part. Superchargers are parasitic. So they make more power and more torque linearly, right? So if you put a supercharger on a vehicle, the entire power band will get bumped up. You'll just shift the entire thing up for the most part. Turbochargers are a little bit different. Turbochargers, the supercharger's limit is that it's driving off of your belts. Supercharger's belt driven. That's the difference between a supercharger and a turbo. Turbo uses exhaust gases from the engine. So it takes time for the exhaust gases to build up pressure in the exhaust and spin the turbine fast enough to start compressing air. So turbos are good at making power on the high end. Or you could do a Kelly Johnson and do turbo supercharging. That's the reason why the P38 was so ridiculously fast, for instance. We're going to talk about planes. P38 was turbo intercooled supercharge. Yeah. Well, it's actually supercharger intercooled turbocharger engine. Yeah, really cool stuff. I love your Terpskis. Yep. Put a turbo on it. What does that wind up doing? It makes the most power if your engine can handle it. Let's see how well you handle it. This is why I specified a single medium-sized turbo. You want smaller so it will spin up quicker for low-end power. Obligatory Delta S4 noises. I see you're a man of taste, Spraz. Turned Freb into a drag racing truck? No. It's a work truck. That's not a good place to start. I know about the Lancia S4. Delta Integrale. Forza. Put those headers on there you have no use for. That's a good place to start, Sawyer. The exhaust system has seen better days. Diesels can have compound turbos too. But compound turbos aren't turbo supercharging. That's different. Any ideas what you want the module to look like? Are you just going to steal the upper stage for the MLV? No. Let me put the music back on. All right, guys. Break time's over. Back to work. What's the docking ports for inside, Vulcan? I'm not building launch pads for these vehicles, but I'm building in all the components to make them so we could if we ever want to. It's not going to make a difference on the structure of the vehicle. It's just going to be easier to make them... It's easier to make them able to be reintegrated and launched from a pad right now than later. Yeah. Yeah, Kev. Yeah, that's fair. All right. We'll talk, dude. We'll see if we can do it. That'd be fun, man. Okay, so let's save here. So I'm working on the inner stage, guys. So future-proofing the vehicle. Bingo. So, I like... A thing that I think is a good idea is with direct. I think it was a good idea with direct. So here's what I'm going to do. I like direct because it has the ability to just put a fairing on it. You could just make a fairing if you want. That's fine. Or you could put an upper stage with an inner stage piece. So what I did, and put an upper stage there and then put said fairing up top. I think that's a good idea. So what I did was I made this conic adapter right here. The conic adapter adapts our 5.2 core diameter down to 5 meter. So, for instance, if I want to put something like this up there, an upper stage, right? And then put a fairing on top of that, we can do that. That's fine. So, or what we can do is, I don't need the rulers anymore because I made the part that I wanted. Or what we can do is just I can make a fairing for it or something. Man, it did not like that. We could just do a fairing for it. Or we could put an upper stage on here and then take this exact same fairing and then put it up there. Think you'll make a loiter style upper stage down the line? Earth departure stage, Vulcan. Yeah, this thing will have something like an EDS. Think EDS and ACES combined into one vehicle. have the upper stage inside of the fairing. That's not a bad idea, RT, but the reason why I adapted down to the 5-meter size is because having a fairing that's placed like this one, right? See how the gray is not part of this. It's a different fairing. There's 2 fairings technically inside of each other right there. Having a fairing deploy inside of another fairing usually doesn't end well. Yeah, so that's why I adapted us down to the 5-meter. To 5-meter, because then I could just use a 5-meter fairing for whatever. The adapter is a really big deal, and that's kind of the reason why when I was making this during the press conference, I was sitting here taking my time and thinking about it. I was listening to the Artemis press conference update, but yeah. It is a nice rocket, though. It does look really good. All right, so what I'm interested to see here is a payload test. Now that we have a fairing for this thing, we were talking about this yesterday. Now that we have a fairing and whatnot, how about we try putting something on it? Kind of looks like a high caliber assault around, yeah. Yeah, I see it. What caliber would SLS be? 840,000 millimeter. What? You asked. Why not have the payload be an upper stage? Yeah, I don't like making a fairing that big, Novaraptor. That gets, Kerbal starts doing weird things with a fairing. I mean, if I put an upper stage in here and then made that one big fairing, the fairing would be way over here. It starts doing wonky stuff. What's that, Thomas? They're not bringing the rocket back tomorrow, dude? Ugh. I meant to say an upper stage inside of the fairing. I know what you said. Yeah, I get it. If I put an upper stage inside of the fairing, I need to make the fairing bigger. It survived the storm just fine, Blinga. The couple of things here and there got a little bit damaged, but nothing they couldn't repair. NASA's confident that the mission will still go as planned. How much Delta V are you trying to give your second stage? Well, that's the second stage right there, Elfish. This is just a mass simulator test. I'm trying to baseline this thing. I want to see what it can move now that we have the fairing, so... No, that's not gonna work. Let's see what 81 tons does. Hey Daz, what's going on? I gotta mess with that fairing a little bit. There we go. Nice. Impressive. Very nice. Okay. All right, so let's go back over here. Swap it into the VAB. Let's go for a test flight, shall we? Two cores will be expended this month, 1051 and 1049. Looks like they want to get rid of the old ones. How heavy is that payload? 81 tons. So based off of what we saw the other day, this should be able to put this up there. It really should. The core stage should be able to put this into an orbit. It should be. Should be able to do it. All right. Okay, let's see what we got. Maybe you should make the fabled 6-engine Ares 5. I'm good. I think 5 skippers is enough. I think. Let me just equalize out the sound. This gets loud. Okay, here we go. T-minus 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And we got a liftoff. No control. I have no control over the vehicle. Something broke. The hell? Oh. Ah. Yeah, that probably has something to do with it. That's why it wasn't handling very well. Well, alright. That's, good. Why did it get rid of that? Dude, that means that all of our test flights from last night had this. And how did it make it? Yeah, how did that freaking make this? That's actually pretty cool. Okay, let's go over here like this. You gotta put the probe core in it, idiot. Wait, what? When did they start doing that? Yeah, I was wondering what the hell is going on there. I also noticed that some of these were not getting included, which is interesting. It's because the god of Yeet is smiling down on me. Yeah, so if we didn't have a probe core, we were controlling it from one of the SRB probe cores, which explains why it didn't fly very well. Alright. Let me just make sure that the Cal controllers... Yep, that's sequence. Oh yeah, no, it's there. 2 plans, release clamp. Alright, we're good. Alright, let's try this again. 81 tons. All up testing is the best teacher, I will say. Are you using 5 vectors? Nope. Skipper engines. That's why I'm using 5. Skippers don't make nearly as much thrust as the shuttle motors do. 3 skippers ain't gonna make what 3 shuttle engines do, but 5 will. You have the curve stored on memory for this rocket. It's programmed in. But yeah, I had 1 curve saved on the right on the other booster. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good for the roll program. Throttling back for max Q. Check volume, we're good. All systems still looking good here. We have max Q. Throttling up. Vehicle's now supersonic. Thrusting off, SRB standing by for separation. Got a nice clean sep. TWR is a little bit lower than what it would be on the shuttle. We might lose the SRBs before we can circularize. Yeah, Morzen, it's not ideal. The shuttle at separation is 1.25 from what we saw, so that 6-engine skipper variant might not be the worst idea. It already ate the boosters? Are we really that freaking low? Yeah, we are. Well, that's annoying. Yeah, it's not going to be that much extra payload mass blinker, but yeah, I mean, I don't really have a choice. Yeah, we need higher TWR from the core stage, believe it or not. Huh. Go figure. Miko. That ain't bad. I should have probably done that, but that's okay. I don't like clustering engines like that. Did you go from 4 segments to 5 segments for the upgrade? No, this isn't Ares 5, Novus. This is direct with Ares 5's core in it. Or, well, it's not really Ares 5's core. These aren't RS-68s. These make less thrust. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, the Delta V is right. The Delta V is correct. It's just not... Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I need to do a test here. While we're here, let's just unpin that. And then just... give it a little bounce. Yep. Cool. That is... serving as a hollow fairing, which is good. Is there supposed to be an upper stage? This was just the straight cargo variant to orbit, Kim. Yeah, we could do an upper stage, but honestly, we need more TWR from the motors. I need a 6th skipper, believe it or not. Our TWR was low for that entire ascent. How much? Okay, I saw what I wanted to see. Replace the skippers with mastodons. Hold on. How much thrust do these things make? So 650. We need 650 times 5. Well, actually, hold on. Let me just check the liftoff. So it's 568 out of the box. 568 times 5. And then the shuttle would be 936 times 3. Yeah, that's right. 936 times 4 is what we're looking for. That's how much liftoff thrust we need in the core stage. $3,700, so divide that number by 5. 748. What motor here makes 700 out of the box? There's not much. Why not use a cal to overclock them? We could, Top Hat. That's doable. Hang on. 936 times 4. 3,700. Mastodon makes 1283. Okay. Nope. So let's just check if my theory is right. So let's go down here. We need the skippers to be producing 125% of rated in order for this to work correctly. Take the cal. We'll just call this skipper block 2. Go in here, and then select skipper block 2, and then thrust limiter, thrust limiter. Actually, keep the control curves down here. It's 173. No, that's not. That's too much. That's 149. Hey, Perdongles. $130. There you go. Okay. No, I don't, Hellfish. I don't want that at all. That's waste. That's a waste. It's a waste of Delta V. I don't know, Blood Fam. People in chat were telling me, I don't know what's going on, and at this point, I'm kind of too afraid to ask. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, dude? I'm like, wait, what? wait, what's happening here? I don't understand. It started raining. Phenomenal. That's what happened. All right, let's try this again. Is this real life? It's the Hasterplan, man. Hasterplan. You know? Alright. Let's see if my theory is right. 130 should actually be... That's a lot. That's a lot. The thing is, when you overclock an engine like this, the game doesn't really understand how the throttle control works, because you can throttle past 100%. So the way it throttles is a little strange, but we'll see. How about 4 SSMEs in the bottom? 4 shuttle engines would do me... It would be exactly what I want, Cody, but I don't like the idea of throwing away shuttle engines. That would be a huge waste of money, because they're the most expensive engine in the game. You know what I'm saying? They're the most expensive engine. Throwing them away would be silly. Aren't you going to burn fuel faster so you almost end up with the same orbit? Well, Chem, we suffered some pretty bad gravity losses after SRB separation, so we'll see. You know, throwing away shuttle engines would be silly. It's almost like, you know, if you used an engine that, you know, like an RS-68, you know, an engine that's designed to be expendable, it would be, you know, a good idea or something. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why we were getting torsion from the SRB. Those didn't have SVI, or enable same best. Yeah, SVI on. Yeah, it's almost like they were built for expendable launch vehicles or something, Dragon. In fact, the RS-68 was built to basically capture a performance of the shuttle engine, but in an expendable variant. It's literally based off of the shuttle motor. And how long is it going to take to human rate the RS-68, Kappa? I don't know. It's almost like we shouldn't launch people on our super heavy launch vehicles or something. We should put them on a smaller vehicle that's derived from shuttle components or something. Or just use the space shuttle. Kappa. Now that would be silly. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Loud noises! 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Oh, yeah. Lift off at 1.4. Go for roll program. Go for beaver program. Beaver program complete. Roger, Beaver. Mode 1, Beaver. What? Throttling back for max Q. Well, this sure does look nice, doesn't it? It's looking very nice. Yeah, see, now our numbers are more in line with the shuttle. Max Q. Go and throttle up. Copy. Goats and beaver throttle up. Max Q went up after throttle up. We need the throttle bucket's a little bit different on this vehicle. Thrust tailing off on the SRB, standing by for separation. Good separation. Bearing separation. Bearing separation confirmed. Much better trajectory for those SRBs. No, I'm good spacephobic. Stand by for main engine cutoff. (86/75). That was a slight lofted trajectory after separation. Yeah, the Delta V's there. 81 tons, which is pretty much right on the money. I actually think RTWR was a little too high. This doesn't need to be 130. It needs to be like 120. But, yeah, that was good. Payload separation confirmed. Yeah, good. Good. Very nice. Impressive. Very nice. Yeah. It was, Hellfish. I said that it was 140 off the pad. That was good, man. That was really good. Yeah, that's too much. 130 was too much, just as I thought. Well, that's good. That's good to confirm the findings there. But yeah, we need to... Well, ideally, Owens, I want this thing to be able to have main engine cutoff at like 100/20. That's what I'm aiming for. But it would be nice to be able to circularize with 81 tons. I think we can do it by just going in here. And setting our thrust values to 120. Perfect. Yeah, I think that's more in line. So let's give it another shot. Now I want to see you recover it with an inflatable heat shield. Nice try, Tori Bruno. Reading up on stuff, and I just noticed that Sophia ended operations on the 29th of September. Any idea why? Got axed. Same reason why every other operation concludes. They don't want to fund it anymore. Basically, Nikita, the reason why it got axed is because James Webb does everything that Sophia can do, but like 1,000 times better. There's no need for 2 infrared telescopes. So, Owens, I'm designing this in such a way that we could either put an upper stage on it, or you could just put a payload fairing. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. We got booster ignition and a liftoff. Vehicles go for roll program. Roll program is complete. Vehicles now pitching downrange. Okay. Throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. Max Q 14.5 kilopascals. Vehicle's now supersonic. Throttling up. Okay. Thrust tailing off on the solids, standing by for separation. Showing a good separation. Very nice. TWR is 137. We need to just belt that down to there. That's fine. Rate controller is shutting down. We're switching over. See, the first flight that we did, guys, didn't have enough TWR here. The second flight that we did had too much TWR. I pushed the apogee up too far, too fast. This one, at like 98% thrust, is, see? Right where I said it needs to be, around 700, a little bit over 700. We said 736. See what I'm talking about? 720 is perfect. Bearing separation confirmed. You guys got to think, anytime that I'm not inside of the circle is inefficient. It's more efficient to be accelerating on your prograde vector. Now, you have to gravity turn, so I have to be out of it, but the more time I can spend with the the heading of the vehicle inside of the prograde vector, the more efficient of a burn it is. So, like, I gotta burn a little bit radial in here because our apogee is almost where we exactly need it. So we gotta start throttling down the engines. We gotta start burning a little bit radial in. Gotta burn a lot more radial in. Apogee is too high. Stand by for Miko. 102 by 20. Right on the money, dude. It's perfect. I had to... The TWR was just a teeny bit too high. Teeny bit too high, but... Yeah, that's it, dude. That's right. Yeah, if you're getting your... Yeah, if you get your TWR just right, you should be following prograde vector the entire time. So I burned a little bit radial in at the end, but that's okay. But that's not bad. That's 81 tons of whatever, you know, up into space. And if we give this thing, we give it an upper stage, that 81 tons goes up to like 100 easily. Easily goes up there. Payload separation confirmed. Why not program the CAL to have a more optimum TWR the whole way without throttle? We could. That would just take time to dial it in. Hellfish, I'm still doing this by hand, but yeah. Wouldn't it be nice to see this converted into a Grissom? Wouldn't you appreciate that? Wouldn't it be good? You guys would like to see that, right? You'd like to see these core stages made into a Grissom? You know, we'll just put a cargo section up at the front instead of in the center of the vehicle. Well, there's a reason why I have just a fairing variant, fellas. And just by chance, we have a lot of extra space inside of these fairings, just saying. It's an old interplanetary transport vessel that I made, Nova. Hellfish, and the other thing is that I don't want to program a throttle controller for the, especially for the core stage. The reason why is because if you're going to launch with a different payload, your TWR is going to be, it's going to need to be different every time. We're going to need thousands of different thrust curves depending on the payload that we're doing. That's why, that's part of the reason why inertial guidance exists, so you can compensate for differential payload mass. Real rockets do what I just did. We watched one do exactly what I just did the other day. The Israel launch on GSLV Mark III. We saw that it went out of the track and it burned radial in. We saw it went out of the track. I thought it was broken, but no, it compensated. Their guidance system compensated for a lofted trajectory, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. That's what you do in KSP. But it did it automatically. That's what an inertial system does, and that's why they're really important to have that. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is that it's important for the rocket to know where it is, so it knows where it isn't. Does look good though, man. Yeah, she looks real nice. Over under on when the core stage burns up. What do you mean when? This thing? Oh, it'll probably do something similar to the external tank. I mean, we could ride it down if you want. Altitude? 20K is when this thing's gonna meet a fiery grave. Another thing I actually want to test is popping that off. Yep. I wanted to be sure that we have a hollow fairing up there. Because if we're launching it with an upper stage, there's not just going to be empty space right here. There's going to be a rocket engine. So that's why I made this open. And it's also cool because that means you can attach stuff to it. So if I put an alignment mechanism in here, we could attach a module to this thing. Yeah, that slight overclock, dude, at 120 is pretty much exactly what we need. I did notice that the skipper engines got a little bit hot, but that's okay. Ah, that's hot. The other thing that I noticed is that we didn't circularize before the SRBs broke, before the Kraken ate them, which kind of does suck, but... Nice core stage, though. Yeah, in the future, what I want to do, guys, is make this into a transfer vehicle. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I want skippers back here. Because the idea of restarting KS25 engines just irks me really, really hard. I don't like that at all. You think KSP2 will be a flop? No, not at all. I'm talking with the lead developer, or the creative director, Tom. I'm talking with him about KSP2 stuff. I don't think it's going to flop at all. I think it's going to be amazing. I'll tell you, Tom, what I basically told Nate. I told him this back in like 2019. I don't know if the guy even remembers, maybe. Tell you what I told him. What I told him is, dude, with Kerbal, it doesn't need to be crazy. All you literally could do, you could get away with better physics simulation, better graphics, and more tutorials. And that's it. You don't even need to add anything new. You could literally do the same game with better optimization and better physics simulation, and people will buy it. I know that I know that for a fact, being a really, really hardcore Kerbal player. But, you know, I told them that a long time ago, and they've added more. They did everything that I just said, but they're also doing multiplayer and base building and stuff, which is just chef's kiss. How's the thermal looking? Any chance of you doing an interview with the KSP devs? Well, turns out when you heat up batteries, they explode. Crooked interview with the KSP2 devs? Like something to show you guys? Yeah, that could be in the cards, dude. Been talking with them. a good deal. We'll see what happens. I would say better mod support. Well, that was already confirmed on this. Freaking NearT is in charge of mod integration. NearT, a modder for KSP1, is in charge of the mod integration for KSP2. When does KSP2 get released? February 24th, 2023. Modder's gonna mod. She's holding up surprisingly well, but then again, so did the external tank. Yeah, Tom, I'm not worried. And this is the other thing that I told Nate and everybody else back in 2019. I had a meeting with them, and Scott Manley was there, and Shadow Zone was there, Das was there, a bunch, like the who's who of like Kerbal streamers and YouTubers were there. The other thing, multiplayer? Yep, multiplayer is confirmed. Yep. The other thing I told him, Tom, is that, dude, if this game sucks, I'm going to tell you. I will tell you if it sucks. You have my word on that. I have way too much invested in this. Way more than I probably should. I have way too much invested in this for this game to suck. If it sucks, I'm not going to blow smoke up your tail. If it sucks, I'm telling you. I said that to him and they said, oh. Yep, here we go. I said 20, dude. We might lose the front fairing at 20. Let's see. If it makes it, Hellfish, I'm going to be a little upset. If KSP2 sucks, would you become an Amogus? Your boy knows. Oh. 16-9. Nice. Nice. There's parts of the raceway right there. Oh, hey, one of my engines made it. Oh, it's broken, though. $16,960. Couldn't freaking make that up. Hey, there's what's left of the engine section. All right. It's reusable. Narrator. It wasn't reusable. %3 reusable. Well, no, Cinco's technically the propulsion, technically by budgeting, the propulsion is the most expensive part. That might be physically 3% of the vehicle, but it's like 80% of the cost. So, you know, getting your engines back is good. ULA, ULA smart reuse, man. Right? 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 Uh-oh. It's a face, chat. Look. It's a face going. Ah! Headphone users, Kerbal likes to overdrive the sound when stuff hits the water. Like, really overdrive the sound. Just, you've been warned. I don't know. Sometimes it's loud, sometimes it's not. So just careful. See what I mean? Into Davy Jones's locker. Deliver Colonel Sanders down to Davy Jones' locker. Rhyming and stealing in a drunken state. And I'll be rocking my rhymes all the way to Hell's Gate. Now SpongeBob can use the engines. Yeah, well, we saw what... Well, Nova, I don't know if giving SpongeBob stuff from our world is a good idea. I mean, you remember the pencil incident? That was not a good idea. Why can the RS-68 be restarted, but the RS-25 can't? They use the same fuel and similar design. I'm not 100% sure if RS-68s can be restarted, Cody. I mean, you saw what they did with a pencil Novaraptor. I don't think that the rocket engine would be a good idea. Mihoi, Minoi! Ah, SpongeBob, you doodle! Neofang! Smart reuse is just a phase. It's not a phase, Mom! What the heck is that, Lundprod? 8-meter space station hardware. Question, how you finna launch? 8-meter space station hardware. Wait, didn't Sandy make a rocket? She did. She did make a rocket. Fellas, I have a question. Does that rocket have water inside of it when they launched it? Because, like, SpongeBob can walk around in it. Did Sandy make a rocket that was capable of launching from the bottom of the ocean with water inside of it, along with rocket fuel that can make it all the way to the moon and back? That's pretty impressive engineering. The rocket did have a propeller. Yeah. Sandy made Sea Dragon. and it's made out of riveted steel, just like Sea Dragon. That's Sea Dragon. SpongeBob, me boy! No, it doesn't need to be more pointy. You want a blunt tip nose like that with an antenna coming out of the front. That's great for hypersonics. Why does this make sense? The trap remix? I think we can get away with that.
Preparing the Krabby Patty.
Boy, me Bob. Sounds like a lot of hoopla to you.
It's the dream.
Oh.
It has passing, hasn't it? I'm gonna launch it again. Don't let the music distract you. But you didn't like that? Alright. Go with throttle up. Copy. Go with throttle up. What I'll try to do, guys, is really get this thing to grab turn. I'm going to grab turn a little bit sooner. Make sure we're right at 45. Us tailing off on solid rocket boosters standing by for separation. Separation confirmed. Nominal performance on the stage here. Separation confirmed. For me, go. Miko confirmed. 108 by 15. Real good. Switch back over to the boosters. Separation confirmed. Like and redeem garage stretch break. There's a 4-hour cooldown. Hey, wait. Why didn't it switch? Oh, man. Where are we? Oh, we're still in the atmosphere. Damn. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, those are shuttle pallets. Those are shuttle pallets, Thomas. And it looks like a lattice that represents the inside of the shuttle payload bay. Oh, look. Centaur G storage facilities. And a guy just peeking around the corner. Yeah, it's almost like the entire pallet, the entire shuttle pallet is designed to be pulled out of the shuttle's payload bay. Almost. Apollo docking ports. Interdasting. This must be from the really early shuttle program, like 81 or 82. Yeah, that's what they wanted to do, guys. They wanted to make Centaur storage and satellite servicing facilities that were where you could like open up a satellite, you wouldn't have to worry about it getting hit by micrometeorites. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to do this with the shuttle. You see a LEM? Where's the LEM? Where? Yeah, maybe. Make it with panels? Why? Flags, dude. Flags. Not panels, flags, man. You can do that with flags, sure. Why do you think I made the big... Why do you think I made this? We did get robbed with Space Station Freedom. Absolutely, dude. How much fuel does this stage have left? 5 seconds of burn time. Yeah, see? We're right on the money, dude. Very nice. All right. Everything is looking real good here. Cool. Damn, boy. She thick. Thick boy. Damn. When Centaur G? Oh, I'm working on it. Don't you worry. I'll make it. All right. Well, fellas, I think this is really good for our, for like the low Earth orbit cargo variant of HLV, or whatever we were going to call this thing. Erect or something. Kepler. Yeah. Last, please. I was thinking last night, what would happen to, like, a piece of meat strapped to the outside of a rocket going into space? That made me think of a question. What's the difference of temperature between the cold, hot side of a rocket? A lot. Can you send this into lunar orbit? If it has an upper stage, dead meat? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Like, okay, if you were gonna put a stake, like, on the side of a spacecraft and send it back, it wouldn't... Are you... Okay, any cooks out there, are you familiar with pan-searing a steak? Before you cook it, before you broil it, you pan-sear it, where you just scorch the outside to keep the juices in? That's what would happen. That's what would happen if you draw... Like, if this steak was attached to the outside of a spacecraft. You'd basically be pan-searing it. The reason why, like, okay, if you really want to go into detail, there's a book out there called What If. It's done by the guy that does XKCD, and the audiobook is narrated by Will Wheaton, and they actually asked this question. The long story short of it is that the steak steak doesn't flux the heat right. So you'd scorch the outside of the steak and it would cook it. But the outside of the steak would be really well done. And because you're only applying specific heat to it, like to certain areas of the steak, you'd only grill like basically one side of the steak. So one side of the steak would be cooked. The inside would be really rare, to say the least. And then the backside would be raw. Yeah. Long story short, that's what would happen. Steak doesn't flux heat very well. Yeah. So, because re-entry heating is very directional, you'd scorch one side of it and the other side would... Provided your steak doesn't ablate. Steak actually would ablate pretty dang well, like a heat shield. yes, the XKCD, that the chapter in What If did go into this. If it was dropped from a high enough height, the stake would ablate. You would ablate the outside of it. It would just burn up. But if it was like in the right spot on a spacecraft, or you dropped it from the right height or something, yeah, you could get a really nicely well done side of the stake. The center would be rare, like really rare, and then the back would be raw. How's it going? It's going good. So vehicles experience heating even on the way up. I mean, I mostly mean on the way up. Well, you said re-entering spacecraft, but on the way up, dude, yeah. Sure. Yeah, it's not as much as re-entry, dude. You know, they call it entry heating, but that kind of stuff happens to stuff that goes fast. Anything that goes fast through a gaseous medium, I guess, to say that right. Anything that flies through gases. Could be our atmosphere, could be Mars's atmosphere, could be the sun. Only, I mean, you'd probably burn up before you ever get near it. Pork chop sandwiches! No, all right. So, anytime you're flying through a gas, because gas can compress, you're going to get heating. Gas will compress up against the front of the vehicle. There's nowhere to go. Think about it like this. You ever see like zombie movies, and they have like in said zombie movie they have a truck, and that truck has like spikes on it and a plow and stuff, and they're driving it down, like they're getting swarmed by the zombies. They're driving the truck, and eventually, right, the truck can't go forward because there's just too much dead zombies in front of them. That only the zombies are air molecules. That is literally what happens. The air molecules get compressed, and they get compressed to a point where they can't go anywhere because the air around them is getting compressing, so they just kind of sit there on the front of the vehicle. And you're going fast enough, the air molecules get so squished they actually come apart. They ionize, like to the point where you're ripping air molecules in half. And that resulting from the ionization generates plasma. It makes a ton of heat. So what are you saying? We need the stake to rotate as it re-enters from orbit? It would ablate. You'd have to drop it from a suborbital height, Blinga. But see, here's the thing. Our atmosphere isn't tall enough to get it to cook just right. I'm serious. There's a whole chapter in What If about this. It's like a 3,000 word essay on like dropping stakes from orbit. Yeah, it's pretty funny, man. It's great. So the long story short of it is that stake ablates. It ablates like a heat shield. So I was like wondering, I kind of want to ask the question, like, could you use stake as a heat shield? Would it make a good ablator? Like, could you use like a pork chop as a freaking ablator? Yeah, Rothrin, What If is amazing, dude. Yep. Why would you do that to food? Meat shield. Exactly. Imagine that some billionaire showing off his huge thick grill station in his mansion, and let's watch this. Hits a button, rocket launches, drops a pod for re-entry with just enough ablation so that the steak gets cooked. Once again, you'd pan-sear one side, or you'd pan-sear one side. If you tried to introduce enough heat to cook the steak inside out, the steak will just burn up. Like, once again, What If, dude? It's by the guy that does XKCD. He has like a Q&A. That's what that whole book is. It's a Q&A about science and math. It's hilarious. It's really funny. Like another question from the book was, what happens if a pitcher could pitch a baseball at the speed of light? You guys ever thought about an entire baseball stadium being an ablator? There you go. And just, let's just use this baseball stadium as an ablator. It'll be fine. Another picture from that. Looks like the station's docking port is extendable. Oh? Huh? Actually, Clayton, they clarified it, dude. Yeah, they clarified it. If the ball was traveling at the speed of light and the entry heat that was caused, the plasma layer that was caused, hit the pitcher, or hit the batter. Yeah, that's under MLB rules. That's technically hit by a pitch. You'd get to take your base, but the problem is that there'd be a gigantic crater where the baseball stadium was. The plasma on re-entering vehicles, is that just molecules or is there radiation like atomic? It's plasma. It's a state of matter. Oh, yeah. A-Pass was a better idea. Don't give the Astros any ideas. Yeah, here. Here, fellas, look. Yeah, there you go. See, it's in What If, dude. I'm telling you. It's a book called What If, and it's freaking awesome. It's by Randall Munroe. This is the guy that does XKCD, the web comics. He's a scientist at JPL. Yeah, see, there you go. See, plasmized air. You'd basically, the ball would turn so much air to plasma that it essentially would be such a pressure shift that it'd be an energy release equivalent to a nuclear blast. The #1 programming excuse for legitimately slacking off. My code's compiling. Hey, get back to work. Compiling. Oh, carry on. What if? Serious scientific answers to absurd hypothetical questions. Really funny. Really funny. You learn a lot about... You actually learn about a lot about physics. Yeah. At 90C, it's actually causing nuclear fusion. Oh my god, that's funny. The comic is outside my coworker's cube. Hell yeah. It's really good stuff, man. Have humans created anything faster as fast as light? Particle accelerators have made stuff go pretty damn fast. But... long story short, dude, the universe starts doing weird things when you approach the speed of light. Think of it like a game, like Kerbal doing weird things with the Kraken drive. Weird stuff like that happens when you start going that fast. Yeah. Weird stuff like that does happen. Like quantum stuff? Yes. To make the conversation really short, yes. Stuff starts acting weird. Stuff that was over there is now over there. And then I'm not sure if it's over there, but it might be back over there. And there's no way to predict why it went over there or how it got over there. Yeah, it starts getting weird. Starts getting weird, Jerry! Yeah, it's just the simulation ticker getting a little weird. I agree. Yep. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. Yeah, it's like, and they're trying to figure out why stuff gets... That's like the next... That's going to be the next big, like, scientific breakthrough that we have. Once we figure out why it just kind of boops from over there, like... If we can figure out why it goes over from, like, location to location, like why electrons, when you get near the speed of light, electrons just start sizzling around. They just start going over there, and then it goes 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 over there, and it goes over there. If we can figure out some kind of pattern to that, that will be the next big breakthrough. The interesting thing about that is that this year's Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to a scientist. I'm not going to say this right. Someone's going to correct me. I know it. I know you're out there. Don't do it. Don't do it. From what I understand, and keep in mind, my understanding of this is very... they figured out that the electrons that are moving around, when they zap around, they're moving faster than the speed of light, which is that's very interesting. Yeah, very strange stuff. They're moving, yeah, with quantum, they're moving faster than the speed of light. So It's interesting. Why is that a big deal? It's interesting because there is mass, tangible mass, that is moving faster than the speed of light, which once you start moving faster than the speed of light, Einstein's formula starts to get a little weird. Relativity starts to get a little strange. There are helicopters in Flight Sim now. Cool, man. Yeah. Electrons in orbits of atoms. Yep. Yeah, they move around the atom. It's very weird, dude. Instead of just kind of, they just go zip, 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 zip. Gliders too. Plus CFG. Very nice. Hey, Jack, what's going on? Yeah, Livim, look up this year's Nobel Peace Prize, dude. We figured out that, yeah, electrons move faster than the speed of light when they have quantum entanglement. I think that's how it's... I'm not saying it right. Well, actually, people have at it. I'm not saying it right, dude. Yeah. Very strange. Okay. So, yeah, entangled D's. Got him. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why are you peas. So Dana know he's not here. So why are you came? I don't know, Bloodbam. Bro, I ain't an expert on this. That ain't my wheelhouse, man. All I know is conventional physics and how to lose a baseball game. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You do know what I'm saying. Achwell, Mr. Ahmed Foley is here to see you. One moment. Thanks for the explanations. Gonna let that digest. Go, Flykin, go listen to What If. Go buy it and listen to it. It's really funny. You'll like it. But no enchanted we want Houston after this year. Who would want Houston? It's a dump. Unsubbed! As a Texan, you're now I feel bad. Alright. So, we have our low Earth orbit version. Now let's put an upper stage on this thing, and let's see what it does. Interesting, Tylen. Yeah, yeah. That's getting out of my wheelhouse, homie. This rocket looks cool as heck. Oh, thank you. It's a combination of Ares 5 and Direct. Yeah. I just took the parts of Ares 5 that I liked, and I took the parts of Direct that I liked. And we have a new rocket. I figure, a good name for it would be just to combine it. Combine Ares 5 and Direct. So, we're calling it Erect. Or Dairy. That's deep, man. Nice try, Smith. It's a city that's only famous for crappy accents and tea-filled harbors. Do you like freedom, my friend? You're welcome. Yeah, exactly, Blinga. I'm going to make an upper stage variant of this. We just got to figure out what kind of upper stage we need. Directors. All right, let's get the music going again. All right, so
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Happy Veterans Day, everybody. Demon, 45-month resub. Oh. Okay, so we have our block 1 variant. So now we'll make a block 1B. Because it's, you know, Ares 5 with direct, and we'll use SLS's naming convention. Only our block 1B is going to be, yeah, good. You know, our block 1 variant just has a terrible upper stage. And our block 1B variant has the stage the vehicle was supposed to be designed. Alright, so we need an upper stage for this thing. Okay, what I'm going to do here is take the fairing, right? And we're going to turn on interstage nodes. And then I'm going to take the fairing and separate it, and we will attach that up there. Because that's basically where that needs to be. The base looks neat. Is that engines at the small end of tanks? Yes. I wanted to make engine shrouds. So, in real life, clustering a lot of engines together is actually pretty damn complicated because the engines convect heat very, very, very well. Remember, when a rocket's firing, there's a lot of low pressure that happens up in here. Low pressure takes less heat for the gas to heat up. So the engines actually do convect heat very, very well on the outsides. And one engine can melt stuff that's around it. So I like the five-side or six-sided die 5-spot configuration here because the engines are all spaced from each other. That's the reason why SLS's engines are here, and here is because they're trying to get them as far away from the SRBs as possible, but also have but also fit 4 shuttle engines down there, basically. Regenerative cooling does favor that. Yep. So yeah, that's... So I wanted to space the engines out, so I put small tanks in there. Does that mean you also got to take the ML offline for 2 years too? No. I see what you did there. No, I don't need to do that. Alright, I gotta check something. Yeah, okay, it kind of does it. Alright. Well, that's what happens when you trickle fund a super heavy launch vehicle in a lunar program, Ian. What are you gonna do? It's almost like putting NASA on, you know, life support is a really stupid idea. That's a really dumb way of doing things. Probably shouldn't do that again. Yeah. Yeah. Weird, huh? That's weird, Ian. It's like, weird, man. I don't know. Shocked Pikachu face and stuff. Not Congress's fault. They wanted Constellation. They wanted to give the program more money. Ain't their fault. It wasn't the House and the Senate that canceled Constellation, Ian. Remember that. That's important to understand, dude. Wasn't them. No need for symmetry here, Blinga. That's just a ruler that I'm using. Thank you, though. Yeah. Guys, don't... You can cast blame here and there, etc., but you can't change the past. Just learn from the mistake and go. Think about it, homies. What's done is done. All we can do now is make sure that that doesn't happen. I mean, that's part of the reason why I do what I do here, to teach people about this kind of stuff, to show, like, oh, this is good space policy. This is not good space policy. You know, that's, it's kind of important. Alright. Cool. So, what do we want our upper stage to be? We can pick some of the 5-meter variants here. We have a 5-meter stage variant. We could do that. I hate that that has those ridges on it, though. That looks ridiculous. Would Constellation be better than Commercial Crew, assuming Boeing actually delivered? Hey, Ren, thanks for the bits. Yamarider... Constellation was... Commercial Crew is part of Constellation. The way that it was presented was bullcrap. The Commercial Crew and Commercial Orbital Transport Services were part of the Constellation program. It was literally part of the original vision for space exploration in 2004 that was adopted after the Columbia disaster. So the way they pitched it to try and save face is that, oh, Commercial Crew is a great alternative to, you know, to big budget government space programs. That's not wrong. But they said that, oh, we could just do this and replace it with this. No, that's not how that works. You're replacing an Apollo program with a Gemini program, essentially. Oh yeah, they did it for less cost. You know why they did it for less cost? Because they're building way simpler vehicles. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, you know, SpaceX coming out of it was a bad thing by any means. What I'm telling you is that the Constellation program and Commercial Orbital Transport Services saved SpaceX, if you really want to know. They saved SpaceX. The contract that saved Elon Musk from going bankrupt after 3 Falcon 1 failures was part of the Commercial Orbital Transport Services program, which was part of the Constellation program. Note that it was awarded in 2008. So, you know, so the idea that saying that, oh, you know, we're not doing Constellation, but Commercial Crew is good too, but we're going to swap it with Commercial Crew is stupid. That's a stupid idea because we were doing both of those things before. They pitched it as like, oh, we're going to swap it out with this, when in reality they just canceled a vast majority of the Constellation program and kept the parts that they liked and then pitched it as a replacement, which is stupid. And then, you know, they went to tell Congress about that, and Congress said, you want to cancel all of it and replace it with commercial. Are you high right now? Why would you do that? The Constellation program had full support, 100% support, House and Senate. So next time, well, actually, it had full support in the House and the Senate, and when they figured out that they were going to try to pull the rug out from under the whole thing, they codified a rocket into law to make sure that NASA would survive. Now, I'll admit, designing by committee is literally the worst way to engineer a rocket, and SLS is a good example of that. SLS was basically the remnants, all the parts of the Constellation program that Congress could legislate into law and keep. Yeah. And then another thing that they codified into law is a fixed funding system for SLS. Like, this isn't another important thing to understand. SLS, when you fund a rocket, most of your funding goes with development, and then as you enter operational missions, your development peters off. Then it actually goes down. You saw this kind of wave and then kind of flatline with the, well, Mercury program, Gemini program, Apollo program, shuttle program. Yeah, it happens all the time. Any program. You could use James Webb if you want. Actually, James Webb's a bad example. Hubble, ISS. It takes a lot to develop something, and then once you're operating it, then it doesn't cost a lot, right? The thing with SLS is that SLS was funded on a fixed linear pricing system. So in the beginning, when the SLS program started, they were way overfunded, and they got everything done way early. And then when the budget was required to ramp up, 2014, 2015, 2016, when the budget was required to ramp up, you enter the development phase of any rocket, right? When the funding was supposed to go up, they capped it at a fixed price. So SLS started missing milestones. And all of this happened because Congress codified it into law because they basically saved NASA. They wanted to get rid of all of it. And you could say that, oh, but the constant commercial crew and stuff, SpaceX, yeah, SpaceX does it for cheaper, that's fine. But we sacked our entire national human spaceflight program for that. And the remnants that we have are just exactly that, the remnants. They're the foundations, I guess. You know? It's the reason why SLS been so screwed up. You know, Congress, they tried to save it, but they knew they weren't gonna get the funding for it, and they just kept funding it with what they could, because they didn't want our national space program to go the way of the dodo. That's fair. I understand that decision. That makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, Yama Rider, it really changes your perspective on the whole thing, doesn't it? It's bullcrap, dude. One of my favorite Groom Lake Watchers was just arrested. Oh, they arrested George Knapp? Interesting. I know who George Knapp is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And the one thing that wasn't funded then, the EUS, just used DCSS instead. Yeah, the idea, guys, I'll be honest with you, fellas. It leads into one more thing. I'll talk about this, and I want to get back to building my rocket. The other thing is that, look, you don't go to the moon. There's no cheaper way to go to the moon, because at the end of the day, you can't legislate against the laws of physics. I don't care what anybody says. You want to build something that's capable of going to the moon, it's going to cost you billions of dollars. It doesn't matter if you're Elon. It doesn't matter if you're NASA. It doesn't matter if you're Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos has all the money in the world. What's Blue Origin done? Now, don't get me wrong. They got stuff coming in the pipe, and you should keep an eye on that. Like those BE-4 engines are very nice. But look at Elon. I mean, look at SpaceX. The guy that supposedly does it for cheaper. And don't get me wrong. There's a caveat to that. He will end up doing it for cheaper. I firmly believe that. The caveat is that, look, it's going to cost a lot of money to build a rocket to go to the moon. Now, how much that ends up costing in the long run is really up to you. Why? Well, not up to you guys. It's up to the designer of the rocket. It's up to Elon. Elon plans to get the costs down by flying Starship a lot and baking that into the design from the start. Starship is designed to be rapidly reusable. That's the key. You can put more, if you put more tonnage into space per year than anybody else, your rocket's going to be cheaper by definition. Because that means you can fly faster than everybody else. You will nail all the contracts and you'll fly more, you get more experience, price goes down. That's literally what they're doing with Falcon 9 right now. They'll do it with Starship. And Starship could, the price points of Starship could get down to $2 million a flight, like Elon says. That really, really hinges on how much money you're willing to dump into it right now. And that all goes back to what I'm saying. At the beginning, during development of the program, you should literally get a blank check for your rocket. If you're making something that's going past the moon, you're going to need insane amounts of funding, which is part of the reason why SLS is on cost plus, but I'll get into that later if you guys want. So it's going to cost billions of dollars no matter what. The reason why Elon thinks he can get the price down is because he'll fly stuff a lot there, but there has to be a demand. Starlink is the demand. You need more Starlink satellites, and the revenue from Starlink pays for the rocket and then some. They're going to do the same thing with Starship, and they already have billion-dollar contracts from NASA for the lunar variant of Starship too. So they'll do it. But Starship is going to cost billions of dollars to make. More than Ares 5, more than Ares 1, more than the shuttle. It's the price quite literally will be up there with the Saturn V. I'm pretty damn sure. We're not going to get, I mean, we don't get internal costs from SpaceX, but that just goes to show that, you know, no matter, you can't find a cheaper way to get to the moon because you're beholden to the laws of physics. There's no cheaper way to do it. You need to expend a certain amount of energy to get boots on the ground on the moon. No matter how you cut it, it's going to be expensive. Where you recoup that cost is profit, and that comes from high flight rate, and that comes from demand for high flight rate. So, the interesting thing is, I say high flight rate. It doesn't matter if your vehicle is expendable or not. Now, don't get me wrong, higher flight rate does favor reusability. But if you have a rocket that's, say, using solid rocket boosters in your first stage, solid rocket boosters are so incredibly easy to fabricate compared to a liquid fuel rocket engine, which has thousands of moving parts. Solid rocket has like 2. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still a lot of engineering and it's complicated. It is rocket science, but solids are a little bit a couple orders of magnitude easier than liquid fuel propulsion. Ask any rocket scientist. So if you were making expendable solid rocket vehicles, you could theoretically best the price on a reusable vehicle. This is the argument that Tori Bruno has made for a long time. You know, you could do it, it's just depends on how you do it. But it's always going to be expensive at the end of the day. Like, making a liquid fuel engine is harder to make than a solid fuel engine, but they're both really freaking difficult to make, you know? Does that make sense? All this feeds into an overarching theory that I have about spaceflight, dude. I don't want Uncle Sam or governments being the only one that has access to space. We saw where that leads. That just leads to a bunch of spy satellites up there and a couple of flags on the moon. That's about it. And then a space station that burned up well before its useful lifespan. And then another space station that was made out of basically consolation prize requirements for a vehicle that's designed to put spy satellites up there, the space shuttle, right? We see what happens when the government's the only one that have access to space. There's stagnation. Now, we flip the page there. Say that commercial is, this whole like need for commercialization of every single human spaceflight thing. Say in the future that, right, like that that pans out. What's the theoretical end there? The theoretical end there is monopolization, right? You want a corporation saying who can and can't launch to the moon? I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want that either. The solid fuel engine is kind of more dangerous. When it is ignited, it needs to burn out all its fuel. No shutdowns. Yeah, Emarius, there's a stigma about that I noticed around on the internet. And what I don't understand is that why our perception of solid rocket boosters goes down just because you can't shut the engine off. Look, if your rocket has a failure, it has a failure. And I hope you have ways to get around that. But I can't see any particular mission where you go into it expecting your rocket engine to fail. Solid rocket boosters, it's extremely unlikely for them to fail. And I know, here comes the O-ring. Oh, what about the O-ring? Well, yeah, the rocket told them it wasn't working right and they ignored it. So, turns out when you don't use the vehicle in the way that was intended to be engineered, it breaks. Funny how that works. But yeah, solid rocket, dude, I would go ahead and say that solids are probably safer than liquids. I know. That's going to piss off a lot of people. But there's no way you can tell me that the thing with thousands of moving parts is going to be somehow simpler than the thing that has 2. Yeah, you can't shut it off, right? But the fact that it's so simple means you can learn more about how it works and never have a problem. And, it's ironic, but the case in point is the space shuttle. After Challenger, did you ever hear any other problems with the SRBs? Never. Rockets launch with attachable solid rocket boosters all the time. When's the last time you heard one of those breaking? 1997. I can tell you the exact date. How many liquid rockets have failed in that time? Antares, Falcon, Soyuz. See what I mean? There's a stigma from Challenger that solids aren't safe. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It really comes down to good engineering. That's the key. So yeah, I mean, Rothman, going back to what I was saying, dude, it needs to be a balance. We need to have a hybrid system. And it's almost like, to bring this kind of full circle, it's almost like after Columbia had a disaster in 2003, we made something that would open up commercial markets, but keep a healthy national space program going at the same time. What was that called again? Oh yeah, that was called Constellation. It's almost like we were on the right track for low Earth orbit commercialization over time, so NASA can focus on going and exploring the solar system at what they were supposed to do, and then turning over low Earth orbit access to commercial markets. It's almost like they had a program that was designed to do both of those things to create a more healthy and sustainable spaceflight future. Nope, can't do that. Too expensive. See what I mean? No good. Alright. Anyway, I'm gonna make my liquid fuel upper stage. Some people say, why solids? Why liquids? You know what I say? I take the party pill. Let's use both of them, baby. Hell yeah. No. Why not both? Like I said, it's just a theory that I have, man. More rockets is better. That's the way we want to move sustainably forward, that's the way to do it. I've had nothing but all the time in the world to think about this. But realistically, where is NASA now? I'd say NASA is making pretty damn good progress. Emrise. I think they're making good progress considering that after 2011, Uncle Sam basically cut one of NASA's legs off and said, here, run a marathon, please. I think they're doing all right, given the circumstances. But it's vital for NASA to have a robust in-house human spaceflight program that's redundant to SpaceX. Anything that SpaceX can do, NASA should also be able to do. That is the most sustainable way forward. Now, don't get me wrong, fellas. I never said it was the cheapest way forward. No. I'm not worried about price. I'm worried about sustainability in spaceflight. because you don't want to give these boneheads a reason to cancel a program like they did before. You do not want to give the fodder for that, because the second they even get a whiff that the program is not needed, they'll cut it. Venture Star, DCX, Space Station Freedom, the Shuttle, Constellation, the Apollo program. The second they get a whiff that it's not needed, out the door. Dude, I've had lots of time to think about this. And once again, this is kind of my opinion about it, dude. So if you disagree, that's all good. It's fine. So NASA should have a flying grain silo? No, they should have flying aluminum tubes! I have to tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube? Aluminum! Yeah, Owens, I don't know if you were here a little while ago when I said remembering history is important. You remember that part? You really want corporations being the only one with access into space? I don't think that's a good idea at all. I think that is the opposite of a good idea. Oil? Chad, who said anything about oil? You cooking? I mean, just food for thought, dudes. Something that's interesting to think about, I suppose. Something to noodle on. Alright, I need another one of those. So what I'm gonna do is take block 1B, this craft file, and merge it with himself. I told him to merge craft files with himself. And I need that fairing. Thank you. Oh god, oh god, oh, kill it. Okay. Yeah, that's just a forward skirt. I need the forward skirt and the aft skirt, they need to be the same. That's all. Now, 5 meter stage variance. What do we? That's 375. I don't want that. What about you? Nah. I think that this is a good candidate for us here. Perhaps. Two of the half tanks look better. How much is that? That's 72 tons. An awfully weird shape for a stage. There's not enough room. Okay. What if we did 2 of these? How much mass is one of these? 36. So we're at 70. We have a 72-ton upper stage there with fuel. Ah. I'm not sure, Wheat. What do we want? I would use this tank, but I hate the raceway thingamajigs that are coming out of the side. That looks weird. And I would really like to use a bigger upper stage like this, but... yeah. I mean... we could use the skippers, yeah. Do they have other texture options? No, not for the 5-meter tanks. Thinking, dudes. I'm thinking what I want here. Why not do direct upper stage? I think it was supposed to have 6 RL10s. I like the idea of all of my launch vehicles using 3 engines. The skipper, the shuttle engine, and SRBs. But that's just me, Cody. Hey, Sun Temple, what's up, dude? Have you ever made a Bluron in Kerbal? Yeah, man, of course. Pretty much, Bray, yeah. 2 Poodle engines? You know what variant I do like? The single engine variant of the Poodle is Bay. Look at that thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Very nice. Impressive. Very nice. The Poodle is not enough power, I don't think, though. What's the... Nah, 310. That ain't bad, but I don't think that's what we're looking for. So cluster of RL10B would probably be like cheetahs here, dude. Cody, that's it would be something like this. I'd have to make a thrust structure for it to make that look right, but a J2X. I mean, we could always get away with skiffs. Skiffs are good. Can't lose with 5 skiffs. They tried that. They did that in the 60s. Really good idea. Now that's an upper stage. Jeez. What did you use for the shuttle OMS? Terrier engines. Yes, I think that's too much. To be honest with you, that's a lot of thrust, dude. We have 1.5 meganewtons of thrust at 330. I mean, dude, it's good. Don't get me wrong. She's a beast. Didn't go with 4. Wolfhounds? They really don't... I mean, I'm looking for a high energy upper stage with this human person. So Wolfhound's a very low energy, very efficient engine. It's also super freaking heavy. I mean, that's high energy. I'm just wondering if that's too much. You know? Here, let me make a new file, right? And just give me a probe core, and then like, how much delta V are we talking here, man? Yeah, Shrub, that's why I like them. They're good motors. Oh, that's not the right one. Ah, you know what? This has the same craft file, so this will work. Just plop that in right there. Yeah, that's 80 tons. I mean, 0.90 is okay. I'm actually wondering what happens if we do this. Yeah. Yeah. What's 5 skip? Actually, the delta V is probably going to be lower. TWR will go up high, but our delta V is going to be lower. So that gives us 1.87 TWR, which is very high energy. That's a very high energy upper stage, meaning we're using a lot. We use a lot of fuel very quickly to get really good boost, but it's not very efficient. So like I said, delta V went down, but TWR basically doubled. We lost about 100 delta V. 100 meters a second delta V, give or take, a little bit more than that. But our TWR is double. So there's your trade-offs. And remember, this is moving 81 tons of payload. That's pretty freaking good, but see, what about just 4 skippers? 1.52, 1427. We gained just a little bit more delta V. Why you want a high TWR upper stage? For booster recovery? High TWR upper stages are better for lunar exploration, Motokid. Yeah, they're better for lunar exploration. Now, so S-Master, let's do what you were thinking. So that's whoever came up with the EUS. The EUS is not just designed for like going to the moon and stuff, dude. Yeah, kind of annoying. I very, very much like this. This is designed for lunar stuff, Papa Bear, yeah. That's the expectation. $1563 at 1.1. Oh, it's too good. Oh, it's too good, man. Wow. Losing the fairing gave us... Oh, man. Yeah, dude. Cody, I'd be hard-pressed to find any other thing. What's the TWR with 6 poodles? Or the in-game RL-10. The in-game RL-10's closest equivalent is pretty much the Terrier engine. Give me... I'll put these on like an engine plate or something so we can easily place them. I'll use a 375 engine plate. $1724, way more delta V, but it's a 0.23 TWR. See, this is what the EUS is, fellas. That's the other difference between like Constellation. Constellation stages weren't necessarily developed for science; they were developed to sustain human spaceflight, so they have a higher TWR. But the EUS has way more delta V, like way more delta V than the Earth departure stage. One of the reasons is because RL-10, right? You think that Cody meant the cheetah? You want cheetahs on here? I mean, this is not really an RL10, but 1731 at 0.47, which is also okay. Ooh, I think the other high upper stage engine would be this thing. That looks ridiculous, but it's 1649 at 0.91. That's not bad. That's pretty good. We could make it look like a old school Saturn rocket and tilt the engines out. That looks very strange, man. That doesn't look too bad. Cluster engines. Boom! That looks horrible, on the other hand. There you go. Oh yeah, remember what we used to do back in the day? We used to do that. That looks absolutely horrid. That's how I made RD-170s on the, when we made Buran Energia. I took 4 Bobcats and clipped them into each other so their nozzles look like just 4 nozzles, and dude, that actually makes a pretty damn strong rocket engine. Heavy though, but it does work. Right there. Those look more like RL10s than the Terriers do. I mean, I guess. Ren, 67 biddies. Thanks, man. I'm still coming down in favor, because remember, it's the use case, dude. I don't want an EUS. Screw that. My whole architecture is designed around like the shuttle building bigger and better stuff up in space. You know, so like if we want to do a science mission to another planet, you know, that we could send this thing up there, or we could send the shuttle with an ultra efficient upper stage. Basically shuttle Centaur, you know? That's what I want. The problem with this is that that nozzle doesn't move. Oh yeah, the nozzles don't move independently. Yeah, right. This vehicle is designed for like exploring the stage idea that I have is designed for like exploring Minmus and whatnot. 165. Is it raining? Hold on. I gotta check to see if it's raining out. I'll be right back. I'm wondering if the hurricane is coming through yet. You hearing things? Something's tapping against the roof. I gotta see if it's raining. It's raining. Yeah, it's raining. Oh, no, don't. Why? Why? The hurricane, by the time it hit the panhandle, it was a tropical depression. Dude, it never got past category 1. Like, back to work. My water. Orange tank. Baby Storm kids got out of school all week though, so they were happy. Lucky you. Category 1 is enough to kill SL. He didn't say that exactly, Admiral, but yeah. He said he didn't have the data. Which, that's okay. Dude, you know what sounds messed up? I trust Eric Berger when it comes to meteorology. You know why? Because before he was a spaceflight journalist, he was a weatherman. I'd trust him with that, sure. Not spaceflight though. That guy knows nothing about spaceflight. We'll go with this. I don't know, Novus. Clicks. Couldn't tell you, homie.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, this is gonna be an absolute unit launch, man. Commander Shep, 1 year. Thanks, man. Starting to get windy. Oh, I'm on like the outskirts of this storm. Yeah, I'm on the outskirts of this sucker. How goes the SDLV? It's coming. I gotta walk, Blinga. Yeah, garage is a fair bit away, dude. It looks like it's grazing right now. Do we have the space for this though? Oh, yeah, we do, dude. Not bad. Alright, so here's what we gotta do. I gotta take this out of the mainline hierarchy, put on an interstage node, and attach it to an interstage node. The reason why, Weed, is because this is a hierarchy trick. Engines aren't structural. You don't hold the rocket up via the engine. They tried that once on Apollo 15. It didn't work. So you take the fairing, shut off interstage nodes, And now what I do is I get a little decoupler here. You attach that to the fairing, and then you attach that little boy docking port right here. Flip them, make sure they're absolute snap for this to work correctly. And then you just move this bad boy this way. What happened when they tried? Please hold. Let me ask you something, chat. You see anything wrong here? That's correct, Wheat. Yep. Fairing interstages, dude. That's how the real rockets are built. I mean, not for air. I mean, obviously for aerodynamics, but yeah, strong parts. Yeah, there seems to be a problem right in this area here. Not here or here so much, but right here. On Apollo 15, when they touched down, they high-centered the LEM. Straight up. They high-centered it on the engine. And the LMDE did not like it. I don't say... Oh, yeah. The LMDE didn't like it. That's what I mean when I say rockets are not structural. They really don't hold up weight very well. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that. They high-centered the LEM on Apollo 15. Whoops. Was it on purpose? I don't think it was. I don't recall, but I don't think that was on purpose. That's the Lunar Module Descent Engine, the LMDE. Yeah, they high-centered the LEM. Whoops. I used to land engines in Kerbal all the time. It's fine. The Lunar Module Dented Engine. Got him. Got him. Yeah, this part. That's what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, see? Yeah, 15. They high-centered it. Oops. Oh, man. If I had a nickel for every time I've done that in KSP. Good thing they weren't relying on one engine for descent and ascent. Yeah, then they would have been screwed. Seems a bit off kilter. Yeah, about that. About that. yeah, you know, that's probably not how it should be. The LEMs were manually landed, weren't they? Nope. No. Nope. LEMs had a digital processor for landing. Oh yeah. First of its kind, dude. The LEMs had a digital processor for landing. No, Jack, don't worry about Starship HLS. It's literally going to vaporize the terrain. It'll make it flat. There was one that was manually landed, though, Jason. That's correct. So, okay, coders. Anybody that's a software engineer, you'll understand this. On Apollo 11, if you don't know, Neil and Buzz went to land. They forgot to shut an antenna, power to an antenna that they didn't, or power to some system. I thought it was an antenna, I forget. They forgot to shut off a system that was not critical for landing. So when they went to land, the processor on the LEM, the digital processor, had a stack overflow and started freaking out. That's what the 1201 and the 1202 alarm were. You go listen to Apollo 11 landing. They're like 1201, 1202. The computer was going, I can't process this fast enough. I am literally a hamster wheel processor. Like, I don't know what the heck's going on here. So it started flashing errors, stack overflow. The processor couldn't do it fast enough. Neil saw that and made a split-second decision to shut the computer off and land the son of a gun manually, and he did. First try. First landing. That's how cool Neil Armstrong is. Yep. Glitched. Yep. Stack overflow. First of its kind. He stack overflowed the processor. AJ, do you know what vehicle that puts shuttles into position, that puts the shuttles into positions are called? Crawler transporter. Dank. CT. Yeah, so Neil also saw that the guidance computer was bringing them down in a rocky area, an area that they thought was clear, but when they got close, he saw there was rocks everywhere. He didn't want to land on a rock. So that was his reasoning for not letting the autopilot go down and taking manual control. That was also part of his reasoning. Yeah. So he saw that the computer's glitching out, right? Computer's glitching out, and you are about to land, you're about to crash into the ground. Like, he wasn't that close. Like, you're on a trajectory that if the computer tries to land you, you're going to land on a rock. And it's not going to work. So he saw that and made a split-second decision. He saw that and made a split-second decision to take manual control. You guys want to hear another fustercluck about that? The LEM, okay? The Apollo Lunar Module. This thing. The LEM. Note the windows on the LEM. Those two triangular windows, okay? Those are the only windows on this thing. They look forward and they look down. Right? You'd think that's, oh, okay, that's so I can see the landing. Nope. I mean, well, yes, but also you'd think that they'd land with the windows pointing towards the ground, right? Mm-mm. So say this mug is the lander and the handle represents the windows. Is there still coffee in it? No. When they were coming back down, they would have sight of the terrain and they flipped this thing. So the windows were pointing out towards space. Now, why the heck would you do that? When you're coming down, you're able to look down and out and you can see the horizon. If you did it this way, you would just be able to see the ground and it'd be harder to get a reference of where you are. So Neil made that decision without even looking at the ground. Crazy, right? He made that decision, so they were looking down, right? And then the LEM flipped, right? And he saw that there were rocks there, and he made the decision to take manual control, and he hopped the lunar lander. Anybody in Kerbal that's landed on the moon, you know exactly what I'm talking about. He hopped the damn thing. First try. That's how cool Neil Armstrong is. You will never be that cool. Because it's a nice view. Also this. Oh, nice, Tessa. That's cool. Are we sure he didn't use a quick save? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Jason, I'm with you. They said his heart rate never even went up. Dude, absolute giga-chads of giga-chad astronauts. No one does it, like, no one does it better. That's, like, how can you be cool about this? He's just like, man, all right. Yeah, I'll take manual control. Literally a Sully maneuver. Like Miracle on the Hudson stuff, but on the freaking moon. Like, where the hell did you come from? The answer is Ohio, but yeah. So cool. Like, who are you? My favorite part about that is that no one in Mission Control knew what 1201 or 1202 would do, except one LM engineer who had accidentally encountered it one time in the simulator and knew it was fine. Yep. I'm surprised the LEM had enough Delta V to land with the dry mass being destroyed by their massive titanium balls. Dude, he landed with fuel to spare. Not much, but fuel to spare. How did they know how fast they were moving in the altitude when landing? Radar altimeter. There's a radar altimeter. Dude, he was flying by the gauges. Because remember, they looked down, Cody, and then right before they went to land, they'd flip it up. So when you were coming down, you could see the horizon when you were going to land. He saw the rocks, then the vehicle flipped over, and he said, screw it, I'll do this myself. And then he flew gauges right down until the very end. What a freaking Chad. Like, dude, all right, man, I made my bed today. How about that? Like, dude, it doesn't get better than that, man. So that was the only piloted LEM. That was the only one that was manually done. Everything else was done automatic. IFR training came in handy. Indeed. Indeed it did. IFR training on the friggin' moon, bro. Can you believe that? Would the computer be able to control the entire landing? Yeah, it's a computer. Of course. Oh, yeah. Dude, Apollo 12. Apollo 12 showed you how good... Apollo 12 with Al Bean and... Who did Al Bean go with? I forget. Showed how good the Apollo LEM was. You know why? Apollo 12 landed within a football field's length of Surveyor. Not a lot of people know that either. P. Conrad and Al Bean. Sorry. Yeah, I had to read it. Sorry, I forgot. The LEM brought them down to a targeted location, and they proved on Apollo 12 that you could land precisely on the moon, because Apollo 11 didn't do it. They landed next to Surveyor 3, a probe that was launched by JPL on an Atlas Centaur in, I think it was 66. And they went and got parts off of it. They went and got the science goo off of it and brought it back with them. How cool is that? Yeah, Apollo 12 got hit by lightning. There's a reason why the surface electric field rule exists, and it's because of Apollo 12. Like, how crazy is that? They landed next to a probe that landed a couple of years prior and went and got pieces of it. And then brought that stuff home. Can you believe that? And that's how much space you have inside of the LEM. There's your gauge cluster. There's the windows. Crazy, right? That's for docking. I think. I'm pretty sure that's the periscope. I hope that's the cool stuff we do on the moon. I agree. Oh. Hell yeah, look at that thing. Where's the espresso machine? Yep. Yep, the ALCEP experiments. Those are still going. Pretty cool. Nuts, huh? You believe that? Yeah, so, yeah, dude, a computer. Automated descent. It did it. Every other Apollo, except for 11, were all brought down by the computer. Yep. That's part of the reason why 15 landed in a ditch. Hello. Was that an RTG? No, probably not. For one, I know it's they wouldn't bring radioactive stuff on board with them, but dude, look at some of these freaking pictures, man. We might be seeing a picture like this very soon with Artemis 1. Orion's gonna have live streaming views, guys. Other picture? Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Let's read the caption. Oh, Snap 27. It is an RTG. Yeah, good eye, dude. Very good. Yeah. Yeah, Snap. It's a little mini RTG. I don't know if that thing is still going, but yeah, there it is. That's absolutely an RTG. That must have been on the descent module. That must have been on the descent module. There's no way they'd let that ride with them. To be fair, programming that in, I guess, assembly or something very close to it. It's hard. I'm pretty sure it was hard coded, Simon, if I'm remembering right, but I could be wrong. But let me read what you say. Programming that in whatever they coded it in, having hardware which had like 70 kilobytes of ROM is almost as impressive as manually landing it. Dude, okay, fellas, you guys like space. I'd assume you like space flight because you're here. If not, I mean, cool. Thanks for watching. Fellas, hear me out. People are going to come at you and say, oh, why should we keep funding NASA? Why should we fund NASA? What does NASA do? Miniaturization of digital processors. You're welcome. Like that smartphone of yours? Yeah, the reason why it exists in the way that it does is because of NASA. Forbidden Barbecue Grill. What's up, Urban? Digital processors, guys. This took digital processing for like a computer that looks like the Whopper from War Games and actually miniaturized it enough to put it on a spacecraft to have enough Delta V to go to the moon. Miniaturization of digital processing jumped 20 years into the future because of the Apollo program. It's a wonder why in the mid 70s, all of a sudden people were building computers in their freaking garages and then selling them to people. Interesting how that works. Pretty cool, huh? Actually, fellas, I think this goes without mention, but here. I think this goes without mention, but there's a YouTuber called Curious Mark. Curious Mark, great YouTuber, real old tech kind of stuff. Literally found a government auction and found an Apollo guidance computer. This one was used for training and stuff. Now, the crazy part about it, it's a real AGC. That's real. It's a real one, and he fixed it. They restored it, and it works. Now, here's where this gets bananas. They restored it, right? These are the Curious Mark team, right? They restored the thing, and then they slaved it to Orbiter. So, basically, they had a Raspberry Pi that was taking the output commands from the AGC and interpolating that into a computer that had the Lunar Excursion Module landing in Orbiter. It's a mod for Orbiter. And the AGC landed it in the game. Now that's cool. Now that is cool. That series is up on YouTube. It's unbelievable. How cool is that? They took an actual Apollo computer and found a way for it to communicate with a spaceflight simulator, and it landed the freaking LEM in the spaceflight simulator. Yeah, it's pretty nerdy, bro. They were playing Orbiter 1.1 though, dude. Yeah, am I right? Am I right or am I right? Isn't that cool? That stuff always makes me happy. When I figured that out, I went and subscribed to that YouTube channel immediately. I'm like, well, you guys are pretty much awesome. All right. Also, Kevin Magnuson's on poll. Would it land like a lander in KSP? If you found a way for it to interpolate the commands, I don't see why not. No, JM, I haven't seen that, but that seems cool. I bet the guidance computer was pretty bummed when it figured out it was just a sim. Yeah, you're probably right. All right. The Snap 27 is plutonium-238, 87.7 year half-life. Those are still going strong. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're still going strong. Holy crap. No, yeah, no, they're not even halfway. No, a little over halfway. Little over halfway. What is my purpose? You pass butter. Oh my god. This looks like I've missed a super cool stream. What have I missed? We're working on the shuttle-derived launch vehicle. SDLV. I'm making an upper stage for it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Joho. Interesting message. Indeed. I got a lot of the bugs worked out and we made a block 1 variant of this. Now I'm working on the... okay. The block 2 variant. Or block 1B, I should say. With a little bit of a high performance upper stage for lunar exploration. No, that would be something. I'll tell you. I quickly scrubbed the VOD and saw the engine section kind of return in one piece. Any thought of smart reuse on this big boy? That might be a little bit strange to do with how I set up the engine section here. I was planning on reusing it in other ways. If you really want to know. Those weren't lined up with the SRBs. That's weird how that ended up looking like SLS's engine section. I mean, I kind of intended it to, but also, that's actually pretty rad. Cool. The Snap 27 is potentially still making about 50 watts of its original 75 watts of power, maybe more, depending on whether they overpromise versus their ability to capture and convert based on its lifetime. That's unbelievable, dude. Why? Yeah, Poison, you know the question I'm gonna ask. I'll just keep that one to myself. Why are we? Dude, nuclear power is cheating. Right? Just needed to trim the back of that skirt a little bit. Cool, no overlap. Yeah, I'm using them as rulers, Dutch guy. Yep, rulers, dude. Great rulers. Oh, look, that one needs to be trimmed as well. Interesting. Alright, cool. Make another ruler. Hear me out. No, I don't wanna. What's on your mind, buddy? Are you using a J2X upper stage? Yeah. Snackless, what is your... What is your flag? His flag is fire. Yeah, dude. That's cool. You got a little moon crane deployer. Duh. That's hot. I don't mind this. It's a dual axis thrust lander, dudes. Yeah, I see what you got here. Yeah. That's pretty cool, man. You got some talent, man. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, see, you can go drop the module, right? And then this thing can drive back under, grab the other one, and then, yeah. It's pretty cool, man. That's pretty neat, dude. I love the grip pads in the panels, dude, for the lattice system. That's really cool. What do you guys think? Not a bad looking rocket. If I do say so myself. The booter is also recoverable. The booter is recoverable. Yeah, Ernox, should be fun. Also, the way you've been playing KSP is some of the best by far. Really? You think so?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Right on. Snackless, how does this work? Is this smart or what? Yeah, Shrub, it's a little strange. A little sus. It's a little sus, as the kids say. Yeah, interesting. It orients the stage for splashdown. I do. You're taking all your concept you develop over time and making one very viable and inexpensive space program. Thanks, man. Interesting stage. The tank is designed to be lost. I know where you got the idea for this. I know where you got the idea for this. Why did the LEMS window face the horizon and not the ground? How would that help with landing? Good pilot has good situational awareness, Cody. You want to be able to see the horizon. Ask any pilot in here. So that made it so when they came down, they could look down and they could see the horizon to get a good reference for the landing. Smart. It's a very smart thing. It's the same reason the shuttle flies upside down into space. You ever notice that? The shuttle flies upside down and then it would flip over. So the pilots can see the horizon. Familiar? Yeah. Gee, I wonder where you got that idea. You guys see what's going on here in this picture, though? Seriously. Think about it. So the S1C comes back down. Parachute's open. When the parachute's open, right, it pops the LOX bulkhead off. The bulkhead of the liquid oxygen tank gets jettisoned. And it just makes a cup. Why? Why would you want to do that? Why would you do this? It's a big old shock absorber. What you inadvertently do here is when the thing hits the water, air gets trapped in here, and it creates hydropneumatic suspension. It literally becomes a gigantic, the whole stage becomes a gigantic shock absorber. Smart, right? It's pretty smart. Wouldn't that end up corroding the inside of the LOX tank? The whole point would be to get your F1 engines back, Dragoon. But yeah. Yeah, It's pretty smart. There's another thing that does that NASA used for 30 years. And they're going to use again in November. Well, actually, not necessarily, but check it out. SRBs do the exact same thing. The SRBs land business end first. Whole SRB turns into a giant hydropneumatic shock absorber. That's how they were able to parachute down from space something so big and not need any supersonic retropropulsion, no propulsive landing. Landed in the water, it turns into a big shock absorber. Just tow it back. Say hi to Tiny Victory. Hello. I wonder how stable that would be floating there. I think it would want to capsize and sink unless they had some type of flotation device, but yeah. All right. Let me finish running some struts for this, dudes, and then, yeah. I think we do be ready, though. Also, I needed to not make the same mistake that I made last time and actually give ourselves a probe up here. Send out to probe. I don't know about you guys, but I never liked that the batteries look like they're just floating here. I like making them look like they're attached to the tank. As for the skirt part, yeah, some Sea Dragon stuff. I see what you're doing there. Okay, don't need the rulers no more. Damn, Nozzle. Cool. And somebody asked for a part count check. 281 parts. That's actually a lot for just a conventional lifter, but whatever. Maybe there's an autosave. Oh, alright. I gotta do some work here again, fellas. I screwed up. I don't like hitting undo in the editor. It causes a huge memory leak and it breaks craft files. Damn, I just lost a little bit of work. Alright, Dutch guy, good night. Alright, I'm gonna shut up here for a second and we'll get this done fast. Okay. That's really annoying. I was like ready to test fly this thing. It's really kind of bumming. Good. Okay, that's good. Same vessel collision. Grandparent strut. Grandparent strut. Grandparent strut. Strut. Now we got to work on the internal strut mechanisms here. And then I got to trim that fairing just a little bit, but that should be pretty easy to do. Might weeble wobble around a little bit, but that's okay, I guess. I'm freaking annoyed. I just got this thing freaking made. Now I have to do all the work again, but it's okay. I can do it faster this time. That's the thing, you know, you lose work, that sucks when it happens, but you know, the work that you did lose, it's not going to take as long to get it back. Yeah, that's right, Noswell, if you got it. Yep, I know, Yusik. I need those batteries, man. One thing I always ask myself is why you're using this building technique with docking ports instead of regular decouplers. So the stack could be reintegrated and I could build the stack outside of the VAB if I really want to. That in this way is way stronger. Same vessel collision on the fairing and the forward skirts, which is why I make parts of the stage out of fairing. Fairings are very strong. All right. Get rid of that. Save. I'll actually save the stupid thing this time. Flags are one of the best additions to this game, dude. Changed my mind. Pro tip, you can't. Well, really happy you told me to save, Blinga. Yes, misclick. Were channel points removed? No, I don't think so. Why are those engines pointed that way? I don't know what that means. What do you mean, why are the engines pointed that way? What engines? All the engines are pointing in the same direction. Fully reusable Ares 1? Ares 1? Fun. Air brakes. Bruh. Okay. Alright. Is everything stupid, steamy, and sticky when you're at where you're at? No. Dave plays redeemed garage stretch brake. Do you know the feeling when you kind of know what a button does, so you should press it, you just want to press the button? Let me finish this. Dude, I already took a damn garage brake. Why you guys want me to take so many breaks? All right. I'll take a garage break after we launch this. Because the EJ, they want to break you, EJ. Allow myself to introduce myself. I hope this holds. I've never tried to do same vessel collision with a with a vehicle this big. Alright, let's do this. Building seems accurate. Alright, so this is the Block 1B. Same 5-meter fairing, it's just I've added an upper stage. I'm a little worried about TWR, fellas. But maybe with these overclock skips we can do it. I gotta say, rewiring this entire ship sure is time consuming. I gotta say, you know, as if I went and actually looked through those craft files, I probably had one that was not wired at all. Sorry, man. I thought about that after you already started. So it begins. Kevin got pole. I love it, man. I love it. It's so goddamn funny. Are those SRB curves exactly like the same as the shuttle ones? Nah, they've been tailored a little bit for ascent in Kerbal because Kerbin is not reality.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Come on, get back in there. My hooks aren't lining up. Well, it's always the right SRB 2020, and that's what I can't figure out. The right SRB always does that. The left one doesn't. They're literally identical. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's a problem. Please hold. I figured out why it's doing that. It's a little bit of a weird one. Sometimes the struts will attach to the fairings and not the piece that you intend for them to attach to. So watch. If I take these, right, and we flip them back over to mirror, and I make sure that they're attached to the docking port, then absolute snap. Now they're attached to the docking ports, and now that thing shouldn't skitch around. Let me just make sure that I have the SPH and the VAB versions of that saved correctly, and then we'll go. Kevin's a good driver, goalie, what can I say? Would it be worth it to give the pin a slight amount of top clearance to let it center or to settle it into place? No, that's not needed. Because it's going to center into place right now. And if it doesn't, then, well, it's a little strange. It should. You just saw a KSP shuttle on Reddit that looks almost exactly like mine. I encouraged people to build along with me, Hilness. Link it up. Let your boy see it. Yeah, Aqualux, the booster shouldn't skitch around anymore. Hey, Toa, what's going on, buddy? It's been a little while. How are you? That should have done that. Why didn't it do what I said that... Okay, hold on a second, pal. I should hit this and it should settle back into place. You vote we cancel FNR and watch Astros replays all. Ugh. I don't understand why this one doesn't do it and that one does. The boosters are identical. They just have different color fairings and asymmetric separators. I don't. Whatever. Send it. T-minus 10. Headphone users. Careful. T-minus 10. 9. 8. So, my God. Explosions are about to happen. Send it! It's gonna be fine. The payload's right there. It's gonna be okay. No, it's not gonna be okay. Wait a minute. The engines are still standing. I guess I was just trying to do my Ares 1 impression. Yeet! Oh, we don't need that anymore. We can get rid of that. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. This is fine. I'm trying to leave a coded message. It says, oh. Hello? Probe core, we should probably make sure we... Oh crap, that's the ground. Oh crap, that's the ground. Maybe we should do a KSP restart? Yeah, you're probably right. Give me 1 second. Ah, there's your problem. Well, there's your problem. Oh yeah, Cyborg. Life imitates art, imitates life or something? No, if that's not the case, man, what? Those ones are connected to the fairing, but those are connected to the docking port. I don't understand. Did I not, like, one of these things not have SVI on it or something? No. No. Oh, that one's good. Nope. Could it do that? Restart and stretch break. Oh. But I'm not done. One more. One more. It was also an L3 certification attempt, which sucked. Ooh. Ooh. Just one more turn, Mom. I swear I'll be fine. Just one more turn. One more turn. Nothing wrong with me. 1, nothing wrong with me. 2, nothing wrong with me. 3, nothing wrong with me. 4. What if this had 2 rhinos? That's what it sounds like. If it's doing loop-de-loops like that, Cyborg, that means you're creating differential drag. One side of the vehicle is making more drag than the other. Your center of pressure is offset to your center of thrust and center of mass, so woohoo, loop-de-loops. Are you winning, son? I'll tell you in about 15 seconds. Nope. Damn. That sucked. Hallelujah. I mean, that sucked. Structural. Yeah, like, I think something went wrong. I can't put my finger on it, though. I mean, I think maybe that might be time for a stretch break. But that's strange that it did that, to be honest with you. That's very peculiar. It really shouldn't do that. It really shouldn't do that, I swear. I'll tell you what I'll do. It's something to do with that right SRB. I don't know why that thing is doing that. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So here's what we'll do. I don't really like doing this, but we'll get a trickster strut in there for now. One more. Why you guys want to put me on so many breaks? Don't I already go slow enough? They are dissimilar. 2020, they're asymmetric. Craft file is exactly the same though. Like the hierarchy on the thing is exactly the same. There's really no reason why it should be doing that. Yeah, Kerbal could do with a restart. How much RAM is she using? Yikes. That was 12 gigs of RAM, just in case anybody was wondering. Yep, alright. T-minus 10, 9, 8, headphone users, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. .2 off the pad. Overall program. Go for Beaver program has completed. Now that's how that should work. Perfect. KSP2 have a RAM leaking issue? Hard to say, dude. I would hope not. Throttling back for max Q. What a beast mode. Look at that thing. Does that look right or what? Nice. Why does KSP1 have RAM leaking issues? Because it was coded by 3 guys in their spare time and then became a game, dude. It's... yeah. It's indie game through and through. Throttling up. That's a lofted trajectory by me. It's stupid. I screwed up the trajectory. Like badly screwed up the trajectory. I doubt this is going to be a good representation of going into space, but... bro, look at this thing. Parallax is okay. Guys, I think that somewhere the SRBs may have unprogrammed themselves. That ascent was not... The burn time was wrong. Yeah, they flamed out way too early. I'm not sure why that does that. What motors are those? Skippers. I just gave them an engine section to make it look right. Dude, if the SRB burn was incorrect and this thing still makes it, it's pretty good, dude. Bearing separation confirmed. Okay, we have Miko. Stand by for separation. No, 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 hey, hey, hey. Why would you do that? What? What? Why would you do this? I don't understand. Why? What happened here? What? No. No, no, no. Why did this happen? All right. Prepare to get sick. Something is not correct here. What the hell? Oh. Yeah. I see what it did. Control point was wrong because of the hierarchy. It reversed the control point. Alright, let's see for funsies if we can still save this. So we need to go radial out, like now. See if we can salvage our vertical speed. Climb rate needs to go... Okay, we're... Vertical speed is 400. Come on, baby! I did, Green. I saw it, yeah. It means buckle your seatbelt, Dorothy. This course stage is going bye-bye. Come on, we can salvage this. Get that AP out in front. Get the AP out in front. Don't dip. Don't dip. Too much. Come on, baby. Hit AP. Don't explode. Come on. You can do it. Prograde lock. Uh-oh. That wasn't us. That was the core stage. No, stay radial out. We got to push that AP up high. Oh! Give it. Give it. Come on. Come on. Relight. Thank you. Come on. Get up there. Go up. Go up. Okay, prograde. Go. No! Stop doing that! Stop doing that, damn it! Yup, boot it, pick up, boot it, skippity bop. Yes! Yeah! Yes! Yes! Yeah, yeah, yes! Yeah? Totally realistic situation. Shut up. It's fine. The heck's going on here? Kevin Magnuson poll. Yes. Something that makes less sense than this. Boom. Roasted. I mean, yes. The Haas on pole? What? The hostile plan is real. Ah. How much of the payload did we use? Hey, even with that terrible ascent, we still brought 30 tons up here. All right? Nice. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. You ready for Green Hill? Jawohl. 30 tons out of 80. Supposed to deliver 80. What the frick, dude? Why does it keep doing this? Oh, come on. I hope that was the last curve that I pasted. Nope. I don't understand why this keeps happening. Hey, baby. Look at that. It's a nice. All right, I want to get this finished up. I should be able to work out all the kinks, you know, buff out all the high spots here. There we go. There we go. Save. Hey, it made it into space, Cody. All right, that's all that matters. All right, it made it. All right. Let's try this again. Gee whizzy, Jay, if you got an ascent trajectory that worked out, this might be a pretty good rocket. Have you tried cutting the circus routine out of the second stage burn pattern? I don't know, X. Have you tried shutting up? Sorry. Stop, he's already dead. It took too long, I know, man. I ain't perfect. What do you want? What you want, man? What you want? What you want? I broke up with my ex-girlfriend. Here's the number. Psych! That's the wrong number! Okay. Go for Beaver roll program. Hamster program complete. Vehicle's now pitching down range. Yes. Ah! Roger platypus Atlantis. Okay. Throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. We are at max Q. Gophers. Go for beaver hamster. Go and throttle up. Go for beaver. Do I have to think of everything? That second stage is bouncing. Okay. It's fine to me. Go for roll as hamster. Yep. Roger, chipmunk. Tailing off the beaver, standing by for separation. And money shot! Go for beaver disconnect. Roger, beaver disconnect. We got TWR issues here, guys. We're not going fast enough. We're experiencing some pretty bad grav loss. I have to keep the vehicle kind of pointed up here. When you said hamster program complete, I lost it. The hell, go down there and hit the tip button. It's like shuttle tiles if you want to tip. All tips are appreciated but not expected. Be sure to tip your wait. Be sure to tip your waitress. Yeah, that's how you say that. Too symmetrical. Try again. You shut your filthy mouth. You shut your filthy mouth. Go for squirrel deploy. And question, when squirrel? Stand by for BLF jettison. Squirrel deploy is nominal. Squirrel deploy question. We have Miko.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Good staging. Upper stage ignition. Looking good. PBR full. I don't get to watch live much due to working midnights, but I enjoy listening to your VODs at work. Hey, thanks, man. appreciate the kind words, dude. I really do. Hey, could you be... Yeah, Jackal, that's good. Now see, they say don't go towards the light, but with rockets, you should. Okay. Last if you wanna, or don't. I don't, one sister. Unrelated, do you watch a lot of Denzel Washington movies? Equalizer, Man on Fire? Training Day. Training Day is one of my favorite movies, dude. Well, we have 500 meters a second delta V. I would say that upper stage with 500 meters a second delta V, yeah, that's pretty good, man. It's not bad. That isn't going to get us on translunar injection, but it'll certainly... King Kong ain't got nothing on me. Yep. Yup. All right, well, that ascent trajectory could be made better. But, yeah, that was good, man. It was really good. Payload mass was 81 tons. We had 500 meters a second delta V available with 81 tons of payload. I would conservatively estimate that this thing probably can move 100 tons if we need to. Or it could do 50 TLI, which is... Yeah, that's right in line with what I'm looking for. Yeah. It's a good little vehicle. It will if you had the fuel from the payload. Fuel, payload, pick one. It's a good one, man. This is good. All right. Cutting out the gymnastics really gave this thing some life. Yeah. Gaw. Gaw. How about carrying a kick stage in the fairing to go to other planets? Yeah, we could, dude. That's not what that stage is designed to do, though. If I was going to carry a kick stage in it, Papa Bear, I would use the Block 1 variant. The Block 1 variant doesn't have another upper stage. It doesn't have a designated upper stage. The Block 1 is just a payload fairing on top of the core stage, dude. Like this. See? I have a variant that's just the core stage. This variant here can put 81 tons into space. With the upper stage, we can do 100. That's what the stage offers, man. That's staging. Get 20 extra tons. What's funnier than 73? 74. What's up, NASA, man? How you doing? Long time no see, dude. How are you? Hey. Hey, Sawyer, look at this. So, that's nice, right? That's nice, right? It looks pretty good. We have been kind of... We've been kind of revisiting old friends. Fifth generation Collins. It's very nice. Look at what you've done. Yep. It even has, I switched to solids, and it even has booster tail off. Dude, here, hold on. Let's see if I still have it up. Here you go. Watch this. Watch it. Watch. Ready? No, there wasn't an error. Shut up. Watch this. Ready? Yeah. Does that look right? That looks right to me. That looks right to me, dude. That looks right to me. That looks pretty right. It looks exactly like it, man. My favorite part about this is that, dude, we have this thing dialed in so much. Watch the shuttle in the tank. They don't move. Guys, I don't know if you realize how difficult it is to shed 20 tons of spent SRB and not have your asymmetrically and not have your vehicle move around. Watch it. Watch it. It's straight as a freaking die, dude. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. It's so nice. It's so nice. No wiggle. Nothing. I've been spending the last couple of weeks dialing in a shuttle because Kerbal 2, the release date for Kerbal 2 came out. They're releasing it on February of 2023. So February 24th, 2023. So I decided, screw everything that I was doing. We're going back to the shuttle because that's what made the stream popular back in the day. So we're going back to the shuttle. So I built a shuttle. I built a combination of direct Ares 5 and SLS. I call it erect LS. I built Ares 1, but it's Ares 1 using a 4 segment, so it's kind of a Kerbalized version of Ares 1. And I have my landable booster, Condor 9, but it's kind of a newer Condor 9. The SAS compensated for it, dude. It's all good. Perfect. I'm not touching it. Aqualux, it's good. It's fine. Totally fine. But yeah, that's my new thing. We're gonna go back to building stations, and this thing can have the aft cargo carrier, so external tank wet workshop, stuff like that. Got plenty of room in the hydrogen tank. Plenty of room up there. Plenty of room for activities. Stretch break. Okay, fine. Stretch break. Have it your way. I'll take a stretch break before racing. That's going to do it for Kerbal, guys. But in the meantime, won't you join me in the break room? Won't you join me in the break room? I need answers. I can't handle the truth. That's a good movie. How do you make wet workshops? I do it by shoehorning crew tanks inside of a fuel tank. It's basically what it is. When I first saw your stream, you had a full-scale ISS in the VAB and then flew a shuttle to it. I still remember it clearly. Yep. Oh, we're going to... ISS, sorry, like that. The ISS is kind of... Yeah. We're not making an ISS. Dual keel. Space Station Freedom. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we're making that instead. I think that would be a good way to send out the shuttle. Yeah. And KSP-1. So, we're going to do that. Gateway? Imagine using Falcon Heavy to make Gateway. I'm going to use the shuttle. I use the shuttle to make Gateway, boy. The sound is kind of low. Yeah, that's what happens when the microphone's a little far away from me. Better than the die. Oh, yeah? But yeah, man, what have you been up to? Everything good? Oh, neat. Hoonigan's truck is still around. That's right. She's still here. Return of Crippen Station? I think so. That sounds good to me, man. I'm going to see if I can boost this microphone a little bit. We'll boost the audio. How's that, fellas? Better? Worse? Yeah, been good. Been keeping busy with... Very busy with NSF now. Now I have a girlfriend, and I'm finally on the road to getting healthier than you've ever been. Good, man. Good, good. About the same. Ah. Oh, well. What are you going to do? Mic's boosted as much as you can. I'm boosting a mic through OBS, so what do you want? How have you and the fiance been? Remo? Yeah, no, everything's good, man. Everything's great. Yeah, can't complain. Having a house is cool, because I can do dumb stuff like have pickup trucks. I have lapel mics, man. But yeah, doesn't really make sense putting it all together and putting it on right now. Yeah, just I'm not doing it for break, man. I know what you meant, dude. It's all good. Yep. Yep. That's spying in the Northeast, Hillness. What do you want? I think you should put the aft cargo carrier on your shuttle so you can carry a tug and station module to the moon if you need to, so you don't need 2 missions to do it. Yeah, maybe. Yep, T-Man, yeah, yep. I don't think we have enough Delta V to do that with the shuttle, RJ, but I do see what you're saying. So I hope you guys are enjoying this stretch break. Stupid channel points. I mean, sit here and talk about the truck. That's kind of cool. Shuttle with SLS solids. We don't have 5-segment boosters, man. I could hard code the Clydesdale to act like a 5-segment if we really wanted it to, but yeah. Come on, touch your nose, stretch. Okay. Oh. Here, I got a bar, a sway bar. We'll do some reps with the sway bar. Demo retrieved it. Yeah, that's good. I do lift. 2020, it's just not very much. Here, we'll do it this way. Oh yeah, I give you 2 tickets to the gun show, boy. Give you 2 tickets to the gun show. Oh, yeah, the gun show, bro. The gun show. Oh yeah, damn boy, you thick boy. Yeah, and the farmer's stand. Oh, yeah. What's next on the work for the trucks? Oh, I don't know. So what's the status on the 59? Give me water and sugar. More. So the 59, we basically got to comb through the whole thing. Comb the desert. There's a lot of little things that it needs. But, yeah, we're going to dive into this truck. Guys, so last time I put that truck together, I hate that I have to say that, The last time I put that truck together, we put it together to not get it right, but get it running. And there was a lot of stuff that I really didn't have the space to do in the garage because the garage would always get clogged up with crap. I don't have to worry about that anymore. So with this thing, we're going to go just like the Marines, like we're going to go tip to butt. Happy Veterans Day. We're going to go tip to butt on that whole thing and check everything on it. Anything, if there's anything that's out of line, little rust here, little rust there, we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it, and we're going to... I want that truck to be immaculate. The reason why? Primo wants that truck, so we got engaged in this truck. I proposed to her in this. Well, kind of. It was near us. She wants to get married in that, and that's her, not me. That's her. She wants to get married. She wants that to be our wedding vehicle. So, it's got it, dude. It cannot break. We have to, like, I want the full internet expert experience with that thing. We got to go front to back and literally make sure it is immaculate. Because if that thing breaks on my wedding day, I'm screwed. Absolutely screwed. Double audio. Forgot to turn off the studio mic, methinks. Wow, we got ourselves a freaking detective here. It's Dotson. See, it's Das Hibbit. It's Das Hibbit. See, nobody cares. Front to back, eh? Oh, yeah, just like the Marines, like, tip to butt, baby. Yeah, passing. It can't break, dude. It can't break. It has to work. Damn, boy. Fair point. Also, the Red Sox suck. I mean, what? You think that's gonna hurt my feelings? All you're doing is stating facts. Like, all right. Hey, nice, Toa. Your girlfriend has been quite vocal about her interest in marrying you. Well, do it. Put those fat arms away. It ain't fat, boy. That ain't fat. No, I wasn't trying to hurt your feelings. Graham said, "Stop showing up. You're fat." That's predominant, you know, man. When are you gonna tell him to shut up? Don't agree with him. That's gross. That's gross, bro. Is that really fat? No, it's not too bad. It ain't too bad. Not too bad. Your boy still's got it, man. But if I started working out, I would look like one of those. You're cruising for a bruising, bro. You're cruising for a bruise. I'd look like one of those guys that have no neck. And I don't want to do that. Oh, bagoush! Jiggle your arm? Oh! No! Bro, I gotta keep working out, dude. I gotta keep working out. That's so bad. Please, man, let me redeem more points. I need to come out here and do more stretching. Oh, no. Oh my God. I'm gonna just, you know, I'm just gonna do this. We're just doing that now. I didn't think you stretched it up. Why don't you have a seat over here? Why don't you take a seat? Yeah, so it's better to wait it out. Feel it out, wait it out, dude. You know what I mean? Sub for squats? Ugh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you got it. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'll have to up the tier now. Finger, you said it. Ah, you don't want to lock. Don't lock your knees. That's the key. Ah. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. 1001. 1002. I don't know if you heard me counting, Chad. I did 1,000. This is seriously a sway bar from a Crown Vic. How much does the sway bar weigh? I mean, it's a sway bar from a pretty big car. It's from a Crown Victoria, so... Shoot, man, I don't know. You know what? It's not too bad. Maybe 10, 20 pounds. Did I come and do a workout stream? Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Chad's giving me channel points. I'm actually out of breath from this, and that's really disgusting, and I don't like it. I need to lose weight for my wedding. We got to do it. Oh, God. Maybe now you can run more than 2 routes. Fuck you. You, man. Son of a bitch. Give me a beer. I need to hydrate. I need to hydrate, you know? Bits for push-ups? How many bits you gonna give me if I can do 10 push-ups? How many bits? How many bits are you gonna get me? 0? You can't do 10? Bro, I sit in front of a computer all day. What do you want from me? You'll give me 10 bits per push-up? All right. All right, that's fair. Enjoy looking at my bald spot. Ready? Pay up, bitch! Pay up, bitch! Bad form? What the fuck are you talking about, bad form? Wait. Bro, that was good form. What are you talking about? How out of breath are you from... Hey, did you guys know that the shuttle has 3 Hydrolox motors in the back? And that it's assisted by 2 solid rocket boosters, and we've been launching it in Kerbal? Oh. I'm fat and out of shape, and it's gross, and I need to fix it. Oh. Not bad, not perfect, better than I could do. Hey, I busted out 10 cold turkey. Come on. And you guys did pay up. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Round is a shape. Yeah, but see, here's the thing, okay? Round is all fine and dandy. You know, it's 2022. You can be whatever shape you want. It doesn't matter. But just remember, the Earth is not round, okay? It's not round. It's not round. It's an oblate spheroid. So the Earth technically is in shape. Remember that. Science facts with EJ. How's your sit-up form? Probably as bad as my push-up. Okay, Jensen. I might have to take you up on that. Oh, Jensen, wait. Did I tell you? I did a 2,800-foot peak. We went up to a wedding in New Hampshire, climbed a frickin' mountain, hiked up 2,800 feet. Busted it out. Cold turkey, dude. I have the pictures to prove it. Mount Willard, S. The Earth is not fat. Toe, you're not going to judge me? I just failed my PT test at my ANG base. Oh, gosh. Dude, I did Mount Willard. I did it cold turkey on the day of the wedding. It's a 4-hour hike. I finished it in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Yikes! Boasting about 2,800 feet. Shut up. Is it time to race? Then blue chunks. Nope, nope. Didn't throw up. Almost threw up, but didn't. Yeah, hand. We're going to start racing now. We got the Nürburgring. Deathy Pooh, you seen this truck before? Oh, God. You should add channel point redemptions for exercising. Oh, Jesus, man. I'm going to look like a thumb in a couple of days. Chat, well, Facha, you know that chat is going to punish me to do push-ups. Why do you think that is a good idea? I'm going to be jacked and freaking look like this the whole time. Mount Washington, Tuckerman's Ravine. I was looking at that Gore-Tex, and then I said, no, I'm going to climb the small one. I'll tip $500 if you start a police chase with your F-150 right now. Nah, I can't. The tire's flat. See? I'm sorry, Hand. I may have lied. The tire is not flat, but I still don't want to do it. Mrs. Victory surmises that that's the whole point. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. Feel great. Feel good. Must like the Weenie Hut Jr. status. I want to get into the salty spittoon. Instead of drinking that beer, you should be drinking water. This is water. What are you talking about? This is water. I got water out of the fridge, dudes. Oh, God. No freaking way. That was bad. Okay, we need to hydrate more. He's gonna pop. Ugh. Why? Okay, are we stretch breaking enough? And now some crunches? Before you start racing, I need you to review a link when you're back at your desk. Okay. 100 bits for 20 crunches? Alright, that's fine. I'll do that. I'm going down there. Going down. I wouldn't do that. Okay. See if I remember how to do this. 20 you said, right? Okay. So the key here is to not use your hands for momentum. So you gotta just... I am out of shape. Why is this so difficult? What? Who invented this? Why would you do this? I've lost count. I don't know where I'm at. I'll just do 10 more. Oh, that's bad. Fuck. I'm starting to feel it. How many did I do? Two more? I can do two more. I can do two more. I'll do 3 just to be sure. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's enough. Oh. Oh, why'd you make me do that? Oh. Damn. That sucked. That wasn't fun at all. Well earned. Great job. That wasn't fun at all. Whoa. How did I let it get this bad? I'm going back to my desk. And I'm bringing my water with me. Don't spend it all in one place. Oh. Alright. I'm going back over there. Damn. That sucks. Oh. Hat? Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm legitimately sweating. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. You did better than I would have? All right. Please watch the clip. I'm not watching the damn clip, man. The only way to get it to jiggle was to do this. Oh, that's awesome. Please clip that. That's so funny, man. I ain't even mad. Riot. Watch the clip of Riot, dude. All right. All right. Don't get your panties in a wad there, Barbie. See last pulls. Okay, starting now, I'll match you rep for rep. That's easy for you to say. All right, let me watch this. Oh, bagoush! Jiggle your arm? Oh! No! Do a 45-second plank? How do you plank? Show it? Dude, it's so embarrassing, man. Jesus. Oh my goodness. Oh! No!